All right, hello everybody. I am joined by Conway, as is now the usual, I suppose, here late at night. Thank you guys for joining on the replay, as I'm sure most of you who watch will be. We wanted to do something a little bit different, which was in our experimentation with trying to see if you can do the whole 3D 4D roleplay model with modules, pre-written adventures. We thought, let's look at some other people doing it and make some direct comparisons. Find what exactly is different, because I'm sure there will be things that are different where once the sort of sandbox is set in motion in the 3D 4D style, things will start to diverge from the pre-written content, especially when you're actively not trying to railroad. So it would be interesting to see from that perspective, and obviously the big differences in style. Now, neither of these two channels that we're looking at are purveying themselves as the as Conway, the arbiter of roleplay here. So we're going to be as level as possible, even keeled, and just try to point out objective differences and things that we see as like, hey, this is an area where we could improve here. And it might improve your games. So if either let's tackle one at a time. I'll tackle a more recent
Oh, yeah,
one.
but let me add to this because
Yeah.
I think that this video, more than any other video that we put out, might have this type of criticism where someone is trying to say that we're trying to downplay our quote unquote competition, right? Because we're both making videos on the same module in Pathfinder. Uh, do not think of this video as us trying to like throw shade at our quote unquote competition because we don't even see it that way. We're
Hmm.
not trying to say that our product is the definitive Dragon's Demand Let's Play on YouTube. We're not saying that. What we're saying is the game we play is very much a test. It is an exploration as to how well you can sandbox a module, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as such, it is very constructive that we can find a group that tries to play our module in a different way. Then we can
Mm-hmm.
compare and contrast, right? I think this is very important to denote.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
absolutely.
it might be seen as too much tooting one's horn, I suppose.
Yeah. Also important to note, we'll touch on the mechanics a little bit. One of these, interestingly, is a port of the module to second edition Pathfinder, which is a game, if you know me, I am an outspoken not a fan of. And
Same.
I've actually had some guys who have played a decent bit of Pathfinder second edition come onto my channel through that review and gone, yeah, I've played enough of it to know your criticisms are well founded. It's not a phenomenal game. So their choice of game notwithstanding, it's good to play a game and see if it's any decent. So with that, I am going to pop on. Uh, let's use this one first. This one is the second edition. It's the most recent one from the channel Dungeons and Drones role playing group. Um, they do not have a session 0. The other one does have a session 0. So I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Um, should we watch the intro? Should we skip ahead straight to here? A 15-minute intro, so I think we should skip, right on to the.
Yeah, let's skip because there's a lot to see, right?
You're right. We've got 6 players. That's a lot.
Wow.
That is the first thing I would say is in Pathfinder Second Edition. There's some action economy bloat in that game, because you just have 3 actions and not the more regimented standard action move action. You can get real decision paralysis. So that would be something that immediately I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Don't worry, I believe that Pathfinder players can be very touchy about using all of their actions and how
Mhm.
much that slows down the game, right?
Yeah. I kind of like these this layout. This layout is nice. Um I would probably just put the character name, but I like that it's in different font. They've actually got. How did you guys get the Pathfinder Second Edition font? That is so cool. I'm a terrible at editing. That's my my first bit of praise here is gonna be
Oh no, yeah, the production value is really good.
yeah,
That
it's
much I
yeah.
agree too.
So
I think we're gonna see a battle map in the center though, and I mean the battle
yeah,
map being in the center is also, you know, a thing that one can expect.
right. And I'm wondering what's going on here. But yeah, let's
started, huh? As we start, the entire party is traveling together except Nate. Remember, Nate is coming to come in later, although not too much later. So we will catch up to him shortly.
and that's
So
why
let's,
I'd kind of like to have the character's name be the only thing there because we're already calling, character or by their player's name. And so what Nate's gonna catch up to the party, the player, minor nitpick.
So this is like the session 1 already, right?
Mhm.
And
Yep.
wouldn't that be something that you talk about in session 0? Like, why are you
Yeah, did we have a session 0? If you guys
Yeah.
didn't, if you guys had a session 0 and just didn't upload it, understandable. If you guys didn't have a session 0, man,
It's
that's a
bit rough,
subject
yeah.
for a video all its own. They're super,
Yep.
super important, I think.
Pathfinder is already such a busy system. There's so much going on during character creation and during like the first preliminary steps. It's gonna be really hard to just like jump in and play. Feel like you need a session 0.
Yeah.
let's get the party started. You spent the better part of a week taking the long road from Wistful toward Bellum. There are just 5 of you. You came together just to make this trip to Belhem. Knowing traveling in numbers would be safer, the road was difficult at times, the weather delaying you by at least a day. Just a day before, you encountered 2 locals with a cart stuck in the mud, Clisto and Felix Dorflin, who you aided. They told you they were carrying supplies for the soap shop they worked at, Fine Scents. They offered to pay you a reward if you find them in town. However, the small talk was ended
Pause.
with a group of wolves arrived.
Right. So a lot of views, right? Like you do this, you do that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say though, I can excuse this because this is like the very first description of the game
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
starting, right? Even in our midst, this would not be something uncalled for. But wow, that is a long time describing. I have to say, there's also a little bit of like weird time dilation there because he used past tense, like you aided the group that was
Yeah.
traveling on the road, right? It's unclear.
Yeah, and
He was
we're
saying
kind
you
of
do this in present, and then in the past he talks about how they aided the
yeah, we're
character.
going back and forth. It could be better if there's a clear chronological order. I don't unless the second edition has changed the box text, this is not the setup to the game. So I don't think he's just reading box text, which is cool.
Yeah.
The and part of what I like about the module is they give you kind of a suggested setup, but they tell you that the player characters could be in town for any number of reasons.
Oh yeah.
There doesn't have to be like a forced. God, why are they here? So
This is an interesting thing because
Mhm.
from what I've seen, all of the Pathfinder modules and even adventure paths have like reasons as to why your players are there, and they didn't just tell you like this one monolithic reason. They
Yeah,
actually give
yeah,
you a lot of different ideas, right? Like if you're
yeah,
playing this module in Pathfinder, this is where it would be, and these are different cool ways to put your players in there, and that's really cool. In fact,
yeah,
it even goes to your idea of sandboxing the module. It's
yeah,
literally offering you like different sandboxy ways of introducing people to the module. It's really cool.
yeah. Because you have this whole section, where on Galarian is it? And it just gives you some general like
Yeah, it says right there.
descriptions of the region. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Panicked, the 2 jumped aboard their wagon and sped off as you were left to deal with the wolves. Now I'm going to switch over to the map, and so we can start bringing up the town as you approach.
I would just do that
All
silently.
right, you'll be coming in from the north west corner. You'll see where it says from Wistful that you can see. So you'll see that coming in. What we'll do is I'll have one of you, and you can choose which person to put their token on the board and act as the party unless you guys split up. So whoever that could be, you guys can all decide that.
Wow. Okay. That was a strong opening until there, right? 'Cause,
Yeah. So 2 things.
that was really cool.
Mhm.
You go first.
I wouldn't hedge the unless you split up part of things. Just let it happen. Let it be organic, because when you when you plant those seeds, you can end up encouraging players to or not to do the thing, right? It's almost like a magic trick, like neuro-linguistic programming. There are a bunch of books on that a
Oh
while
yeah.
ago, where it's like, unless you do this thing, it's a little bit of the, or you could pick the thing behind secret door number 3.
Yeah.
It's, yeah. I do
It's funny.
that he pulled up the map here. It's again another thing on my editing. I like it. I don't
No, I
like
just like it.
top down that it's bird's eye. I like putting images out there. It wasn't until our second session that Zonalar's like, "Are there pictures of this place?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, yeah."
Well, that's interesting because I think you're totally right in the sense that there was just a lot of deduction happening in the background of most 2D groups.
Mhm,
For some reason, the players believe that the GM has an intention and that they must follow the GM's intention, otherwise they're like derailing, right?
mhm,
And you can see this even like in famous sayings and memes that
mhm,
uh, show this. Like "Are you sure you're going to do that?"
mhm.
Because that is not the GM using the world to tell the player anything. They're literally flexing their muscles. Like, are you
Mhm.
really sure you want to do this, right?
Right.
And it's something that I hate because
Mhm,
first off, it's entirely meta.
mhm,
Second off, it's has nothing to do with role playing, like being in character, right?
mhm,
Now, it's interesting that I mentioned that I think the map is a good idea because here's the way I see it, right?
mm,
He was talking for a little bit too long at the start. I
mm,
could like visualize this like it's a hard road. We
mhm,
met this group of caravan. We helped them.
mhm,
Now they go ahead of us in town, and I'm just arriving in town. I can visualize it in my mind.
mhm.
Then he says, "Okay, here's the map. One of you put a marker down and just drag it where you want to go."
Yeah.
To me, that's like the disconnect where like an
Right.
interesting scenario that is being described just turns into a board game. Oh, I'm moving my character, down to like
Right.
Broadway Avenue now, like Monopoly.
And I'd like if you do the top-down maps, what I'd like is a character, a guard, or a local guide to give you the map, so that if you have it in character, then it makes sense that, oh, I've got this. My character's looking at this, um, and I can imagine where my character is. I don't necessarily need a token on here, especially because it's not even a battle map, so you're not measuring distance really using this. So yeah,
Oh
but having
yeah,
the map there can help, especially if you've got a situation like us where um, distances are measured differently across our different countries. So
oh,
there
that's
are
true. Yeah.
reasons, I think, but yeah, I'm in definite agreement on the. It was a little jarring.
If it were a paper map, it'd be so
Mhm.
cool because I'm like, oh, I'm the guy.
Yeah,
Like I'm seeing the manor right ahead of me,
yeah,
and I'm looking at a paper map. That'd be so
mhm,
cool.
yeah. Um,
Let's see the players and how they do.
this thing is interesting right here. This class feats and ability. I wondered what this blank window was going to be. Um,
It's so
I
weird.
I don't know exactly why this has popped up, but I'm trying to think if I dislike it.
Oh, you know what I think it is? I think
Mhm.
it's the chat for like their virtual tabletop of choice. So when
Oh,
you
their
roll, it
VTT.
pops up there. Yeah,
Because I
I think
don't
that's what it is.
like the idea of having like a digital reminder. I mean, this is basically like a GM screen, and you could use this to like flash up like DCs and then let players describe their own stuff. As this could be a really cool thing if you had the. I guess what they're probably setting up is like an OBS like capture window here and then popping. This is neat. I want to know what
Yeah, like
software they're using
similar
for this
to
one. Yeah.
similar to the AC thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There won't be much battle mapping or anything, more or less, just
Ooh,
for
pick
everyone.
me, pick me.
Okay,
Yeah,
we should have.
pick the
That's something to mention. Session 0 is that you're not going to be doing the battle map thing.
newbie.
Yeah. All right, so
I'm
here
not
we
gonna
go.
put it in the group.
So welcome to Belham. Finally, you pass through the veil and emerge on the town of
Oh,
Belham.
now we're reading
The
box
sun
text.
setting behind you casts part of the town in shadow, and some of the town's lights have already been lit. The sleepy little town is known for fishing and pottery. For a long time, Belham also
So this is not necessarily the GM's fault here. I think this is the fault of box text. I think this is a like 40-year long illness of the industry of here's a module, here's your box text, you're supposed to read it at players.
Yeah.
Is it more interesting to just say it's a sleepy fishing village or to show don't tell? What do I mean by that? Because we kind of have to tell, all right, other than use pictures. Show that it's a fishing village, mention people coming down the road with wicker baskets full of fish, people sitting up and down the shoreline fishing. As I mentioned in our last session, there's our own plug there. And it's a quick little offhand thing, but I'm also accomplishing two things with that. I am pushing the scene by interjecting in the 3 player characters talking and trying to think like, oh, where is this manor? We don't know where it is. Well, one of the fishermen can both remind you that 1, it's a fishing village, and 2, give you directions. So I also find that when you spit a lot of this box text out, people don't remember it. They're zoning out and they're ready. They're waiting for like, okay, when do I get to go?
Yeah, I zoned out. Here's the thing, though. The descriptions that he had at the start were different from the box text.
Mhm.
And when he started using box text, I was like, wait, what? Because
Yeah.
suddenly his whole diction changed because he's like
Yeah,
reading now.
right?
There were like a few stutters, which not a problem, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But the main thing is that the whole description was entirely different. And that
right.
takes you out of the experience. It takes me out of the experience. And here's the thing: even if you have like the perfect box text, like the
Mhm.
best description ever, written by professionals,
Mhm.
everything, you read it and you just stare at your players because you just read a piece of text to them that doesn't actually tie into what is happening in the game.
It
Like
very
truly,
rarely naturally prompts an action, huh? That's a good
yeah.
point.
And it also, you could argue that you bought a module, so you want box text because it decreases the amount of work you need to do, right? But I think something like this increases your workload because now you're preparing the box text. Oh, I need to read this. Okay, go to the
Mhm.
square and read the square. And then after you finish it, if you don't try to describe things in the same manner as were described in the box text,
Mhm.
it's gonna feel jarring. So it gives you more work. I don't know. I don't think it fits well to a game at all. And you can see just how
Yeah.
artificial it was. It took me out of the experience. Like I said, at the start, I was like, hell yeah, we're going into this village, and like
Mhm.
I was there, And then that just took me out of it.
I think also, given that description at the beginning, we could have started in media res. Like, start with fighting those wolves on the outside of town instead of, and that's something we could have done too. We started after you guys had cleared out some bandits, and now you're wandering wounded into town. We could have likewise started in media res though. Start with the fighting of the bandits, and then maybe having the guard, meet in the middle or after the fight was already done.
But the thing is, we started in media res. I don't think in media res just necessarily means that we're
Well, it
starting.
doesn't necessarily mean
Yeah,
in like a combat scene, but
it was a stressful situation that we started in. I would argue we
right,
could
right.
start in
That's
media res, right?
good point.
A-
Good point.
And here it was weird because he described like in present tense that they were
Mhm.
walking through the road to Bellum, and then he described in past tense that
Yeah.
they helped those guys.
That's
Then
one of the things that we can take from writing, from the written media, is that
true, yeah.
if you read a book and it starts to read kind of weird, it's there's a good chance it's because the author is skipping tenses around. Kurt Vonnegut
Yeah.
does this on purpose. It's something that he uses. He uses the what he calls the character out of time, where the character is in like Slaughterhouse-Five having like a mental break, and so like his recollection of time is purposefully jagged. If
Oh,
you're
it's
not
like
trying to do
diegetic.
that, then yeah, that's
It's
um,
diegetic because it feels schizophrenic.
right,
What the
exactly.
character was going through. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Daryl says, in 10 years of GMing, I never once used a module. Railroading was to be avoided, even if I didn't know the term at the time. Yeah, and I put it to you that there are ways to run a sandbox or run a module without railroading. But oftentimes the modules are designed in such a way that they encourage that. Box text, I think, is the worst offender of it, where if you're gonna sit here and read the box text, well, it's okay. This thing is happening now. Then all right.
Yeah.
So, So yeah, that's you definitely don't have to, but I think there's some compelling things about some of them. Let's keep going because we are, yeah, we're 2 minutes in, and so far only the GM has done anything. So that's
Yeah, let's see the players do something.
yeah, we got 6
For
players. Here.
stones for building, but the industry seems to be no more. Belhaim is overseen by Baroness Oragina Devi under the Taldor banner.
Oh, this is cool. I wish I had this banner.
Rumors
up.
are that she is a practical woman with limited patience for flights of fancy or laziness.
See, this box text, sorry to pause again so quickly. When I run things, I read this box text and go, okay, so there's rumors from people in the town. The people are kind of rumor mongering. There is a dead industry here, so lots of buildings that are made with limestone and not wood like you would expect out of a wood town like this. And I let it play out naturally, rather than the characters kind of telepathically getting this knowledge out of nowhere because nobody's telling them this information. They're not looking at stuff to gather this information because it's not detailing like buildings or whatnot. It's just information that's coming from the GM from a talking head. If you wanted to
Oh,
get this
I love
information
that.
session 0 so that the players could build their characters somehow, say you're already starting in the town, maybe they've lived here their whole lives and they know about all this, fair, but I don't think it's a thing to do session 1.
Oh, dude, I love that. I love what you said because it's so right. Just like step into my head. You're totally right. Because what happens is these are a natural ways of like communicating information to the players. It is stating as if you were a narrator, like matter of fact. Oh yeah, no, this is Bellum.
Yeah.
These are the traits of the local baroness.
Right.
This is their industry. It feels like you're reading a Wikipedia page. You know,
I was
like
just about to say that. It's like a Wikipedia article. Yeah, it's
And I mean, I don't usually like the idea of like show don't tell because this is a old medium that we're playing in, right?
right.
But in that case, it's entirely applicable because now instead of like hearing that the Baroness is utilitarian, you get to see it. You get to see her commanding the guards and like keeping a skeleton crew around her manor and things like that.
Mhm.
And it's cool. That is like showing, not telling.
Mhm.
But you're totally right. Like repurpose the box text, right? If
Yeah,
you know, if it's less work, then you should repurpose it. If it's more work, then just sandboxing it, then sandbox it.
Yeah. And I also like just reading through stuff, and what sticks out to me is the stuff I use. I'll write down 1 or 2 sentences of it. I'll take a paragraph of box text and make a sentence of like, this is what's important here, and we'll move on. And then the rest of the stuff that I didn't write down, it sticks with me, great. If it doesn't stick with me, well then whatever. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
She succeeds her husband, who disappeared a few years ago. The reason.
See, and wouldn't that be so much more interesting if they could find that out naturally? If they talk to the Baroness and pried that information out. Because again, who's saying that, right?
Oh, that was what you meant when you talked to Nicholas about Chair's comment on like where's the
Yeah,
man?
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So
Oh man, I'm gonna spoil now. Damn.
I know. I didn't realize we'd get spoiled on something that in the first 3 minutes of box text. That's they haven't even talked to the Baroness yet, and they're getting information, which is not exactly he's not there. He disappeared, so it's not a huge spoiler. But yeah, it's I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit and see.
No, wait, I want to see how the players go,
Okay.
man, because the
Yeah,
players not
why
said
he
anything
left.
yet.
I know. I'm still waiting for it.
are vary depending on who you ask. Some say he was lost to adventuring.
So again, they're
Others
rumor mongering.
that he
I
lost
want to see
himself
that.
in the arms of another woman and fled. As you gaze across the small buildings, there are about 50 or 60 homes and shops here. Farmlands follow the Verdurian Highway, the Verdurian Fork, a calm but deep tributary river acting like a moat around the southern half of the town.
Here's another issue with these descriptions. I don't know where I am. right? When you take control of a character's sight or any of their senses and say, you see this, it's not the worst you blank because presumably, unless the players told you, they're not just holding their eyes closed, but I have no idea where from my position I'm in here. I can see all of this. It's almost as if I really am top down, have a bird's eye view here. If I can see all of the different buildings, I can see the farmland that's like not even on the map. It's off the edge of the map. It's like, man, must be good visibility here.
You know what it is? It's
Hmm.
also too much, man.
Yeah.
So
Like
he talked
we're
about what the
3
town is
minutes
like.
into just the GM talking at this point.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. I know a lot about Bellum because I was there. I lived Bellum. I didn't just get like read like a Wikipedia text about it. You know,
Hmm.
I talked to the elven farmer. I saw the fisherman. I didn't need to be read that they like have a fishing business, that they have a quarry. I lived the experience. You know what
Mhm.
this is? This feels like speed running. Like you're trying to speed run all of the things of the town, and, like
Yeah.
just lay it out at the feet of the players without them actually ever exploring the town. And it's kind of sad because the whole point of role playing is like getting to experience this different land with these different people. Then now it's like you put yourself down as a token. The GM reads like the Wikipedia page of the town. Now what? You know, in when you ran it, I was in Bellin for a little bit, you know, in my imagination. That was really cool. Like I saw the sights and I learned about the town just by walking across it. I mean, has anyone ever got lost in like a little like rural town somewhere? It's like
Mhm.
such a nice experience, like learning the local area, you know?
Yeah. I thought I was going to say something else, but I think I lost it there. Oh, this would also take a huge amount of weight off of the game master to short description, let the players play, then you can describe reactionary, as our friend Max, reactionary principle gaming. We you put something out there, players, characters interact with it, then something changes. I've got something to say as an NPC to them. I've got something, I can step into this character, I can describe this building over here
And
rather
that's so
than
much more natural.
yeah, yeah. Because
That's
here
so
we're like yanking the characters like, okay, your head's looking over this way now. It's
And it's so much. Like he talked about the
right,
Baroness, her husband, he talked about the local industry, what the town looks like. Like it's like an info dump, right?
right,
If you get
right.
to slowly experience it, you get to remember it much more.
Mhm. Well, let's keep going.
Gonna try to give you a little tour as you go through here. With a single stone bridge granting access from the highway. At the center of the town is an open air
Not at the
amphitheater
center of
and
the town
two
yet, though.
churches, one for
How do I see
Avanar
this
and
from
one
where I am?
for Shellen.
Just describe the
You
stone
can see that
bridge.
right in the
I'm
middle
coming
there, and I'll see if I can do. I'm gonna see if I can do
You
this.
can see it in the
If I can
map
do the
as
ping,
well.
see if it's
Right.
gonna
This
work.
is so much.
Kind of works. Doesn't really focus in very well. All right. Across another bridge to the east, you can make out a rather large estate. South.
How can I make that? So if I'm coming in from the north road, I guess I can kind of see how I can make out that there's a bridge over here, but this is tough for me to visualize how I can
You
see all of
wanna
this.
you wanna hear like the harsh truth?
Mm.
They are not anywhere.
Right.
They're not in character. They're not somewhere in the world. They're
Mhm.
just looking at a map top down,
Mm.
and the GM is just describing the map that they can already see with their eyes.
Right.
That is so painful because now I'm
Right.
not a guy coming from the North Road. I'm just
Mhm.
looking at this, what is essentially a board game. I'm looking at the map to a board game.
And that should
Oh
be
man.
credence to your own descriptions, Alan, because your own description at the beginning was way better than reading off this box text here and struggling with panning the map over it. You don't need to do that. You could save a lot of time here and headache.
Yeah.
Of the bridge, which is probably the home of the Baroness, and a windowless multi-story building to the north with a glass dome. So you can see here is kind of her estate where she's at right here. Let's see if that's right there. That's where her estate is, kind of like there. and then you see that windowless
like
place
pulling
kind of up
teeth.
here.
Yeah, I don't like
See that.
probably. It's probably seems to
Just give
kind
you a
of
little tour
their
of the
words
town
I
here
try
as you
to
look
avoid.
down on it,
I'm
what you
bad
can
at
kind of
it
see.
too.
Beyond the windowless building is an old tower that looks to have been once part of a much bigger
Looks
structure.
to have been.
Partial walls loosely show what might have been a keep or castle at one.
See, that's just bad writing because seems to have been, and then the second sentence tells you there's partially standing walls. Well, okay, you only needed that second part because that tells me it's just that seems to have been is just filler there.
Time. You can see
Yeah,
it
that was
right
rough.
about here. You can see it up there. You take a
No,
moment
everyone's
to
quiet.
glance at the other people when you're
We're
walking
approaching
caravan.
5 minutes.
Over the past
without a
week,
peep
you've
from the
come to know
players.
these people.
And we've got 6
But
players.
will Belham mark the end of your friendship? I hope not, because the adventure would go short. Will you find work here or maybe a home? You quickly recall what you know of these people, as you might be the last time you see them. So let's go around the table and introduce your characters now. This is your characters. Describe your characters.
See, we wouldn't
Oh my
have to do that if we already knew where we were. If we already,
Yeah. Okay, so
but this is pretty
we-
classical. It's
yeah, so we don't know where we are.
right.
Like I said at the very start, Alan, like your own descriptions were really captivating me. I was like, hell yeah, I'm on this road. It's a rural area. It's like swamps. It's a harsh road. We help some guys on the road. Hell yeah. I'm here for the town. I'm an adventurer. Hell yeah. And then we got lost in box text. And now you describe the town for so much, for so long, that we don't even know where we are anymore. The next time, just drop them in the North Road and just ask them what they're doing, where they are, what they're doing, and let them learn the town through roleplay, through like going around and actually seeing the town. Because that was very harsh. The start was really good. And then I think that the box text, the map, they did a disservice to your running as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I don't. I want to know if this is. I'm actually going to pull up the first edition module because I want to know if this is like something I glanced over in running and just went, "This is I don't need this. I'm looking over it," or if this is something the second edition redo was not great.
Yeah, while you're doing that, let me just
Yeah.
say the GM has stopped for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Are you sure the player's gonna take 5-minute turns now?
Right. Oh my gosh, that'd take forever if so. And if not so, then you're really not giving players much time to play the game, presumably what they came here to do, right?
Yeah, half an hour per round. I mean, 35 minutes with 7 people, a GM and 6 players.
Yeah,
You're never
so
even gonna get anything done at this rate, I
the
would. Yeah,
the
go ahead.
box text in the original is totally different. So I'm going to mark points against the Pathfinder 2 redux of this, which makes sense because almost no Paizo is almost a shell company at this point. There are very few of the
Yeah.
original founding members there left.
Whenever we can, we will dock points from Pathfinder Chewy.
Yes, yeah. So this is just interesting because a lot of the stuff he's saying, I was like, what was so if you look at like the getting started part of the first edition is a large part of the adventure is getting to know the people of Bellum and exploring its hinterlands. So it's best that the PCs are not natives of the town. This assumes they've only recently arrived. If players don't have any particular preference for how things happen, a man offers them a job as caravan guards, etc., etc. Continues here. As the adventure begins, start with the PCs in a common room at the inn. A man's been arrested earlier in the day. They're seated at a long table and give the players a chance to get into character, introduce to each other before proceeding. So it's totally different. And there's no box text yet. That's just what it says. It's just let people settle in, pop them in and in. Tropey, of course, but they're saying if you've got no preference, if you have no ideas, then we can do this.
Yeah, and that makes it like instantly clear. I'm in an inn, like I'm talking to people,
Yeah.
like I'm in character,
Yeah. And
This was rough.
note that it says let the characters introduce themselves before we start with the yakking and overt description and whatnot, because now it's just jarring. Now we've talked for over 5 minutes as a GM, and now the player. I have a feeling this is going to be pretty stiff. Let's see.
If I was a player, I would know where to start, man.
Yeah,
I mean, what
right.
Daryl said is right. We don't even know where we are, but we already heard like the whole
Yeah.
plot text about town.
Yeah. I need to see the Draw Steel game. I watched parts of the Session Zero and it looked rough as a game, at least.
Yeah.
And then
Here's
tell
the
us
thing.
your ancestry background class real quickly. And I'll make sure that all
No.
the detailed stat stuff gets pushed onto the screen so we get that. So let's start with Zach. Zach, why don't you tell us your ABCs, ancestry background class?
See, this is Session Zero stuff. This is stuff that everybody should pretty much already know, or that won't matter. We'll find out this character has very high intelligence by the way that they hold themselves. Right? It's just
He said the-
superfluous at worst.
He said
Or
the
best.
quiet part out loud. He
Hmm.
said, say what your ancestry is, your class, and your archetype. Like,
Hmm.
oh man, come on.
Yeah. That's
At least pretend we're role playing, right?
right.
Class. And anything else you want to tell us about why you were on this road? People who watch Session Zero probably know this, but not
there was
everybody
a
did, so
Session
go ahead.
Zero, but I didn't see
Yeah,
one.
so my character,
I didn't see one.
his name is Vamir
Oh, there is.
Morambos. He is a cavern elf, which,
We
if
should already
you
know
don't
this.
know Pathfinder, it's essentially kind of like a drow.
It's a drow, but they retcon shit for some reason. Don't worry about that.
And he is a wizard. He has been brought on this journey because his master, while
So this is what
How do we know?
This is what I would quantify as the storyboarding game, where this is nobody's in their character. They've just got like a storyboard bit of here's what my character is, here's why he's here, and we've got to do all of this, round table preparation before anything actually happens, right? I made the comparison before, we made basketball comparisons before. This is a little bit like, instead of just watching a basketball game, every time a player comes up to shoot, you have to pause, see their scorecard, talk about their rookie year history, talk about, and it's like, just let me see him shoot the hoops, and then I'll go, damn, this guy's really good at shooting hoops. He must be a free throw guy. That must be his thing, right?
Yeah. How do we know?
Right,
I'm
exactly.
I'm going to assume that you role play to get to live other experiences, right? You get to meet new people, you get to explore new towns. Here's the thing: we didn't explore the town; we just were like talked to about what the town was. Then now we don't even get to talk to the cool cave elf wizard.
Yeah.
Now we already get like the it's kind of like an NPC in a game. Like, oh, we have like the text explaining who he is and what he does.
Right.
This means that we don't need to talk to him. We don't need to role play. The role play is expedited for us. There's no need to role play. This is painful to watch, man.
This is I had not watched this, so this is a shame. Shall we skip somewhere and see if we get some descriptions from the players? Because I want to see descriptions from the players, not just talking about your character sheet.
Yeah, I want to see what the players say, but I need to cut my losses here. I don't think we're gonna get to see it.
Right, I was about to say. I think this is. I think we've seen enough here. Let me skip ahead like 10 minutes, because I assume that'll be.
They're the popo.
Yes.
Okay.
5-0. Can Dr. Mixie hide? We're in the woods. Can Dr. Mixie hide? He wants to try to hide and get a look at the prisoner.
I believe.
So here, I think we're confused as we are about where we are. We've all this. I wouldn't even call it detailed description. We have this long description, but we still don't know where we are. We don't have any details about our immediate surroundings, right? It's very weird. It's a very world atlas view of things rather than what my character's looking at right in front of me. So we have to ask these, play 20 questions. I'm in a forest. Can I hide?
And here's the thing. this can get so frustrating for a GM. It feels like the more you describe, the less clear it is. And that's because it's true. Sometimes less is more. Just say you're at a town, you're at a road, to your south is a town, and let the play devolve from there. The more you keep describing the town, the harder and harder it is to actually visualize it because you're not in character. You're just reading box text.
Yeah. Low from column A, low from column B, Elf Hunter. If they actually see this, cool, awesome. I hope you guys can take some stuff from this. Mostly just using it as a case study of where do modules go wrong, where do modules go right in the and these are literally just the first 2 actual plays I found on YouTube, and I just clicked on both of them, and they're both within the last 2 years. So that was like, hey, they're recent, so that will do. Not pulling up some, I found one ancient game from like 2014 and was like, watched about 5 minutes of it out of morbid curiosity and was like, yep, that's 2014. Let's put that away. So yeah, let's
see that you are on the road, and I don't think it would be convenient for you to hide. I think they would see you coming, and you weren't as he was coming on the road.
Oh, that's not what he asked though. Well, watch for that, because he didn't ask if it would be convenient for him to hide. He asked if it was possible. So don't hedge things for your players. Let your players let the characters fail. Let the players fail for that matter. But let the characters fail in what they're doing. Yeah, in all the best words, who cares what the GM thinks, right? We all we're just one brain when we're GMing. The players have got they're thinking about things you're not thinking about. And hell, this guy's a goblin. For all you know, he can hide much better than the random guys can see walking up and down the street.
That's painful. Yeah. The thing is, the GM isn't real. The GM is only real when he embodies a part of the setting. What part of the setting is he embodying at that point?
Instead of doing that, if you wanted to telegraph that information, you could say like there's guards with lanterns walking up and down the well-lit street, looking back and forth through open-faced helmets. We're trying to make it like super obvious that it's still in character and it's a bit much, but it would get the same effect of okay, yeah, I'll still try to find a place to hide, but it makes it obvious that it's gonna be really hard, right? So let's see how this goes. This would fall into like the camp of negotiating with the GM on like what you can or can't do. And I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't think it's the interesting thing of playing a role-playing game. And I think it just wastes a lot of time while you're trying to get to the other 5 players at the table.
I don't think you were saying you were hiding before. In the future, just for helping for game terms, we'll be able to do exploration.
Yep.
And when you do exploration, you'll be able to choose that you're kind of avoiding notice or whatever, and then you have a chance to be hit.
So for those who don't know, Pathfinder 2nd Edition codifies the different parts of the game. So he's going, well, technically, we're not in the exploration phase of the game, so you can't hide right now. Rules is written. Pathfinder, that's something I don't even mention in my review. This, guys, play a different game. That is not your fault. That is Pathfinder 2nd Edition's fault.
I don't understand how can you do something like this? A lot of people say, well, D&D is just a combat system, which is true. It's mostly just combat.
Yeah.
There's no rule for exploration in the D&D system, and as such, the GMs have been fed a bad hand by the game designers. I entirely disagree. Do you need everything to be a board game? Like D&D is already a combat board game. Right. Then you add a role-playing system for you to negotiate with NPCs, thus making it another board game. Then you add a exploration board game. Like, how many board games are you going to hack into this thing until it's no longer role-playing? Until it's just a collection of role-playing games, of board games, I mean. And that's awful. Why would anyone want to play that?
This is another common thing we see. There are a lot of board games that are possible to learn on the fly, where it's pretty easy. There's not too much you have to think about. Pathfinder is not one of those games. Pathfinder is a game that requires a decent level of system mastery, and at least in Pathfinder First Edition and 3.5, the game designers tell you as much. The game designers tell you, I believe they even call it like Ivory Tower game design, where it is designed for you to be able to gain satisfaction through mastery of the system and go, oh, this feat interacts with that feat, and I didn't know about that. No, I found this cool mechanic, and getting a really good grasp of the way that the crunch builds up the game world is part of the game. If you don't understand that going in as a player or as a GM, you'll probably end up with lots and lots of rules questions and interrupting like this.
You know what I think it is?
Hmm.
I think there's a certain element of there just being way too many nerds in this hobby, honestly. If you can't make exploration interesting,
Yeah.
it's because you just sit in your house all day. Have you never gone outside, like gone hiked a trail?
Yeah.
How cool is it to actually go out into the great outdoors and like hike a trail? Like so many interesting things you see. Like if you can't make something as exciting as like hiking interesting to your players,
Right.
then there's something wrong there. You need to actually live a bit before you can relive it in a role-playing game, you know?
Or even just get, watch, classical Lord of the Rings, or read through it, either or. The vast majority of that are just panning shots of exploration, of going through strange places. The Mines of Moria, is a great example of like exploring a long lost dead civilization. And is it like
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you need a board game for that? Oh,
Right.
are you going to spend 1 hour to search the room? You need to roll a sleight of hand to be able to take the thing from the statue. Oh, hang on, now you need to roll a stealth because you took the action to spend 2 hours to be dude. How bored is that?
And we're
You
not
make
saying
something-
you don't need mechanics. Far from it. The mechanics are there to adjudicate where the GM shouldn't just be waving hands and going, yes, no, yes, no. The mechanics are there to add an element of randomization that is separate from the GM, that is a little more what's the word? I can't think of the word. It's not a human being with biases that is making an adjudication there. It's out of the GM's hands, so it feels much more fair, I guess is the word for it.
It's the GM as a referee, right? That's what it is.
Right.
And that's cool because now, I mean, like the ancient cave is just like it is a cultural like monolith within like human psyche, you know?
Yeah.
Every single culture talks about like the underworld and like the massive caves.
Yeah.
It's something like deep about being human about it.
Yeah.
And then you get a bunch of nerds making rules like, oh, you're in exploration phase. Like every turn is 1 hour, and now you get to roll this. Okay, now you rolled that.
Yep.
Rolling is important, but you roll when it actually means something.
And you need to think that's where I was going with that. You need to think about why you're rolling, and the why. If the why is because the rule book says so, that's usually not a very compelling reason, right? I think it would be better to remember judicious use of Rule 0. It's a little paragraph in most games that's like, if this doesn't make sense here, then don't do it. Or if you want to add rules, you can do that as well. There needs to be more judicious use of, just because there's a rule for it doesn't mean we have to use it all the time, right? It's and that knowledge of when to roll and when not to roll, or in this case, we haven't even rolled, just when to use. That's why I don't like these as even more than random rolling, is because this is just an arbitrary restriction on what my character can do for the sake of it's a game, bro. I don't even like these in video games, right? Like level gated equipment in video games where it's like, I can't equip this because my number isn't high enough. Like, what are you talking about? What does this represent? That sort of stuff. I just don't think it's very satisfying, even from a pure gamist standpoint. Let's see.
Let's see how the players go.
Yeah, let's see.
maybe
where
four
we go
things
here.
happen or things like that. Where we
Can
didn't
I-
do those things. So I will say, because we didn't specifically say that, I'll give you the choice. If you want to hide, you can. We'll say you're trying to be off the path.
Why not let him say
Uh,
that? Why not let him say what he's trying to do? Because it's his character, right? That way you won't have to. This will way help you not have to think of as much stuff on the fly too.
And then I'll do that. So I will roll.
Well, if we're already noticed on the road, I guess I could just scuttle up to the cart and peer through the bars of the prison
Sure.
cart.
That's perfectly fine.
There we go.
Looking
See?
inside, you see a I would say probably weathered, well-traveled man, quite rotund, with a beard that's several days past growth, and
Pause.
he looks
Just say
to
that.
be.
Why did he say? I would say that he is probably a man with a beard. Just say what he is.
Well, what's happened here is he's had to switch from trying to predict what the player is going to do, playing the player's character for them, to my own character, right? If you let the player do their own thing, because he did something you totally didn't think he was going to do, so all of that, let's just say, well, that was all for naught, and now it's interrupted your own train of thought on controlling your own characters, so that's a very quick and easy example of that. Do you have Conway, do you think something different's going on here?
No, I think you're right. Let the players be involved in running the game as well. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's a co-op experience. It's something that's said all the time in the game books, but something we often, way often, see not presented.
Unfortunately, you know where you see this the most? You see it when the GM restates everything the players say that they do. Like, I go up the stairs.
Yeah.
The GM says, you go up the stairs. It kind of lends this air of the GM being the only one that has any control, like any authorial control over what is happening in the story.
Right.
And that is a poison that destroys the game, because now the GM is restating everything that the players are already saying, and the players feel like they have zero control. They feel like the GM is like a black box, like all of their commands need to go through the black box to come out the other way.
Yeah.
And what you said is exactly right? The player said what he wanted to do, and then now there's a disconnect because the GM is a black box and the wrong output came through the black box, and you don't want that.
Yeah.
To me, everything that the player says is canon. It happened in universe, right? And the GM has control over how to counter that if he believes it was incorrect.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, tired and worn out. He kind of lifts his eyes up at you and kind of gives you that look, like, what are you looking at, kind of thing. The person who is,
that was a perfect spot to stop, by the way. That was a great area to give somebody else. Okay, you've given a description, character took an action, you could take another action besides that. Give a bigger pause there to let your players know, all right, somebody else can go, somebody else can interject here, somebody can talk to this guy, or
he's taking his 3 Pathfinder Chewy actions, man. What can you do? No, but you hit the nail on the head there. Please, when you unpause, I want to hear Alan just be quiet and let the people react to that guy, because that was a good description. Other than like the whole like uncertain thing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Come on, please.
Something I do too.
Speaking, he looks down at you as you lean over, and he goes, little goblin, that there is no longer a friend of Belhaim. What brings you here to town? And you think that when you looked into the...
No. What? Well, hold on.
He's taking actions for Eric's character now. What is happening?
Yeah, don't think for somebody else. That's and it's not even... That's not even a rare thing either. That's something that's for some reason natural for a lot of GMs to do. I don't know why. Have you read a book that tells the reader how they think? Maybe it was some weird experimental thing, but it's by far not a common way to write a book. Imagine the players are the writers of their own character. They're going to make their own decisions on how their character thinks at the very least. If your character can't think for themselves, what do we have, Yeah, absolutely.
You're totally right.
That's something I even told Zodalar at the end of session 2, where I was like, I've been skipping over you and forgetting about you in the corner. Literally just shove your way into the conversation. It's fine. Yeah. And like, I think I've said it before on like knowledge checks, like a character is prompting that they're actively trying to recall knowledge on history, a history book or something. I still wouldn't word it that way today, but this was just unprompted. You think immediately, no chance to respond. And
we don't even know what it's going to say, right?
right, in
But that's the thing,
dialogue,
though, right?
Dialogue.
You go first, sorry.
Dialogue is like the thing to have natural back and forth between players with, right? He just finished a sentence. Into the sentence, pretty much in any book and any movie, another character is going to immediately respond to that conversation. Not
Exactly.
weird where suddenly we're describing something else, we're
Exactly. And this is what I was going to say. Notice how Eric took his turn. Eric described what he was going to do. The GM misinterpreted it and then re-described it in a different way.
yeah.
And then Eric took control again of his own character. I'm like, no, if that happens, then I'm just going to walk up to it, right?
Yeah.
And that was good. He took his action. He walked up to the cart.
Mm.
The GM described the cart, described the guy driving it. Then, it should have ended there and let Eric do his next thing. Now, the GM described the guy looking down. He described him talking. Then even when he took several actions with this guy, he started describing what Eric is thinking, like Eric's character. I mean, can you see the imbalance here, play, who is controlling the story?
Right.
That was a clear-cut case of it.
Yeah.
You're talking too
The
much.
prison gate. He was wondering if maybe you knew him.
Yeah. Just checking. Guy in box. He looks totally fine. I'm a doctor.
Yes. Well, Belhaim could use your support then. I would like to. I am Sheriff Ben Hovey.
I think Vamir
I knew
steps
you
up
can do that.
in between.
There we go. We've got a character coming in. He's doing the thing. He's bullying the GM. He's going, I'm taking my turn now. Hello, everyone. I'm a human being who exists. Perfect. Great. That's awesome. That was a great interjection.
That was good, yeah.
Yeah. About GMs over-explain things to the point that players forget the important bit. Yeah, exactly. It's really difficult and you're trying to use a puzzle-solving brain too, where you're like, is that a red herring? Is that the thing I'm supposed to be focusing on? Is it,
And he's like, well, you say your town could use a doctor. What seems ill in your town?
Oh no, nothing like that. Just that that people with skills are always welcome.
Yes, and why is this man? I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude upon yourself. Why is this man being carried away?
The point here is he's never seen a cage before.
He looks out and he goes, "Oh, it's no secret. This man was captured for smuggling."
This 1 minute, boom, 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 boom. I'm concerned that 4 of the players are they're nowhere to be found. But I would say this is the best we've seen so far in 16 minutes of content. That's great.
That was back and forth roleplay.
Yeah.
They could have done Anchor a little bit better, but
They
that
could
was
have
just
anchored
roleplay.
a little bit better, but he still walks up. The goblin is peering over the cart. This guy's also peering over the sheriff is peering back over his edge of the cart. I can kind of put the scene together, right? That's
Yeah. Now imagine if you play the whole time like this.
yeah. And look how fast things are moving compared to in that last minute. See how much happened compared to 15-20 minutes of exposition. I want to know what these other 4 are doing though.
And
smuggling what?
Well, that unfortunately I can't reveal. But
Justified.
But this gentleman here was
This guy's not angry.
we're taking him down south to the
He's looking
southern
away.
towns to let him face his wrath. We have no real prison here, but I shall be gone for a few days, he says. But don't let the absence of a sheriff make you believe that you can get away with bad behavior.
So this is something I kind of freelanced in my own game. I had the sheriff having gone by the time people have gotten in. That was a minor change that I made.
That's pretty cool.
Because I didn't exactly feel like this scene added a ton. I guess it sort of telegraphed that now the town is defenseless. I think it was much easier though to, instead of having this big scene, to just say in a minute, to have one of the guards mention, well, the sheriff's gone taking
Sheriff
a
was
smuggler
killed.
to a bigger city. Well, you played that game. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like I don't know. I think it's subjective at this point.
Right.
They're both just interesting scenes.
Yeah.
I like that this is in character. Like you get to see
Yeah.
the sheriff, you get to see him leave instead of like getting told about it, right? That I mean told as in the guard telling us. So the whole like show don't tell is such an insidious argument because people don't actually know what it means, right?
Right.
When we talk about show don't tell, we're not talking about the NPCs telling us things.
Right.
Because NPCs telling us things is how the world works, is how real life
Right.
works. People tell you
Right.
things, right? Imagine that, like your professor's telling you about like World War One. Like, come on, show don't tell, man. No, shut up. You're stupid. When we say show don't tell, we mean, don't, as soon as the players arrive at a town, spend 10 minutes describing the whole Wikipedia page of the town, right? This is good. Like they're getting to see the sheriff. I don't think it would have made that much of a difference if like a guard told them, or if they got to talk to the sheriff. I like, my mind is very is a fertile ground for interesting things, right? Because I was already taking this into like the idea of like frontier justice. There's just one sheriff like dragging a guy off. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And you see how like when you worry about the ideas of a story and like you're in character, like your mind can wander like that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
So credit where credit's due. These guys are role playing. They just did. That was a pretty cool scene. Just played the whole game like that now.
Yeah, right. I hope that it just like keeps going like this. Elfhunter mentions this happens in 4D sometimes too. Yeah, this is not a problem that 4D has solved. The world stopping, Oblivion style, because that when you get into that sort of flow state of being super immersed into your character, it can almost become worse sometimes, where you're there, you're bouncing back and forth, dialogue's happening, and then the dwarf is stuck in the bathroom for 5 minutes, and it's like, oh shit, I forgot about him.
This is something that you impressed me with your role, with your jamming. Actually, I remember very distinctly that we had just arrived into town. There was a guard escorting us back to town. We were having a conversation in character, and then the guard interrupted us because you were rolling like perception checks for him.
Yeah.
So it didn't just become a scene where two characters were talking. The world was responding as we were going through.
Yeah.
And that's really good. This is something that I think I could improve a lot on. The idea of the world continuing as the conversation was going on.
Yeah.
I try to help that as a player. In the last session we played, we were going from the manor back to the gnome's house. I introduced this description of my character like looking into the woods, like seeing the woods go past as I walk through, right? That is me entertaining the idea that as we're walking, the world is like moving around us, right? I want to have like this very like solid view of the whole path and the way that we're going.
And I just offhand said something like the wolves that are normally omnipresent at night are silent, like to give that kind of eerie vibe of like the animals know something's wrong, something's not quite right, so. And that was just a quick offhand thing, it's and that's something you get skill at, is the improvisational. That's why I'm not gonna hammer the like almost sort of kind of like it's something I struggle with too, especially session 2. Session 2, I don't know what was wrong with me, because session 3 I got terrible sleep the prior night, but I think it was the best session we had. And session 2 I got fine sleep, and I'm stumbling over words all the time in that session.
Well, I think that we're arguing for what is aspirational, not necessarily
Right,
for how
right.
we are, right? You
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
aspire to great things and to be productive, constructive. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this is super cool. Let's keep going. Let's get these other characters in here.
Shenanigans.
Oh no! I look over at Slick Willie. We mean no.
This guy. Let's get this Zach guy. If this Zach, I gotta find out if this Zach guy has his own channel or any socials, because this guy might be a role player.
Harm to this town.
No.
Well,
I'm
then.
sure you have a tavern somewhere.
Oh yes, just on the other side of the bridge here, you'll find the Wise Piper Inn. There's a tavern there, and there's plenty more beyond. I believe that the Wise Piper Inn doesn't start serving until after dark, so you might dinner anyway. You might have to wait a bit, but should be dark soon enough. Not wishing to get started in the evening, but I have a schedule to make. He gives you a nod and he says, if there's nothing else, I'll make my leave and leave you to your evening's rest.
I'll give him a nod as well.
Good pause there. Good pause.
All right. Yeah. He gestures to the driver, and the driver gives a little lurch on the reins, and the horses begin moving forward. The two soldiers behind him moving back. The person behind in the prison cart kind of doesn't even look at you. He just sort of looks down, and as the wagon begins driving away. What would you like to do?
Oh, see, we
Turn
didn't.
it-
Okay. Minor thing. It's a bugbear. We don't need the what. Notice how none of during this interaction did we need the what did you do? It's just filler. We don't need it. we didn't need it for any of that interaction. That whole interaction was great though. Like honestly, it had issues, but nothing I would say is like, like a horrific, right?
yeah, that was roleplay. That was really good.
Yeah,
and I think you're totally right.
it is a foreboding scene, isn't it, Daryl?
It is, yeah. They were roleplay. That was perfect.
Yeah.
The issue I think with the reason why he said, "What do you do?" is because I think they have a fractured view of the game. The way you and I play, Tyler, we're always thinking in what we're doing next. Like we're always like following a scene. It's like a book for us. We're always in character. I think that these players, they're kind of like directors a little bit. Like the GM introduces the scene, they play through the scene, and then now they zoom back out of in character mode.
Yeah.
Now they're planning the next scene instead of actually like staying in character the whole time.
Like
I think this is why this time he asked it.
Yeah, that's a good observation. That's why I say a lot of this is the fault of Pathfinder 2nd Edition as a system, because it tells you explicitly it's 3 pillars brain rot. It's this is the roleplay portion of the role-playing game. This is the combat portion of the role-playing game. This is the exploration part of the role-playing game. And it's like, it's just messy. It's
honey, can't I just be a fighter? Can I just be the 7-level fighter that is saving the kingdom? I don't want to think in terms of pillars.
GM, can I look? Can I look while I'm fighting a guy? No, it's not possible. Oh, okay. Oh man!
Do you want to take the look action, or do you want to take the search action? Though.
Yeah, Elf Hunter. That's some real horror. Found a scorpion in the garage. Went back to grab a shoe. Came back and the scorpion's gone. Oh yeah.
Think of the XP. 5 XP. Hell yeah.
So, in this interaction, though, what I don't like, I don't know where this guy is. I don't know where this guy is. This guy, I think he said something, but I still don't really know where he is. This guy said something in dialogue, but I don't know where his character is. There was no anchoring here. And that's that concept of like when Zach's character, Vamir, looks around and is like, he's taking a physical action in the world. That's so cool. That's so cool that he does that naturally. That's awesome.
And the GM kind of did as well. When he said, when the sheriff said, "Oh, they only serve at night," and then he looked up. You can see it in the camera.
Yeah.
I saw that as a sheriff, like looking up and looking at how dark it was before telling them,
And he
that was
gives
really
a
cool.
nod.
Anchoring. It makes every scene better because now you can very clearly visualize it instead of just hearing voices talking to one another.
Now the wagon is on its way out.
Slick Willie, there seems to be some sort of undermarket in this town.
Every
This
town
man's-
has an undermarket. Just need to know where to look.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's good. Thank you.
It's a funny
Might
bit of
keep you
dialogue.
For another 5 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
You- Slick Willie, you feel a goblin poke you in the leg. Hey, you buy things? You sell things? Dark markets?
We shall see. We shall find one.
Oh, I
Okay.
personally am in the market for a little food and drink. Let's go find the wise piper.
So this guy's been here?
Oh yeah, I smelled human food. Press the bridge.
I'm looking over my shoulder at this guy that's been here the whole time. It's like, oh, holy shit.
He just got like Star Trek beamed into the scene. That was like so unnatural.
He's just out of frame. Like, holy shit, he's been there the whole time.
And here's the thing though. If your character has nothing to do with talking to the sheriff, like let's say like you don't like the sheriff, or like you don't like talking to law,
Yeah.
just describe your character. Oh, Zabari, the human fighter, takes a few steps back and leans back against a tree and crosses his arms. It tells you so much about the character that allows you to easily visualize where he is in the scene, so he's not like beamed down. That's so cool.
Yeah.
You need to always do something that is like crazy in character, right? If your character
Yeah.
doesn't care about it, just show it and let the players handle the scene.
Eric's also getting bonus points with me. He's poking other characters in the back of the leg. That was so cool because it immediately shows me, yeah, it's a goblin. His height. He's at like, back of knee height. Like that's so cool. That's what we mean when we say show don't tell. That sort of, and anchoring those physical descriptions without. He didn't even go into third person and describe how his goblin looks and how like the height difference was there. Man, that is like,
Yeah, he told the player what he feels. That's pretty cool.
yeah, that was cool. I think that's a way to do you feel right,
Are they just
that-
gonna like shift into gear and go fully in character? I'm all in for
Yeah,
this.
I'm excited.
I am all for that as well.
All right, you cross the bridge easily enough. It's
Okay, so where are these two guys? I'm concerned. These guys have been spending like 30 minutes without being able, or like 10 minutes without being able to play the game. I'm sad for them.
All my smile and optimism just gone.
I
They
know.
didn't even say that they crossed the bridge. Come on, man. You're just gonna like
Yeah.
drag him across the bridge.
They
It was
just,
so painful.
yeah, they like indicated that the three of them or four, I guess, indicated that well, not even him, he didn't, but three of them kind of indicated, hey, this is what we're gonna do. We want to go do this. It's not a cardinal sin, but again, we're trying to speed up and skip past the role play, what to us is the compelling part of the game. And what we've seen so far is the first time the players have been able to really interact in character. These guys are clearly having fun doing what they're doing here. I would just let them do more of it, right?
Yeah.
let that keep going. Let them walk on over to the tavern. They know where it is. They don't even need to look for it. You give them a map.
That's the thing, though, right? It was kind of painful to get them in character because the thing is, this is like a mostly out of character session,
Mhm.
so there were like some growing pains to get them in character. And
Right.
then now you're like yanking them out of character again. And now we're gonna have like another little section like we slowly need to get back in character.
Mm.
It's kind of painful. I don't know. I would consider this a cardinal sin. It's like me saying, "Oh man,
Fair
I'm kind of thirsty. I should go to the kitchen and get a cup of water." And as I'm thinking this, like a hand of God just like comes in, like drags me out into the
Oh,
kitchen. You know?
no, that's yeah, that's fair. I guess I saw it more of as like the fade to black. The scene isn't animated, so you just get a little block of text that says you walk to the kitchen, and it's
Yeah,
almost
dude.
like a visual novel. But yeah, that's true as well.
It might feel like a small, even petty thing.
Hmm.
But if I describe my character at every single point of the adventure, if
Hmm.
I'm the one saying I start walking across the bridge, my heeled boots clacking against the stone, if I'm always in control of my character, there is nothing that breaks my immersion. I'm fully immersed the whole way through, right?
And a more objective thing, even if immersion isn't your main goal, you will avoid all of those conversations of, can I hide? I'm in a forest. Can I hide there? Because the player knows where they are because they move themselves there. rather than being plopped into a new scene and they're like, oh, shit, now I need to get my bearings again because I have no idea where, we're in a totally new area. And then we have the repeat issue of now the GM has to, in a Dickensian manner, explain in grotesque detail what the scene is to try and avoid these questions as much as possible, but you'll only cut down on them. You won't eliminate them by this method. So yeah, that's
yeah.
yeah.
So now that I'm thinking about it, so much time is lost getting back into character each time you're plucked out.
Yeah.
Like this time when he described the sheriff, you can tell that it took Eric some time to reply.
Yeah.
Like Eric didn't step in. Like he even when the GM finally, became quiet, Eric like took a little bit, like he was a little tentative, like, oh, should I talk now? Right.
Right.
If you're always following turns, then you always know what you're doing. You're not confused. You're not asking the GM questions. And the scenes follow a very clear through line.
They were all but he said something like, we'll come back to Shadwick, this character in the top left at some point. I hope he is not still waiting to be introduced. But the others, yes, have been hired by soap merchants, which is interesting. That's an interesting thing. It tells us something about a medieval fantasy world that they're not just absolutely filthy heathens.
Yeah, soap is a big deal. Salt is a massive deal.
I really like that lots of the Pathfinder modules, it's clear that yes, it's a fantasy world, but a lot of the writers, like, even if they haven't done research, they put some thought into like how the world worked at that, that level.
That's cool. That passes the idea of the setting, right? Because I mean, we take salt for granted nowadays,
right?
But back in the day, if you wanted to eat salt and you weren't at the coast, someone had to drag that salt all the way inland for you, right?
Yeah.
Think of like the rivers of blood that were spilled for people to deliver salt, to be like salt.
Well,
merchants.
I mean, like
were robbed, killed.
There was almost a war in America predating the Revolutionary War over the nutmeg trade, over the spice trade, because people wanted spices that badly. So, things we wouldn't think of today because you go to the supermarket and buy it for $5, not even an hour's labor, was people literally spilled blood over it. So, yeah.
If you're going to go back in time, don't take gold with you. It's heavy. Take spices. Spices are really light and sometimes worth a lot more than weight in gold,
I want to, I want to answer this question because I want to say that it was 3.5 that started monstrous player characters in general. In 3.5, I believe the bestiary started including, for example, one I remember quite clearly is the Minotaur, where you would have the description of the Minotaur, and then as an aside of like, because this is a humanoid creature, theoretically, you could play this if you wanted to, and here's the stats for it if you wanted to make a player character Minotaur. Pathfinder, on the other hand, has taken an interesting change to it in that they have started. There's in the meta plot of Golarion, goblins have gone from like warring tribal savages effectively to kind of second-class citizens, where like a few of them get let in, but they're definitely looked at as like dangerous, unhinged individuals. There, it's like you can't really know if you can trust one or not. So yeah, that it's kind of interesting. That it's something I wish was played a bit more because you basically goblins in Pathfinder are basically this like schizophrenic, like often super intelligent but super violent race of creatures. Yeah, that's an interesting thing.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, Pathfinder goblins are really cool, although they look a bit too goofy for my taste.
Yeah, the giant football heads. But hold on, let me wake up my dog. But
let's see if they can get back into the role playing shift.
Yeah.
It's wide and there's very little traffic this late in the evening. As you cross the other side, you see that there is a garrison. There is a garrison here that exists, and that garrison is has a few soldiers outside, two of the soldiers look up to you, but they don't seem to be paying you too much attention. You don't think they're going to do much as long as you keep the peace.
You're muted. Hang on, you're muted.
Is there a better way to word that? You don't think they're going to cause trouble. They're just here to keep the peace.
They don't pay you any mind. They're two guards walking down the road.
Yeah.
They're talking to one another, and they don't pay you
Yeah.
any mind.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's a habit I would focus on getting rid of, because even before I found this group, I had a friend that GM for the first time, and he did that, and I was like, hang on, no, that's not how my character would think here.
Yeah.
Let me be naive. Let me get into a bar fight because I think someone slighted me when they totally didn't mean to. Wouldn't that be
roleplay.
cool? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is show don't tell.
Right.
You don't get to make grand statements about the setting. You can only, just like how the players can't ask questions to the GM can't make broad statements about the setting. They need to pass it through what is happening in the setting.
Right.
You don't get to say the guards don't pay you any mind. You have to show it to them.
Yeah.
You have to say, two guards come down the road walking in slow steps.
Yep.
They look to one another, and they seem to be laughing as one tells a joke, and they keep conversating as they approach.
Yeah.
That's a lot better, because now you get to infer these different ideas, you know?
Yeah. Think a good exercise for this is to like try to describe guards in a video game, just talking to each other and not looking at any of the player characters' direction in particular, or think of how you would describe it through language rather than through actually seeing the scene. Question: do you like big nose fairy tale goblins, 5e flat face goblins, Lord of the Ring goblins? I think there's something to be said about all of them, to be honest. There's lots of
I am a sucker for more grounded settings, I suppose.
Mhm.
So I like them with like spindly limbs and green
Yeah.
and things like that.
Yeah.
But this is a matter of taste. I can see how in a different setting you would want a different type of goblin, you know?
Yeah.
If you're playing a more comedic game,
Yeah.
the Pathfinder goblin archetype would look awesome.
Yeah.
So you can very easily visualize they're like big goblin heads, and like you toss them around and they bounce, you know? That'd be pretty fun.
I like that the Pathfinder goblins always lent themselves kind of to like a dark comedy look, because they do look ridiculous, but it's also like this giant head full of teeth, and they've got these rusty weapons that are like dog slicer and horse
They're carrying a
chopper.
dog slicer.
Yeah, and it's like they're clearly just these nasty, like violent things that you wouldn't want to be around at all. And they look funny at first until they're like carrying you over a spit to roast you alive, and then it's a lot less funny. And yeah, so I like that sort of a contrast in them. It really, the art design really sets them off as
there's a massive shift in the view of kobolds specifically.
Yeah,
A lot of people feel kobolds are cute nowadays, and like, dude, it's a pest. Kill it. I remember a party where I killed a kobold and that had like surrendered, and I got attacked by my party for killing this kobold. When my character, like, he lived in a farm. Kobolds are a pest.
Yeah,
Like, they kill
yeah.
your cattle, right? Like,
Yeah,
you're not
because
gonna
in some
let them live.
in like earlier fantasy, they're not intelligent at all. They're just like things, but they get more and more intelligent as time goes on. I have mixed feelings about the Pathfinder Second Edition redesign of kobolds. They've got like these weird flat, like almost hammerhead shark kind of heads. It looks kind of interesting. It's a different design. Oh God, yeah. I've used the example of you walk into a room, and then in The Witcher, there's no place for a horse. You try to whip out your bike in Pokemon indoors, so you can't do that.
Oh, dude, Pathfinder Chewy kobolds look really cool.
Yeah,
Ooh, like
I like.
salamanders. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. That's what you're doing when you say you think they're not paying you. Yeah, you try to pull a torch out in an area. You try to go into a dark area, and then the game goes, "Oh, you haven't picked up your torch yet. You need to go get your torch." And it's frustrating, Let me stumble my way through. Let me see if I can get it done without the torch.
Beside them, across the street right here, you can see an inn that has some glowing lights in the main room. It looks like there's probably also a tavern or some kind of a sub room to it. There doesn't seem to be any lights on in there. You see all the windows are wide open as it's a pleasant summer evening.
Oh my God, there's so much.
As you look
going on.
through the door, you can see that there is a man in there. He looks to be moving around holding a stick of some sort, but you can't make out details. What would you like to do?
Hang on, pause real quick.
Is there
We
a
didn't need that. Again, just pause there.
So, like you said that like describing them going across the bridge isn't that bad. You know what? I can even agree. They all wanted to go across the bridge, whatever.
Yeah.
But notice how he says you go across the bridge, you see the houses, you see two
Right.
guards coming, but they don't pay attention to you. You
Yeah.
see the tavern, you see the
Right.
the room on the upper level of the tavern.
Yeah.
You see the guy waving and saying, "There's so much going on. What do I do? I don't know, man. What
Right.
the fuck do I do?"
Right.
There's-
That's a good point. I think that's why we have that. What do you do? Because he's prompting. Oh, okay. Now you actually get your turn, right? And a way that we can think of that and use game mechanics is think 3 actions, right? We say, "Where are you? What are you doing?" You have 3 actions in Pathfinder Second Edition. Let's say that where are you? What are you doing? What are you saying? Like three actions. There you go. Then let the players move things along. I would normally say if the players aren't saying anything, then you can keep doing a description. But I think here, because the players are trained to wait until they're let go, I wouldn't even do that. I would just pause, stop, let somebody jump in, because I think one of the players is already trying to jump in here, right?
I think GMs are
It's
deathly
different.
afraid of silence when silence is their friend.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I hope
Because
I'm
every
wrong.
time, every time you go silent, it's time for me to go, oh, good. The players are role playing amongst themselves. Let me glance over at my notes real quick.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Now, it lets me catch up with the scene and have, be a little more relaxed, right? Not have to be going 90 miles an hour all the time.
I really, really hope I'm wrong. But I think that we're going to unpause and the players are not going to say that much. Let's see.
I
There's
think
so
we're
much
gonna
has
get
happened, right?
questions. I think we're going to
Yeah,
get a
let's
bunch
see.
of questions.
is there a particularly good smelling dumpster anywhere where there might be food?
Damn, I'm good. What was that question again? I was too busy
See,
laughing. I couldn't even
The
understand.
more you talk, the more confused you make your players. Let them go around the world naturally. When you're walking to a Starbucks, like I walk into the Starbucks, I look around, I see the cashier, I see an empty stairs, I walk to them, I sit down, then I start thinking about what I'm gonna drink, right? If a GM he describes me crossing the road, he describes the guy throwing balls around, juggling balls on the corner. He describes the Starbucks. He describes the cashier. He describes a couple fighting in the. I'm too confused to do anything. If I'm following what my character does in character, I'm not confused. But if the GM is describing 10 different things happening around you, you're going to get confused. The more the GM talks, the more confusing the world is. Let the players figure out the
Right.
world. Don't try to spell it out to them, man.
Yep.
Is there a particularly good smelling dumpster anywhere where there might be food scraps?
Good smelling dumpster. That sounds like a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, but if you,
Sounds like a
I'm an
grunge.
iron-
Is it your
Good
turn?
smelling dumpster is a
Oh my God.
grunge band. I was
I am
thinking
an
the same thing.
Iron
Oh,
Goblin,
yeah, we're
and
just
I'm
totally out of
able
character
to
at this point.
subsist on garbage
Nerd.
in populated areas.
you think that they probably
This is a big benefit of the co-creation aspect of 4D, of just being able to go, there's a tavern here. They're going to be dumping their food somewhere. They're going to have a refuse pit. It's going to be there. And we can just describe what was going on there.
Yeah.
Because this guy, Eric, can describe. He can do these descriptions. And we can get out all the silly, all the crosstalk that's going on, all the out of character conversation. And we can just get right back to it, right?
You get to play it, yeah. I
Right.
mean, even the lowly 3D game it does this a lot better. You know why? The GM is thinking about, I need to describe the second floor of the tavern. I need to describe the guy waving the stick around. I need to describe all these things. Meanwhile, the player is sitting here thinking about a dumpster. You
Right.
don't need to describe that much, pal. Let the player
Right.
direct the game.
Right.
You're never gonna fully describe the whole inn. You're never gonna describe the dumpster.
Yeah,
Let the
brick by
player
brick.
tell you what they
Yeah.
want to. Yeah, even in
Yeah.
a 3D game, like I don't enter the inn. Instead, I take a few steps forward and look around the perimeter of the building to see a
Yeah,
dumpster.
yeah.
There we go.
And then that's your prompt to get more description, GM. Like the players will let you know if they want more description, either asking out of character here as they did, or preferably just by describing how they look around.
Probably have pig barrels in the back, you know, where they probably throw their scraps and sell them or
It's GM, it's your world. Here's where you get to do. They do. It is there, not probably.
trade them.
This is so confusing.
To
They
farmers
probably have
around
big
the area
barrels, or
for
probably
various,
they throw things away.
maybe
You know,
pigs or for fertilizer or whatever they're going to do.
What is a tavern?
Yeah.
You get
Oh,
Yeah,
delicious.
no,
and
there is a
melange.
bar. I think I will send Slick Willie. Yes, there's the bar over there. I'll find us lodging for the night, and I'll
did they just eat Eric's
rejoin.
turn?
See, I think they did, but also there. See how he's kind of stumbling into character. He's like having to reorganize his thoughts as like, okay, right, here we go.
It's exactly what we said. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
predicting this, man.
Yeah, and yeah, it's an affect. It's not a ridiculous accent. It's just a slight affect. Like, yeah, it's nice. I appreciate Eric. You're doing the Lord's work. You're playing a goblin and not putting on an awful voice that's impossible to listen to. Praise be to you. You're one of the few.
Did you watch the last Crispy video with the lady playing the dwarf?
Unfortunately, I
Yes.
could not. I couldn't watch all of it. I couldn't do it. So bad.
Oftentimes, the voice is a gimmick, and it can take
Right.
you out of the experience, right? I
Right.
mean, we do appreciate different things, like drawing art of the campaign is really
Yeah,
cool,
yeah,
but it's secondary to the roleplay, right?
yeah,
If it's
yeah.
impeding the roleplay, then it's bad.
And
And
these
if you're
voices aren't. Yeah.
yeah, these voices aren't like for comedy's sake. They're
Right,
there
right.
to help ground you in the character, and that's pretty cool. I love
Yeah,
that.
they're genuine. And other than the one out of character joke we found so far, what I like about this is these guys seem very genuine, if nothing else. Like they're here to play a serious game, like for the most part.
If I were Eric, I'd be kind of pissed that a joke ate my turn,
Yeah, right. And that's something that can help too. I'm not a huge fan of the round robin style, but I think if you do round robin and as like kind of putting training wheels on and think of it as like retraining of like you're gonna take your turn, right? You're getting your turn. We're not skipping over. I would like a comic book, meanwhile, fade to black. Where the hell are these other two players? Like, man, I've just been sitting. Let GM call me on my phone whenever I'm playing the game. I'm gonna go play on my Xbox in the other room right now. Like that's kind of where I would be at here, right?
It's been 15 minutes since the carriage scene with the sheriff, and they still
Right.
have not said anything.
Right.
That's rough. Man.
Yeah. And
But
they're
yeah,
being very
remember that the
patient. They're
game.
not,
Yeah, they're being very patient.
yeah.
Remember, this is a group game, and that you need to respect everyone's time.
Right.
Eric, took time out of his day to be there and play.
Mhm.
He waited for the GM. He was silent, and then as soon as he wanted to do something in character, everyone jumped in and just laughed, made jokes, and now
Yep.
apparently his turns got skipped.
Yep. And that can be an issue sometimes with tone too. With Max had a whole video on like, can you even do comedy in roleplay? And I think you can, but it's this is a pitfall of that. As everyone becomes a comedian. Let's see where it goes.
Join you.
Might skip
I'm
ahead.
gonna go get a room.
So you're gonna
for at least,
walk into the Wise Piper Inn.
Yeah, I'm.
That's a confusing question to ask. That's a weird clarification for the GM to ask there.
It feels like a gotcha. It's like,
Yeah, it's like you're going to walk into more of my box text. I'm not saying that's what you're trying to do, Alan, but that's almost what it feels like. What was I going to say here? I might skip ahead a little bit because I want to see these other two players. Damn it! Oh, maybe that's what he's telegraphing here. Is that you're going to meet the other two players? They get to play.
I'm getting
There's
a
a
room
whole
for
other
us,
too.
and I know he wants to just go to the bar.
Yep.
It looks like the tavern. You enter it through the foyer of the inn. It's like inside of there, and it looks fairly dark right now. They don't look like I have a lot of lights on.
They don't bother us.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, we're
All right.
good.
All right, all right. So you're who is anybody not other than maybe Eric? Anybody not going into the Wise Paper Inn? Okay, yes.
But only one guy did go into the inn, so that's confusing.
See,
We're-
it's so confusing when you're not fully in character or fully out of character.
yeah,
Because now, like I said, like he's moving the characters around, so now no one
Right.
knows where they actually are. Now they took some time to shift back into character. Then now not even the GM knows where they are, and apparently it's
Right,
important to
and
know.
and you don't
Just be in
have
character the
to.
whole time, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't have to ask if the characters aren't doing something if they're telling you everything they are doing, right? So yeah, that could be a solution here.
We'll be there in a minute.
We don't even know where you are.
Yeah.
This game is perfect. This game is perfect, man. That's so funny. Wow.
Look at that little smile in Zach's face, you know.
I don't even have anything to say there. That's awesome. Wow. So
He did the
so
commentary
you
for
guys-
us.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe I am in then.
Yeah, by session 9, you'll be getting close.
Ah,
All
he
right.
probably said the quiet part out loud. You said the so you guys are poking fun at yourselves. This is awesome. I can tell this is a group that this is a group I think would fit right in with us. Like these guys seem like I'll give it for you again because yeah, that was awesome. That's exactly it. And I've said time and time again, I think most people can point out the common problems that we are wont to run into, right? It's just a matter of trying to figure out ways to solve those problems. And I think
That's really cool.
platitudinal role play is always the answer. But if we stay in that role play, if we stay in that character and we describe it all the time, we're not going to get lost. We're not going to go, where the hell are these characters? If we're referring to the characters that haven't been able to act yet, if we're always in turn order and everyone's going, even if the characters don't see each other yet, I'm moving around, I'm in the tavern, the other characters are coming down the road. When we're going back and forth, we're not like, where the hell is anyone? What am I? Is there a dumpster? Is there,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's really
Having-
funny, guys.
That's really good. You know what? Having this self-introspection of like, oh, like we don't even know where we are, right?
Yeah.
That was a silly in the moment, but that is a glaring flaw with the game. I would say.
Right. And
the-
Alan
the-
pointing out, it's like, oh, by session 9 we'll find out. It's like, yes,
Yeah.
exactly, right? That's yes.
The first step for self-improvement is realizing that you're fallible, that you're,
Yeah.
you can improve, and that's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It humanizes the group, and I think that if we presented to them a way in which you could actually stay in character the whole time and avoid these issues, then maybe they'd be very
Yeah.
very accepting of it, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna post a comment on their video at the end of this and go, hey, we critiqued your game, tried to be in good faith.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Thank
We'll
you.
be there in a minute.
We don't even know where you are.
Yeah.
Maybe I am in then.
Yeah, by session 9, you'll be getting close. All right. So by episode 9, it'll be called episode 9. Nate finally arrives. All right.
Nate emerges.
Yeah. And we're having a Nate catastrophe. All right. So all of you are going to go in. You step into the Wise Piper Inn. A beautiful young woman. She is standing behind the counter holding a quill and staring at a book. It's well lit in this area here, even though it's not exactly dark, but it's dark enough that the shadows of the crate inside spaces are darker. A gentleman.
See, this is where I would work on the actual language description, because it was just described that it's dark inside, we can't see. We go in, it's lit enough for somebody to be writing, but not that. what kind of lighting are we talking about here, man? Is it candlelit? Is it like
Yeah.
we
One of the best ways to improve your role playing is to just describe the room. Like, look at the room around you. How would you describe this? How would you describe
Yeah.
that? Right?
yeah.
Because that's confusing, right?
Yeah.
You can say, "Oh, it is day, and the sunlight comes through the windows."
Yep.
Though a few crates create shadows that cast good
Yep.
parts of the inn into darkness.
Yep.
Something like that is like much clearer. Like now you can visualize like the rays of light coming and how some parts are dark because of the objects in the room. You know.
Or you could say it's she's reading or writing by candlelight. That's the only light
That'd
source.
be cool
in
as
the
well.
room.
Yeah.
That's so she can see, but that's pretty much all you're gonna get from the room because it's one candle going indoors.
Woman wearing an apron with sleeves rolled up is mopping the floor. Another woman is staring out the window longingly at the day, consumed by her thoughts. Think about some woman kind of thinking out there. There's a tavern to the left of the desk within the room where the woman is. The only light in there comes from the open window. So it's like this light of all panels of windows, and it's kind of, you just barely get the daylight coming in. You see the shadows of a man inside there. There must be a strong breeze coming through the window there as the man.
Again, we're rehashing a lot of the same issues that we already had, which is just over description, right? Yeah. Turn a movie or pause it, practice describing a scene. That's a good one. Or go out in nature and describe that scene. That's a good one. But this is what we'd call, just in general, turn inflation, where we're going on and on and on, and the players don't have a chance to act. Yeah, some of these players, as we mentioned, have not had a chance to act all game.
Yeah. It is also the idea that you focus on things that the players are focusing on.
Mhm.
Just describe how, a few people are around the room. The light of the coming through the windows lights up some parts, but crates block out others. Then let the players walk in. They
Yeah.
approach the woman that is writing, and then you see that she's like writing something.
Yeah,
They
because I
approach
may
the
have
other woman that is staring longingly at the window.
I may have wanted to interact with this woman writing, like, interested, like, oh, that's odd. What are we doing over here? But now there's a man, and now I'm like, okay, whatever. What's this man doing over here in this room? Like, wait, how far apart are these rooms? Is this one big? Are we just panning along the wall of the tavern, and these are different like tables that people are sitting at? Are they all sitting at the same table? I don't know what's. Yeah. A strong breeze could have been described outside beforehand. What are the atmospheric conditions, GM?
I've said this a lot of times, but the more you talk, the more confused you make your players. Let them direct the scene.
Right. Because we don't have the advantage that a book has, where if I write something that's a little confusing, the reader can take his time and go back over it and read it again and go, oh, okay, I see what you mean there. It's we kind of get one shot, right? Unless we want to play the game of 20 questions, which unfortunately often ends up happening.
Yeah, it's the path of least resistance, right? Like, surely you can have more skill than just pausing. Hang on, pause, GM? What are the atmospheric conditions like?
Right. So I'll play a little bit more of this. I'll skip ahead, and then perhaps we can touch on another game for a little bit. I don't know. Let's see how we feel after this.
They're the ones that have been talking about we assume that they no, they did actually talk about the 3 pillars, right? Like exploration. Let's see some of the other pillar, right? We saw them talking to the sheriff, exploring this. Let's see if there's like combat in their game.
Let's try to find combat. Let's see.
Because that's usually the big issue with Pathfinder, in my point of view.
I would, especially 2nd edition. I was a play tester for Pathfinder 2nd edition, so yeah. Okay, so we've got some acrobatics and perception checks.
He follows Zabari up to the
type of tall guy face blindness.
All right. So what happens is you can see that there's this incline where all the stuff is kind of tipped over. The tower is tipped over. You see how they're crashing, and there's it almost rises up to a second floor
so
there.
Yeah,
you start crawling up, and just as you get near there, the crowd parts.
So let's see how the fight with the centipedes goes here. I assume that's going to be much the same.
Compare a companion door to the ceiling above, almost like this continues down. Shattered wood furniture lies scattered around the corpses of 2 small green-scaled creatures. You think these might be more kobolds?
Nah, you don't have
Is
to
it dark in there?
anything
Looks
clear.
dark.
Yeah, it's pretty dark. And
Hold on.
I'm
He
gonna
fumbles
bring.
for a second and pulls out a lantern.
All right, I'm gonna
Stop.
go ahead
There's
and
Nate.
you're gonna light a lantern.
Good.
You do that. I'm gonna reveal more of the area.
This is the thing I like about Theater of the Mind. We don't have to mess with trying to fumble with virtual
Battle maps
tabletops,
aren't
Fog
worth
of
it,
War,
man.
and yeah, it's
Notice how the based player asked, "Is it dark down there?" I mean, that's already not that base because he's asking a question to the GM,
Right.
right? But
Yeah.
he asked, like, "Is it dark down there?" And the GM was about to go into a whole other diatribe, and he
Yeah.
stopped the GM. No, I'm gonna pull out a lantern.
He just
That's
says,
good, like he's
yeah, he says, like, is it dark down there? It looks pretty dark. My character, fumbles around for the lantern. I was like, cool. Yeah, I'm glad
cool.
you pointed that out.
It'd be cooler if you describe you looking to see like how dark it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like a player thinking in character and doing things in character.
Yeah.
I mean, these players are pretty good. I've liked
Yeah,
them. so
they
far.
are. I literally knew nothing about this group. I want to look at more of your stuff. I'm gonna drop you guys a like there, because there really is good stuff here. We're not just blowing smoke up your ass. So.
And this area is a kind of a companion.
Yeah, I
map.
see. And then like people say these are more immersive. When I see this giant, my group at home has always called this the piss aura because it looks like you're just like you've just pissed on the map here. It immediately takes me out of immersion when somebody turns on the piss aura. This
is so unnecessary, man.
like
Oh
I know
my
it's
God.
supposed to be light, but it's like you can just describe this. If the GM, if it helps you to have this battle map to kind of visualize things, you can just have it on your end of just like describing, all right, to the end of this is about, 30 feet about this way, about 15 feet to some rubble on the right-hand side of the room, etc.
And this is a mind virus for me as a player because I'm watching this and it's very hard for me to visualize the enemies in front of me as I'm playing. I'm looking at the battle map,
Right. You're almost trying to have like two sides of the brain, like the imagination, visualization side of the brain and the analytical. I'm looking at a ruler that's 35 feet. There are even war games. People will say it's too war gamey a lot of times. Play a game like Mordheim, which does not allow you to pre-measure things. You do not use a grid in Mordheim. You have your units charge, and then you measure it out. And then if you miss, those units charged an enemy that was too far away, and they don't actually reach it in time, and they just rush out into the open, and they might get shot at in the middle of an open field. So there are even war games that get this concept of like, it's not really super realistic that your characters or even your commander on a battlefield has a laser rangefinder in his eye and can just exactly point out, yes, exactly 30 feet. Thank God.
And we've all played with that one guy. Like, hang on, Jim, hang on. 25 feet. Do I have enough? The guy just like measuring everything before he does anything. Just roll the dice, man. Come on.
Giab, you don't have the VTT turned on to Pathfinder diagonals. Every other diagonal should be 10 feet, not 5 feet. Yes, we know a diagonal line is longer than a straight line. Thank you, Pythagoras. Fucking hell.
This is so painful, yeah.
And these guys aren't like that. It's cool. You don't have power gamers here, from what I can tell. That's really cool. These guys don't seem like nerds. That's because we were just lamenting that earlier, that there's so many people in this hobby's infested by nerds, and they don't these guys, I don't get that vibe.
And I'll bring it over, back up a little bit. I'll bring it over. You can see this is the companion map that is the lower level that you can see. You can feel free to climb down, jump down, whatever you want to do to try to get down there. Just let me know what that's going to be.
Use it.
Radical, kind of like fireman slide down the ladder sides.
You said there was a ladder?
Yeah, let me read here. I think it says that.
You don't need to ask him that. This guy just slid down the ladder. Of course, there's a ladder. If there wasn't a ladder, what did he
ladder in the battle map? Why are you using a battle map?
Yeah, what did he slide down? There's a ladder. That's when Cameron playing Brannick here just goes, "Yeah, you idiot! Can you just slid down one?"
And props to Cameron. He just immediately went in character. Yeah, Brannick goes in the ladder and slides down. That's perfect.
Every single one of these people has had a good character moment. I would say I'm waiting on Graham, and I wish there was more anchoring from Mike. I wish he would do more of that. But like, did not bad.
An iron trap door set in the floor is directly below a companion door to the ceiling above. A shattered wood furniture lies scattered around the corner.
So players asking for clarification, there's a ladder, right? And the game master, Alan, here is trying to be faithful to the game, like faithful to the module. I think this is like trying to make sure you're not cheating your players of like, no, yeah, let me make sure I'm right here. Let me put something to you from James Jacobs, one of the lead designers at Paizo when I play tested for them. Almost direct quote from him. It wouldn't be a role-playing game, even in our modules, if we told you exactly how to play the game at your table. These are guidelines, right?
As simple as that.
Make a quick and fast rule right there of yes, there's a ladder. Move on. Move on from there. If the question gets asked, right?
One of the players already slid down the ladder. There's
right, exactly.
Even if you're GM, even if the book tells you that there isn't a ladder, now there is, man. Come on.
Now there is, and live with that. It's much more fun to live with the consequences of, oh, there's a ladder now.
Wait, maybe the ladder is going down, right?
Mm.
Do you think that we might get to see some retroactive continuity mistakes here?
Oh, that could be interesting.
Let's see.
Corpses of two small green scaled creatures. It doesn't look like there's necessarily a ladder. It's just like it's like there's an opening.
What now? Oh my god.
Well,
everyone is lost.
Yeah, now everyone's going, there isn't a lot. And that's another problem with box text is sometimes you're trying to read it and going like, huh? How is this room laid out?
Dude, that was beautiful. You can see the gears turning in their head. Like the account's like running around with papers. Oh my god, what do we do? There's a ladder. Oh, this is so painful.
Yeah. And that's when you play Theater of the Mind, when you guys were in the same area, the sort of dungeons underneath the tower, it felt organically confusing because it's a dark area where lots of stuff's collapsed in and like cut off, and it's like, does this lead this way? Does that, what is this weird bridge mechanism thing? Where when you can just see the thing, it's kind of like cosmic horror. When you can just see Cthulhu and it's like a little, tentacle thing, it's like that's not nearly as terrifying as like this creeping dread of the thing that's just out of eyeshot. I think it's a similar thing with Theater of the Mind and roleplay.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes being a little bit confused is part of the experience, right? But wow, I like how we've predicted almost everything that's happening, right? Down to the, oh man.
It's good to mention though, because it shows more and more objectivity in the styles, that things are not that subjective. There are subjective things, there are taste preferences, but there's a lot of stuff where it's like, here's this problem again. I bet this problem is going to happen. And it's not a judgment really of the style, because this is honestly, of the things out there, it's some of the better stuff out there. It's not, it's
these guys are good.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see how they're gonna fix this though. Are you
Yeah,
gonna retcon Cameron's character going down?
we've got the back of Gimli's axe falling off too early. That classic error. Elf Hunter. One thing I'm not too keen about with modules, you can see through them. This is the part where new players learn to use their ropes to climb down. What do you mean by that? You can see through them.
I think that he means that he can see like the hand of the designer, like teaching the players. Ropes here,
yeah, that might be. Maybe you can, and in certain places too, because I didn't even catch that with the climb check at this area where they're climbing down the rubble. I just thought, yeah, it's rubble, it's a collapsed tower. It makes sense that you have to climb down it.
Yeah, it can take me out of the experience if something is designed to teach you how to play,
Yeah, that's part of why I took the sheriff out though early, because it felt kind of like an Oblivion, creation engine force greet of the sheriff shows up and talks to you about things and then leaves. Yeah, I think some modules are way worse at it than others too. I plan on, and I could even do this thus far with just the first bit of the module, but especially when the series is done, like, all right, here's a review of the module. Here's what I cut to shreds. Here's what I kept, right, to make this, work. I might even do it just now with like a different module that I don't plan on playing. Of like, here's what I would change. Here's how I would run this, etc. To give you guys some examples. Yeah, let's keep going.
Come again, won't you?
Yeah, where's that rope?
All right, you managed to pull the rope from used before and be able to slide it down if you want to slide down the rope.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna put
No one
That's
said that.
no
no
one
one said
said that. That's kind of clever. Is we're just superimposing the rope as the ladder. I see, but it could have been cooler if the I would have just left the ladder in. But and that could have been cooler if the players came up with that idea, right? Right.
Was it worth it to confuse everyone, pause the
Right.
game, and retcon and railroad your players just so that you followed the book a little bit better? Like, what
right.
difference would it make if there was a ladder there?
If
Man?
it's
Oh
a
my
rope
God.
or a ladder, yeah. Which
Yeah.
you know.
It was like
what
you're
does it make
sacrificing
it?
your firstborn just to for no reason.
Right.
Your character
We
next
did
to
it, guys. We're following the
at the
book.
Yeah, right.
bottom
Exactly.
of that map right about here. Yeah, as you come sliding down.
Oh, there's dead things down there. Let the doctor down.
And you can see that there's a trap door above you, and then that's open, and then right below you as you come down is another trap door. Almost like trap doors are stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, I think Vamir goes right behind him.
Okay. All right. As you land on this this floor here near these where
was
these
very
corridors
dry,
are, you
wow.
can see the P.
Yeah,
you can see the
I think you can get very dry descriptions whenever you move your token into a place, and you just kind of assume. I don't need to say what my character is doing because you see my token. I'm here now. I moved here, right?
Congratulations, the tool successfully removed roleplay. I'm just moving a token around as if it were a video game.
What is that saying when the ruler becomes the measurement instead of the measuring device? You've kind of lost the plot. I can't remember the exact quote on that one, but
I don't know that one. I'm not a native speaker either, so
yeah, it's not a super common phrase, but
it's cool.
but
It's
yeah,
a good way to visualize it, yeah.
effectively just like when you're using, oh, it's about a ruler's length. It's like, well, wait a minute, hold on. A ruler is not an actual measurement. It's got inches and moving your character is that, yeah, map's not the territory, right? Moving your character over here is only the mechanical purpose of it. The rope, don't lose the joy of, physically describing your character moving in there.
I think the map is not the territory is the perfect example
Yeah.
because it's a battle map. The battle map is not the roleplay, guys. Come on.
In Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon, there's one of my favorite scenes. The when you point, what do you see? Don't look at the finger, or you will miss all of the heavenly glory. And he's pointing at the moon. That's,
And the thing is, you can kind of see all of this grandeur that we're talking about with Eric, because Eric was in character. Oh, let the doctor. He saw something dead, and he said, "Oh, let the doctor down. There's dead things down there." That's super cool. Now, imagine if he says, "Oh, Dr. Mixie looks out, and as soon as he spots something dead, he reaches for the rope and he starts like going down, giggling, endangering himself, going down to see the dead things." There's so much that you can do with just like descending down a rope. You can pass a lot of character and like.
We could see one of these characters, if they have a negative constitution score, the rope burning their hands on the way down, and they kind of wussing out at the bottom. We get these things right without having to see the sports card at the beginning of the game. It would come through naturally.
It's such a shame to
There's
lose
a lot
these
of
moments.
opportunities here, and a lot. And I can tell you guys are good at role playing a lot of these things. Let's see more of it, right?
You find a chipped over lockbox that has been broken, probably from the collapse. It's kind of smashed and broken. Its contents, 40 silver pieces, are scattered across the floor.
Fast counters.
Kind of like they kind of just follow the slope. That's what you see. And you see these two bodies of these two kobolds.
I think you could have paused a little more there. There's a temptation to avoid awkward pauses, but you got 6 people here. I think let them, let that scene play itself
Yeah.
out a little bit
Before
more.
the rope, they all wanted to say something, and then now, like after it became confusing again, they need to get back into gear to
Right.
role play. You know.
Right.
Well, no one else is jumping at the silver. I will gladly tidy up the mess and pick those up.
All right, Slick Willie
So
bends
just
over.
a letter?
character?
Yeah, there's not a letter.
That's a good question. Was it in character? Was it dialogue? That's
I
a
don't think it
problem with
was.
not anchoring, Mike, not taking physical actions as the character, is it becomes tricky to determine what's dialogue, which everything he said so far has been dialogue, which I like. And what's out of character, just like saying what your character is going to do out of character in a way. Either way, not terrible. It says something about he's a swashbuckler. It tells me something about the character. I had to look and see. Oh, he's a swashbuckler. Okay, that that kind of fits. That works. He's here for the money. That
It
tells
could have
me
been in
something.
character. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would like it to be physical. That'd be cool. Like see,
Yeah.
a similar scene when you guys got paid last session. Zonalar is as Talash is biting into the gold coins.
Such a
Testing them
dwarf
for.
thing as well.
Yeah, using his
Yeah,
dwarven
see how, like,
stone cunning. Yeah, it's a
something
good
as
name.
simple as
Yeah,
something as simple as like counting coins can be a cool in character moment. But don't
Yeah.
lose these moments.
yeah,
Even something as simple as saying "Slick Willie" or like "I say this" can like
Yeah.
clear up a lot of this confusion.
yeah. He coughs and speaks up, breaking the silence.
It's so
Address the
cool.
awkward silence of the room.
Yeah.
Something like that, because it does happen.
Yeah, and what's really cool is that if he did cough and address the awkward silence, it would show just how time is passing, right? Because we like this idea that time is passing in real time. If you're just sitting there and not saying anything, then your character is just sitting there and not saying anything either.
Right. They're soaking up the view of these. They're counting out the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 40 silver coins. I would just say a few. I'll be more constructive here. I'm poking fun at that because it's a little organic to know there's exactly 4. Could you look at a group of quarters that are thrown on the ground and immediately go, "There's 40 of them there"? I'm a bartender. I count a lot of change in my time, and I wouldn't be able to tell you what 40 quarters looks like.
And he has been so imprecise in a few descriptions, and then it's 40 silver coins. Like, oh, come on, man.
It's a funny thing to say, and
It's
that's
such a D&D thing, though, right?
right. Come to think of it, what that 40 quarters would be, 4 divide 10. That'd be 10. That'd be a full roll of quarters tossed on the ground. That's a lot. That's quite a few. That's a lot to count in one go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just thinking of random world building thing. In these worlds that have full coinage, do you think they've invented paper rolls at this point for your gold?
Dude, it's very eye-opening if you go and see like what 200 coins in the floor looks like, because it doesn't look what you think.
Well, I had a chance to go to some museums in France that had some Roman archaeological digs where they found like vases and pots and stuff full of, tons of gold ducats and florins and other gold coins as currency, and seeing like hundreds and hundreds of gold, like it's insane, literally like filling a flower pot full of coinage. It's nuts.
Let's see how they go.
Ladder. There's a open door. You come down that open door above, and this door is still closed. There's no ladder
You're
in between.
describing the
You
environment?
just kind of use the rope to climb down.
Got it.
Hang on,
The
go
party
back.
will stay up
What did-
top because
Mike
I
said
didn't.
something,
Yeah, I
now
didn't
ignored
actually
it.
skip because he just described picking up the silver. So
And
is happening?
this door is still closed. There's no
Back
ladder
up
in
a
between.
yeah,
There,
so
No one else is jumping at the silver. I will gladly tidy up the mess and pick those up.
All right, Slick Willie
So
bends
just a
over.
ladder.
Yeah.
Oh, a player asked. Okay, I didn't.
Ah, okay.
We missed that. A player asked was like,
There's not a ladder. There's a open
My
door.
bad.
We're still
an
stuck
open
on the
door.
ladder.
You're come down that open door above, and
not
this
that
door is still
important.
closed. There's no ladder in between. You just kind of climb. Use the rope to climb down.
Yeah.
And Zavari will stay up top because there's probably no decent place to tie the rope. So I'll just stay up top and hold on to it while people climb down.
there we go. I was waiting for Graham to describe
did
something in
something.
character, and we're there, right on. Almost everybody's on the board.
Hell yeah.
I guess Mike said I'll pick those up, so it's loose anchoring, but like there we go. We've got something that his character's doing physically in the world. We're all on the board. This is rare. This is rare
This is
to
a good
find.
group.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is actually a good group. Like, I would not be. This reminds me a lot of my own group at home where it's like there's these great moments and I am compelled to keep playing with them. And then there's these little frustrating things where it's like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of great role play, and then 15 minutes of guys, do we really have to be like, come on, let's go back to the good stuff.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
There's plenty of
here.
open because of the broken rocks and everything. You think there's actually plenty of spots to tie your rope up there if you want to. You don't think it would take much effort.
I see what he's doing here now. So this has become less egregious as I've seen what's going on here. He's using you think in the form of there are plenty of spots to tie your rope off onto. Don't be afraid as GM to just say there's stuff in the world, matter of factly. That's kind of your whole role in the right. That's like is to just say, yeah, there's stuff. You don't think it's there. It is there, matter of fact. It's a weird form of hedging that I haven't seen before, I don't think.
Yeah, I get what you mean now. I think you're right. You don't need to say you think. You don't need to introduce like this Lovecraftian thing that is making you think the story. You could just say around you are tons of heavy rocks that could hold up the weight of a person. Let the player come to the conclusion that he can tie it to those heavy rocks.
Right.
Okay, well,
tied to that
well
timber.
then I'll go down too.
Yeah, no problem. So you tie the rope up and you kind of slide your way down. Who put a light source on?
And see, again, we don't. This is an issue with the virtual tabletop. We've got why is somebody putting a light source on? What's going on here? And then I think the tech is not. It's not here yet. If it will be there ever, I did this for years too. I think it's snake oil. I think they're all like.
It's not worth it. Yeah.
You got this thing here, which we've developed over the course of thousands of years. Versus this thing that was made in JavaScript in over a few years. I like this one better.
Still the best damn computer humans have ever made. It's right here.
Got my hooded lantern here. It is unhooded currently. Check
all right,
this out, guys.
So what I want you to do is I want you to do two consecutive rings. One which is the 20 feet, and the other one was just the 40 feet dim light. You don't have to have the 40
of bright and 30 feet of dim. Yeah.
30 feet of light. So just put the 30 feet on there, but have the other one on in case we need to check it because dim light definitely has difficulties for you to see.
We don't need to do that. You know why we don't need to do that? Because we've got two goblins, a dark elf, two dark elves, and two goblins. 4/6 of the group can just see in the dark anyways. So it's probably not even going to come up. The two humans can play that they can just play that it's hard for stuff to be made out at these distances. This is when a lot of the times just trusting that your players know what their character's weaknesses and what their strengths are will go a very long way without trying to remember lighting and then over here.
Yeah.
Right. Especially because this room isn't even big enough for that to be an issue, right? So it's not something I would bring up.
What's up with the bean counting? Oh, the lantern lets out 20 feet of bright light and then 20 feet of dim light. So you're going to put in 30 feet into the VTT.
It-
Like the VTT is like a mind virus. It's causing you to not roleplay.
Right, exactly.
Isn't the
right.
whole point of having like a little lantern on your belt so that you don't need to worry about this? Like you can
Yeah,
just
yeah,
walk
exactly.
with the light.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, when you have a flashlight, you're not always like tampering with it to get more light. You just have
Yeah,
a flashlight
yeah.
and work with it. It's there to
And
solve an issue. They have the lantern.
yeah,
I would only have this come to play if they didn't have the lantern. Then it would be cool. They
or
have the
if
lantern. It's okay.
or if you enter a hallway that's way longer, it's if the hallway is longer than
Yeah.
60 feet, then you can describe as the light tapers off and then into total
Like the-
darkness.
The Mines of Moria, right? Like you can't
Yeah.
even see the walls. That'd be super,
Yeah.
like a super cool description, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's exactly what you said in your video about movement speed. 99% of the time, it doesn't matter.
No, yeah. Yeah. Like in this room right here, does the movement speed matter? No, because even a dwarf would be able to get from point A from end to end of the room with literally no issues. And talking about this, do you remember? I could probably pull it up. How long it took you guys to get down the rubble and into the dungeon? Because here it's taken them like 20 minutes to climb down one ladder. And there's some good role play.
What ladder?
going on
There
here.
is no
right,
ladder.
the ladder that doesn't actually exist, and turn on a lantern. And our session's a slow burn too. The role play in here is not the problem. If it's slow but the role playing is compelling, there's not necessarily an issue with that. But I'm saying you could get to more compelling stuff here. You could get through more of the module in less time by cutting out a lot of this mechanical chatter that just really just doesn't matter,
I'm actually kind of impressed. Like in 1 hour and 45 minutes, they made it into the thing. I was
Yeah,
expecting it to take much longer.
Right. There are lots
is
that would
good,
be
man.
way worse than this. Yeah.
This group is really good.
It's actually really good. I'm worried that poor Nate over here has had like half the playtime everyone else has. He's just been totally stepped on here. But like there's good elements of this.
He's a
All right.
zoner of the group.
Everyone,
I think
Everyone
Vamir
else
wants to
has-
look over these corpses.
light.
Do
All
they
right.
seem fresh?
See, Zach, this is the first time we haven't just walked over and looked at the corpses, but we're hedging of like, I think my character wants to go do this thing. Like, just do what you were doing before. Just go over, look at them, poke at them with your stick that you have. You might not have a stick, but
Be much better.
yeah.
So does the doctor.
Yes, they seem extremely fresh. They look like they were probably, well, give me a medicine check and we'll find out. Actually, yeah, you can do
So
a
much
medicine check.
Yeah, see, we're calling for a roll here when they haven't actually taken an action. This happens really commonly where we're putting the cart before the horse here, where roll, and then we'll describe an action that takes place based on the results of the roll, rather than the character going down to investigate the corpse, lifting an arm, maybe even cutting into it with like a knife or something. To see if the blood pours out or if it's dried up, then calling for a medicine check. No,
That'd be so
we're
much
just,
better. It's much
yeah.
clearer. So what is happening, right?
we're just
This is
make
like
a medicine
board
check. It's like,
gaming
what?
it instead of role playing it.
Yeah, it's like what? Why am I making a medicine check? I don't know. It's not that unclear here, but still, this is more the principle of the thing.
Let you roll it.
Let's see. Not my best, but yeah, 16.
Yeah, you're pretty sure that this collapse has caused their demise.
Can the doctor?
Is there a better way to say that? Like there are crush wounds on the body. There's one of their legs is trapped under the thing. There's heavy internal bleeding, something like that.
Yeah, this is a recurring thing for this game. Show, don't tell.
Right.
Describe, That's what you're there for.
Check it out.
Absolutely. Give me a roll.
I can use crafting in place of medicine, and I did
Nice.
pretty bad.
Yeah, you look at it and
So that is something that I would just again high trust. Just know what your character can do. That would be a cool way to like try to role play that. Crafting in place of medicine.
Yeah.
I can see
So-
that in like trying to heal someone, but diagnosing, how does that play out?
That'd be pretty cool
That'd
because
be interesting.
instead of like watching the bones from afar, I can totally see like a goblin like getting on all fours, like putting
Yeah.
weight on the legs, and like notice that the bones are crushed. They were
Yeah.
killed by the rubble.
Yeah.
Role play these things. They're like awesome, man.
Yeah. And that's where a lot of the mechanical stuff comes in to like flavor your character, where it's like that is not something I would have thought of unless there was a mechanic for it, right? There's a mechanic for it. It's like, yeah, that's cool. Like somebody's seeing, like some of the early thoughts of how the body moves is like a system of pulleys and the ways that
That's really
muscle
cool.
move and work, because if you cut
And the-
somebody open, it's not clear how muscles work unless um so yeah,
And,
that's
and even Eric here, I would say made a mistake because
Mhm.
that was like out of character, right? He
Yeah.
just rolled. Oh, I did pretty bad. And that's like
Yeah,
the whole thing.
right.
And I think Eric is one of the more spirited players out there to describe
Yeah.
it. So
Eh,
you can see
I'm
how
gonna
sometimes the dice can be negative for you to roleplay.
I'm gonna skip ahead because somehow we're stuck in this room for another 15 minutes, and I think a lot of it is just gonna be beating a dead horse at this point.
Ghost
Uh,
ladders appearing and disappearing.
Right. So let's skip 15 minutes. Is there gonna be combat? I'm curious. Did the second edition take the centipedes out? No, there it
Oh,
is. There's centipede.
turn
Found it. I found the centipede, guys. Let's see how this plays out.
In several places, the masonry and dirt are scattered across the floor. The collapse
Box
above
text.
plainly caused this structural
text.
damage. The dry, rotten frames of 5 simple beds lie against the north and south wall. To the southwest, the room broadens into a larger chamber. A rusted, grinning iron statue stands in a alcove in the north wall between the two wings.
I explicitly changed this description, a grinning iron statue, because it's really unclear that what it's talking about is an Iron Maiden. It's like trying too hard to hide the to be cute with the language.
Yeah, and we did that in character, I remember, right?
Right, yeah. So
My character said, is that an Iron Maiden? And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
made the idea, my character's from Gold, so he knows how nobles are tortured,
right. So yeah.
Of the room itself. And in the wall to the south is a solid iron door. Dun, dun, dun.
So right behind Dr. Mitsuki is an iron statue, right?
Yeah. And that's what
And see, he's having to clarify because the description was so long. He's like, hold on, let's go back through this. So even if you're going to read box text, like maybe 1-2 sentences at a time, break it up. Writers for modules, if you're writing box text, break your stuff up. So many of these box text, they're just so long. Read them out loud when you're writing them and go, is this organic, right?
Yeah. And you could tell how just immediately I knew he was reading box text.
Right. And it's not just because he's looking down slightly at a slightly different spot on his monitor. His diction is changing. And I've read the module before, so I have, but that's a realistic thing. Some of your players may have read the module before. And if you run it more as a sandbox and you do flex some stuff, even if your players have read it before, they can still play through it and be surprised at moments, right? When it's more flexible. Yeah, I mean, it's just an issue. And I've been meaning to do a short form video on box text because I think it's the biggest problem with modules, and with like maybe the industry, right? Because that's what the publishers are giving you is this. They're saying this is how you should play the game. This is a good way to play the game, and it's led to the worst moments in this.
I would have to agree, honestly.
Yeah.
The more you read the box text, the more confused your players become. Then the box text is a problem.
Yeah.
That's what you see. However, as you're climbing down here, as you're moving down here, people are kind of doing their thing. You see that the last person down here is going to be Chadwick. Chadwick, when you come down here, you can see over here, right here. Oh, I'm sorry. It's right here. You can just see that spot right there. You see
can see
the
through it.
back of a yellowish kind of carapace. it moves just a little bit, and then a little, and then freezes.
It's
As
moving.
you see that,
It's moving.
you kind of come down. And you're like,
No, stop there. Stop there. That was great. Let the players react to this thing now.
That was a good description, though. He
Yeah,
just
yeah.
described what the character was seeing. He didn't say, "Oh, a centipede that seems that they wants to fight with you." That is how
Yeah.
you know, if you were more in line with his previous descriptions, that's how he would have said it. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
But that was perfect. Like I can very easily visualize in a dark room, like
Yeah.
seeing the shimmering light of like
Yep.
this carapace, and then it stops, then it moves again because bugs are creepy like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a tick. It's something I do too. It's something I try to avoid, but it is something to keep in mind when you do it all the time. The you think it's the big one, I think, to
Yeah.
get rid of.
We're not repeating the arguments that we already made because we already
Right.
said a lot of that in the past, at the start.
Right.
there is something here, and for you, it's considered hidden. As that happens,
Is that a mechanic? Or are we talking a mechanic in Pathfinder Second Edition? Because I can't recall off the top of my head. That's a weird way to word something. Like
Even
considered
if
having
it isn't a mechanic, that's so weird. I just complimented you for describing things in universe, and I'm like,
Yeah.
it's considered hidden to you. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, you could just play that out by if they try to make a ranged attack against it, it's got its 20 or 50% mischance, whatever it is, that would be fine, because you've already showed that all you can see is part of the carapace. I know it's going to be a difficult shot, right? It's you don't need to say more, right? Yeah, exactly. Think like you're in a court. The more you say, anything you say, it can be held against you. It's good. So say less. Say just enough. Do it's almost a Japanese cooking approach to things. It's don't do more. Just a few ingredients. Make sure those ingredients are good.
suddenly, we roll initiative. All right, I'll bring the initiative tracker up.
Again,
Bring the initiative
that's
tracker
the
up,
problem
and
with
we
the game.
go from there. Ooh, first combat of episode 1 here, and right at the tail end of our night. So I'm glad we got a little bit of excitement before we.
Yeah, exactly. It's at the tail end. You finally got to the combat. So if you cut out a lot of this stuff, you could get to the combat even faster. And if we cut out the brutality that is initiative, takes everybody out of character. Even if you try to do it quickly, it's pretty jarring. It's just not a very good mechanic in the way that it's presented in these games. This is 99% of the time how it's played out. Everybody breaks character. There's a bunch of tension at school. Oh, we got to roll initiative now.
Yeah. Man, it's weird because it's almost like a Stockholm syndrome thing. We're like, oh, cool, let's roll initiative.
Yep.
Like every time like these GMs in these 2D games, they say, oh, let's roll initiative. That's awesome, and all the players commemorate.
Yeah.
They do that in the first 5 seconds, and it takes like a minute to just put 5 numbers in descending order.
Yeah, let's see how long it takes initiative.
I really hope I'm
because,
wrong.
so far, the 6 players, the turnflation hasn't been horrible. We've just had a character not been here forever. And Graham has not been talking nearly as much as I would have hoped, right? Like I haven't, and we've been skipping around, so grain of salt.
With the rolls before we get started here. All right, I'll make sure that the tracker's cleared off, and then I'll get it up, and everyone can start
I can see it.
putting their stuff in.
All right.
Okay, so now we're gonna.
We had a cut.
Oh,
Intelligent. This has not been edited the whole way through, but we had a cut for initiative. Says everything you need to hear, right? If that's the only time in 2 hours, and it may not have been, we may have not seen any other, but if that's one of the very few times, maybe the only time you've felt the need to make a cut, that really says something about it.
It's telling you something, yeah.
I'll give you like the way we decided to do initiative, which is the players don't roll for it anymore. We just have a base 10 plus the initiative. Keep you in initiative order clockwise around the screen. So for example, in this, like Zabari would have the highest base initiative, followed by Eric, Cameron, etc. And then You just roll for the centipede silently, and then see where the centipedes fit in initiative.
Yeah. Tyler, we might have had a cut, and we don't really know exactly how long it took. But look at how disheveled and bored the players look right now.
Oh my god, yeah, we've got that's a good point. I wasn't even just focusing on that. Yeah, everyone's in the fucking trenches right now. It's like everyone look at the expression on the players' faces when they're role playing, when they're like, I mean, can we literally do a side by side? So we're at 2 hours and 3 minutes almost on the dot here. And then we're having some like fun and exciting role play, missing a ladder. No, we are. I don't know. I wanted to try to find. A spot
Yes,
from earlier, but-
you just failed. You
They're focused,
just
they're
couldn't.
thinking, you know. You can see
But,
it in
they're
their faces.
focused. Yeah, they're in the moment. They're thinking about things.
It's dire, man.
That's a good catch, Conway.
Sure, is a coincidence, but like 5 or 6. Come on.
Yeah.
We're gonna enact the situation where Shadwick and the creatures get to enact. They get one action to do something before the regular initiative. Before the
Oh, there
regular
was a
initiative.
whole, like, oh my
There's-
god.
So there's a surprise round happening. So the way I do these is usually I play the surprise round out first, then roll initiative if it's going to happen. Huh. I think that's
Look at their faces, man. It was a
Oh
traumatic.
god, Eric.
Oh,
I didn't even notice poor Eric over here. It's like, what are we talking about? Yeah, he's thinking about that time he poked the guy in the back of the leg. He's hopping onto the sheriff's cart, and now he's thinking like, what are we doing? So the centipede, huh?
Oh, that's so
Wow, it
painful.
So we're gonna.
This is sort of the equivalent of like when you're trying to play through New Vegas or like any of these games and it like crashes. Like there's an error and like you're looking and you're like troubleshooting like what mod is causing my game to crash here. And I think like the initiative and
Yeah.
surprise round, that's where your bug is here. That's what we gotta fix.
Oh man, that's
Start the
hilarious.
first person in the first round in the surprise one action round is going to be Shadwick. Shadwick, you see that one creature? He is hidden to you.
Again with that's just there are a lot of things in Pathfinder 2nd edition where they reinvented the wheel where I don't think they needed to. This thing is hidden to you. It has concealment. It's partially concealed. It's behind soft cover. It's, Pathfinder 1, a lot of the wording was much more organic. Maybe the mechanics weren't necessarily, the numbers behind them weren't necessarily, but it's hidden to you. It's weird. You're actively pointing out to me the thing, but you're saying it's hidden to me? What? You just described it. How am I supposed to roleplay this information? I'm gonna go after the thing that I don't know is there?
The last thing he described was just a piece of chitin that he saw.
Yeah.
He didn't even see the creature, right? So he must
Yeah.
assume.
Yeah.
And again, this is playing with training wheels, right?
Right.
I would expect this out of an overbearing tutorial in a video game. It keeps telling
Yeah.
you this creature is hidden to you, so you have a less chance to hit.
Yeah.
Your
yeah,
players,
yeah.
if they're
Yeah.
playing Pathfinder, they should know what hidden means,
Mhm.
and they should be able to tell, right? 2D groups usually are the ones that talk about like player skill and like knowing how to play the game and make a build, but they don't do it because they always pause the game. They always re-explain every mechanic 10 times. They test drive their turns. Well, maybe they don't. Let's see if they test drive.
Yeah, let's see how combat goes.
But I saw some sort of movement in that area. Clearly, that is interesting.
Okay, so a creature who
So he's like, there's another cut there. So he's like mulling over like exactly the same questions I have, where he's like, he clearly saw something, but it's hidden. How do we play this? Right. I wonder what happened in that cut. Rules lookup? Did we look up what hidden means? Because here's a fun fact. If you have to look up what any of these like features or terms mean, you will be flipping through hundreds of pages in the rule book. The book is edited like nonsense. It's awful. But let's continue.
who is hidden from you is off guard to you and must succeed.
Yes, it was a rules lookup. There's a rules lookup.
Oh my god! And then hidden tells you off guards, and I need to look up what off guard does.
This is exactly what I meant. This is Pathfinder 2nd Edition in work here. When you go to look up how to grapple, you're on page 181. Then, grappling, you use your athletics roll, and I'm like, okay. And it gives somebody the entangled condition. What's the entangled condition? That's on page like 400 something. So you're flipping like hundreds of pages. Then you find the entangled condition, and it's like, oh, okay, here's the entangled condition. Why did you? I'm holding half of the book here, flipping back. It's nonsense. Like, the only way I can see of making these things smoother is like having a big cheat sheet of all of these effects, pulled up on, on a list. Because I don't have all the Pathfinder 1st Edition ones memorized by off the top of my head.
I don't think one physically can.
Yeah, but they're usually very simple things like dazzled. It's a -1 to hit, -1 to perception. Dazed. You drop whatever you were holding and you lose a turn. Or sorry, dazed is just you lose a turn. Stunned is you drop whatever you're holding and lose a turn. They're very simple. They don't add like another modifier of like in a video game where you have to, you're like stacking debuffs and you need to know where it's like this debuff adds to this debuff, and you're like, well, what does that other debuff do? I don't know. Thinking about like playing Tekken when you're looking at the move list and it's like down back 1+2 enter Snake Eyes, and you're like, what the fuck is Snake Eyes? And you have to scroll down the move list to go Snake Eyes. Oh, this is Snake Eyes. And you do it and it's just a stance, and then you're like, okay. And then you look and it's like Snake Eyes 3+4 is this move, and it's like
that's awful, man.
Yeah, it's just
it's kind of like the idea that you should know the system you're playing.
Yeah.
Some systems are bad for you to know everything off the top of your head, though.
Yeah.
But that's when it's not worth it to pause the game and look up a rule, and you just play what is natural to you.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: you might not know how grappling works in Pathfinder, but in the movie, you've seen movies where people are grappling one another. Maybe you fought someone else in the street, and like you remember how you were holding onto his clothes, right? Just play, make something up on the spot. Then after the game, tell your players, "Oh, I didn't remember, so now let's have a look." And then you slowly learn the book as you play. You don't need to know a whole 500-page book. You can just learn as you play.
Even in this moment, I would say just you've got the what would you call it? You've got this big hitch here where things are starting to fall apart. After the session, talk about guys, man, does this mechanic make sense to anybody? Now that we looked it up, do we know it now? Or we looked it up, we got the rule, and we still don't really understand it. So, what is this here for? That's a sign. Cut that stuff out, get rid of it. Maybe consider if this, if it happens more, we've got 2 strikes. We got a strike on initiative. We got a strike on hidden, this hidden nonsense.
You can tell it was a bit of a traumatic moment in the game, because it had not only to have 2 cuts, but the players were getting
cuts.
bored.
Players are getting frustrated. They're like, "What? How did they earn the Mathfinder moniker?" Well, the issue with Pathfinder 2nd Edition is they've tried to replace all of the math with these modifier words, with these keywords and stuff. And when you have the Mathfinder, you just add plus or minus 2. You're only adding or subtracting in Pathfinder. It got the moniker Mathfinder because the numbers are big and your average 5e, 4e player is not very bright and they can't add 2 large numbers together. So we just have an advantage and we just roll 2 dice instead of adding 12 plus 13 is 25, right? Oh my God, the numbers are so big.
No comment.
And people think the numbers are big for no reason other than to make the numbers big, not realizing that the bigger you make the modifier, the less the randomization matters, and it matters a ton, but people don't think about the game design. They just go, oh, Mathfinder.
The same people that call it Mathfinder are the people complaining that the GM asked the wizard to make a Arcana check, then the wizard failed, but then the barbarian rolled at a -1 and 1.
Yeah, because he got to roll 2 dice, and on a long enough timeline, 2 d20s are gonna make stupid stuff happen. It's why every 5e game turns into a comedy of errors, regardless of the tone you're trying to play.
It's a luck die.
Right. But with Pathfinder Second Edition, you know, they shrink a lot of the numbers down because they're trying to hit that point of balance. They're trying to make it to where if you are if you're a level 1 party and the GM throws a CR1 enemy at you, everybody will have a 50-50 chance to hit that enemy. The only way to do that is by having the numbers be smaller. And when you have just a 50-50 chance of hitting the enemy, what you find out in playtesting is this is not very interesting. All I'm doing is flipping a coin every turn effectively. So what do you do to cover that up? Well, you have a bunch of these like modifiers that you can put on stuff. Well, an axe doesn't just do a D8, but it doesn't crit on a 19, whereas a short sword does a D6, but it crits on a 19. No, instead the axe has like the slashing, like hooking modifier. So if your opponent has a shield, then you can do this, and then the short sword has a if then that, and then that's in addition to the hidden gives this ability unless, and you're trying to connect all these like if then dots down the line, and it's these leaps of like logical if then states are way harder, at least for me, and apparently for this group and every group I've seen, to remember than +2, -2, +4, -5. Like that is, it's really easy
Because
for me
that is just counting beans, right?
right, exactly.
This web of different ifs and thens,
Yeah,
just like it tangles you up like a
Yeah.
net, and you
Yeah.
can't do anything.
Yeah.
How do you even play a turn?
right. Because I can't even just look up entangled. I have to look up the fucking whole list of like hidden, huh? And hidden's such a common word. If I control F hidden in the rulebook, am I gonna find like lowercase hidden like flavor text from somewhere and be scrolling through it? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You want a unified system, or at least one that's
Unified, exactly.
yeah, one that's somewhat
Modular and unified.
Yep.
Well, let's see how they do it.
Yeah, let's keep going.
DC 11 flat check. So you know he's there. You know kind of what he's there, but he's so far behind the rocks, he's still hidden.
And you see, he's having to like
that's so
he's having to
confusing.
like come up with an explanation as to like how this mechanic works on the fly, like where it's when it's difficult to
It's-
justify the mechanic in the world. That's a sign it's a mechanical problem.
If this were like first edition, you just it's concealed.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
half concealed. There we go.
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
only see the top half of it.
yeah,
Immediately you get it.
yeah. It'd be pretty hard to hit. Yeah, that's all you need to say.
You have
Right.
to. You can seek him again to make him observed or point him out.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
can make him observed. You like
Ah.
that? You like how organic that is? You like how good that feels?
Totally not a board game, guys.
It's so like, man, Pathfinder Second Edition. Blech. Like, I don't use my. Even if we're just playing Pathfinder First Edition as a board game, I use my character's perception to try and see the thing. I use my character's perception to make him observed, like to give him the observed status effect. Like, so.
I think I have the Pathfinder Second Edition fatigue status modifier right now.
You need to put like a little dot on your in your top right.
But right now he's hidden. You just know he's there.
Sure, but I have one action to basically start this sort of surprise round, right?
Yep. You get
Hopefully
one action.
died.
I'll
No more
use.
roleplay. I have an action. Oh my god.
Ooh, I wonder if this will even help.
I wonder if this will even
I will
help.
use.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is a common when we were playtesting the game. The 3 action system is set up to make things more flexible, right? Because you don't have a standard or a move. You can move 3 times, or you can take 3 standard actions. It's just all action. Wow, sounds great. Now you've got 1 action, and because everything's so balanced around the 3 action economy, when you're in the surprise round and you have a third of a turn, it's like, what can I do with a third of a turn, man? Like, what is it? What is this? Like, this is like, is this even gonna help? I have heard that so many times. Is this even gonna help? Especially if you're playing a caster like he is, because almost all the spells take 2 to 3 of your actions. So it's like, what can he do here realistically? Let's find out.
I'll use my one action to cast a cantrip to raise my shield. and that just gives it. So it's a. Does this work? I think that'll
Yep,
work.
yep. You literally come down and you see this creature, and as they launch out, you go, whoa! You just reflectively hit your shield. Absolutely.
It'd be cool if he
Player do
let the
that.
player, yeah, let the player describe that. This is kind of cool. I like that you can pull up the. That is maybe a nice thing from a virtual tabletop is that you can just rip up the description immediately. Yeah.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad. See, that's cool.
Next one, what you see as you do this creature darts out from the darkness.
Does anybody else get a?
We
He
spent
was
this
fiddling
whole
with the
time,
TT, by the way.
huh?
The reason why he wasn't sure what to say is because he was fiddling with the VTT
Yeah.
to get the thing to appear.
But we spent this whole time trying to figure out whatever the hell the hidden mechanic does, only for the thing to immediately dart out anyways and not be hidden anymore. That's why I think a lot of these games, that would be the moment where I was like, throw this game. I traded my Pathfinder 2nd edition books away for some help working on my car. Like I got rid. I think they're the only RPG books that I have like. I've tossed them by the wayside.
That was the best use for them.
I enjoyed my time play testing for Paizo, but like the company's a shell of its former self. It's got some cool artists still working for them, but like that is about where the beginning and end is. Yeah, showing the description on screen should stop you from reading it aloud in theory. Yeah, exactly. It should, and let the player, describe their own spell, how they're doing it. I believe Pathfinder first edition at least explicitly tells you, describe your spells and how you're casting. Maybe that's something that's lost in second edition. I don't know.
A surprise round action.
Nope, you're the only
didn't
one who saw it.
notice?
Yeah, you're the only one who saw it.
So we're still
You
confused.
see this creature here. It's going to. You see what you see is a giant centipede. It's long and yellow. Has all these yellow arms. Its head is bulbous and red with two long tendrils sitting out. And it goes. And what you're going to see happening is it gets one action. All right. So what this creature is
my
going to
God.
do is this
So many
creature is going
cuts.
to charge out at, looks like Brannick's right in front of it. He charges out the air. That's just one action.
Ew, no.
Yeah.
Big bug.
You're like, gross.
And we're just
All right.
we're in the jokiness because it's hard to take
Now
this
we-
seriously.
All
when
All right,
we've
next
been
next
here-
up.
when we've been sitting here for God knows how long, waiting for this bug to move forward 5 feet, right? Like that's effectively what we've done here, right? Like
That's why they started mocking the whole scenario. They're not taking it
right,
seriously.
right, and mechanically, also a lot of this is you can kind of predict that this thing really doesn't have too many things that it can do. It can move, it can attack. There shouldn't have really been a huge reason for a cut there, as far as I can tell. If you watch this, God forbid you watch this whole thing up to this point, let me know if there's like another reason for a cut there, but it's just a big bug. It doesn't have like any crazy special abilities or anything, but Pathfinder 2nd edition, it gives you this illusion of choice. It's like I could move here, I could charge, I could do this. Oh, does a charge take 2 actions? I don't know. Let me look that up. Maybe that's what happened. Because it's just
Very
it's just a
cumbersome,
mess,
yeah.
Yeah.
Next up on the line is this one here. This giant centipede sees you here. I gotta double check what its speed is.
No.
Oh my God.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It could reach this guy. We don't need to worry about it.
It can go really fast.
Oh, God. No.
These bug creatures just come flying through. 10, 15, 20, 25.
They only move 5 feet, right?
They go. You see them, they go. And they go, what the hell? All right,
It moves
that's
5 feet per each
So
of
the
the
feet
feet they have.
are fast. Yeah, they are.
all right. Vamir is still surprised. That brings us
Yeah,
to
that joke got me. But again, we're out of character. We're totally in jokes town now because the players haven't been able to take their turn, so they're like, all right, we're in the entertainment
Yeah.
coping phase of the game, right?
Let's get this over with, is what
Right,
they're thinking.
right.
Right? And these are good players. We saw them play very well.
Right. This is totally different from what we saw.
Oh, I
15
don't get a
minutes
turn.
ago.
Damn.
yeah. Everybody,
this?
See, listen to that.
Oh, I don't get a turn. Damn.
yeah. Everybody,
the
yeah.
surprise round?
They each get one action before we actually continue with initiative roll. Oh, they're not quite done yet. 5, 10, 15, 20. First 5 feet, 25, and they can't quite go there because that'd be 35 because it's every other, every other.
If you're playing a Pathfinder drinking game, let me tell you, I've been playing this game for 10 years, and I can tell you exactly that this thing is going to happen. Oh my god. But guess what? This doesn't happen if you don't play a virtual tabletop and you're not counting and you're just thinking, yeah, a diagonal line is longer than a straight line.
Ah, man.
It's such a shame, right? When you play things organically, like there are parts of the mechanics that are valuable and useful, and there are parts of the mechanics that are just like that one that is the every other diagonal is 10 feet instead of 5 feet. It's literally just telling you how a triangle works. So like, it's not that valuable.
It's also assuming that the whole world is grids, and that is a
Yeah.
cancerous way to think. Because
Well,
I don't think my world, like in my room, is grids right now. I'm 12 feet from the door. It doesn't matter what bearing I am. Like, oh, your bearing does not fit exactly to the 90 degrees that we're thinking of. So
now,
it's harder for you to walk.
I do think of combat in triangles because that's how the old swords masters thought about combat as well. They broke things that like Meyer has his Meyer square where he breaks the diagramming down in triangles. Akira Marazzo talks about the cone of defense, where when you're holding your buckler out, the farther out you hold it, the steeper the angles of incidence become with the blades. So it's like, that's cool, but it's also just something you can think about, right? It's not super important that it makes or breaks it, right?
The difference there is that it's a way to visualize the external world.
Right.
It's descriptive. In
Yes.
Pathfinder, it's prescriptive. It's telling you how the world is, right?
Yeah, that's
It is-
true.
wow, that is a weird way to play it, I
Yeah.
wouldn't play the game like that.
Exactly. I think that's a rule to throw out. The grid-based movement, I think, is just like, it's not important. Let people
It's a board game. It
Yeah,
makes
let
it into a
people
board.
organically move that 30, 35 feet as they see fit,
Here. That's just one
Get to
action.
kick you 100 times.
All right. And that's everybody's gone. That brings us to Dr. Mitski. You got your full action now. I'm going to zoom the map in a little bit. And since we're all in the light, can you take the light off while we're all, when we're all in light, we'll kind of pop it up.
Not the light
Can
again.
we
The
not
light.
do the light? Oh
We
my
gotta
God.
throw this VTT away. We gotta throw theater of the mind, guys. Let go of this because it's just gotten in the way the whole time. Like, legitimately, if you guys were watching this, can you point out a time where the virtual tabletop helped more than it hindered? Maybe the descriptions of spells and abilities having quick access to them there. The rest of
You
it,
could just use like a card.
right. So maybe just take that part of the virtual tabletop, maybe if you're going to like use it, because I think this whole grid map thing, I think that stuff's for the birds.
Yeah. Tyler, if I'm in a like danky like old basement that's dark, I only have a single lantern and like I'm walking down and I hear something crawling to my left and I turn just in time to see the light shimmer off of a carapace for just a split second. I'm tense, I'm scared, I'm ready for a fight, adrenaline is pumping. And then what these guys went through is they went like 30 minutes of like fixing initiative, clearing up all of the rules mistakes. It killed the mood.
Yeah.
And you can totally see how the players are acting, that they're no longer in the mood.
I would
They're no
say
longer adventurers in a dark dungeon. They're just trying to get this fucking over with.
I would say even in board games, when I played Magic the Gathering, you know what the most annoying thing was? Somebody picking up a card, reading the ruling to it, and then putting it back down, and then going, "Well, hold on, how does that interact with it?" And I'm like, "You don't need to know. You playing the game explains the game, man. Like, find out as you go, right? Because even then, I want to spend more time playing the game, sitting here playing it with you, and we can theorize it. We can talk about how the deck works after the fact. I can show you some of the combo routes and stuff like that. But right now, when we're playing, let's just play it. Let's let things, let things happen as they happen. Then you'll see these play patterns. Then you'll see this. When we're playing a war game, you're measuring out. I can move over here. Oh, but then I don't have line of sight there. Let me move this back. Then you're measuring out over here. Ooh, over here I've got line of sight, but if I miss my shot, now that guy's in a bad position. Now you measure. God, come on, man. We've only got so many hours in the day. Just move the damn mini.
Yeah.
So
All of these gentlemen have their free time, and they're using their free time to be there. And now the system is really hampering the way that they can
rearing
play.
its ugly
The
head.
VTT
Yeah.
is hampering it, right?
Yep.
Surely you can visualize how interested they were when they were role playing. And
Yeah,
now, oh my
yeah.
goodness, it's like night
I
and
think
day
this is
now.
one of the clearest examples we have too, because I don't think I think there are groups where it's like, we're not here for role play. We're here to play basically an army of one war game. That's perfectly fine. That's not what I'm getting here, though. I'm not getting that vibe. Because the immediate turn to like out of character jokes that we weren't seeing for the rest of the session, not nearly to the extent this one's every single turn is a different joke.
I'm really curious how long those like cuts were.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
the players were really bothered after them. You can really tell.
right,
Not if we
right.
need it. How about that?
Yep.
All
Yep.
right, Dr.
Dr.
Mitski,
Mitski, you have instant kill, right?
what are you going to do? Where are you at?
Instant kill, instant kill. You hear some clinking in his bottles. Next best thing, I got fire. I'm gonna use my
He answered
quick
new
bomber
character.
ability
Oh my
to
God.
draw
Yeah.
and throw an alchemist
This guy can snap into character. That's great. That's
fire
awesome.
at this guy, the furthest one.
All right. Go ahead. Yeah, I believe it's an attack roll, right?
Yes, it does a 9 to.
He already made his attack.
It says attack.
It's
9
already right there, guy.
Use
So
the VTT.
So the VTT is not helping at all here. Is what we're the VTT is only a hindrance because yeah. So yeah, there you go. Because this did everything for you. It tells you that this is cool, man. This is great. That is what I would take from it. So if you're gonna use it, you gotta be paying attention to it, man. Don't jump the gun on the questions. Just let it play out. He's got it. He knows how to play his character.
hit.
A 9 misses. Shoot.
Yeah, probably makes sense.
Shoot. Oh my god.
And that is the frustration. He went from
Cheerleader.
role playing his character to immediate frustration with the system. I can't fucking throw a Molotov cocktail at a centipede in this game because everything's
feet
made to have
away.
a 50-50 chance. It's made to be balanced. So this is going to be a challenging encounter in Pathfinder 2nd Edition when it probably shouldn't be.
This is awful.
The-
It's
yeah,
10 feet
this-
away. You can toss like a grenade 10 feet away. Come on.
Yeah.
Then I will sneak around. I will move around here and take the. Well, I can 5, 10, 15, 20. Take the hide action.
Ah,
Take the
how
hide.
organic.
Yeah. I'll
It
hide.
takes more saliva to say take the hide action. You can say I hide.
Yeah, I hide. But we, skills are for the exploration phase. So while we're in combat, we have to use these mechanics if we're playing rules as written, if we're actually going to be playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Eric, you said that you hide. Do you mean that you're taking the hide
Yeah,
action?
What exactly do we mean here? And again, it's things where it's like the system is just like, it sucks, dude. It sucks. So much of this is not your guys' fault. It is just, man, your fault was picking this system and then sticking with it.
Where did you go to?
Around the corner.
Around the corner. All right. You throw that as a one
You
action.
can
You run around the corner.
Yeah, why?
The
What is,
VTT.
this VTT is useless. Get rid of it. Get rid of this.
And then you're gonna hide. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope you
Now-
can still tell. You guys can still tell this is in good faith. We're just laughing at how I think Conway. I think you and I have both been in kind of similar situations with this before, where it's just like, dude, just fucking
yeah.
get rid of this, man. This is not open. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's basically it. But yeah, this is let's keep going.
Hiding.
I'm commiserating here.
So when you make the hide action,
Oh, no.
I believe you have to roll
No.
and you have to. Well, you're actually technically, yeah. I think you still have to roll, even though you run around the corner.
You're pointing out you still have to roll, even though there's like no feasible way anything could see you because you're through a wall, but you still have to roll. Trust your gut on that one, right? Even if you're gonna play Pathfinder 2nd Edition, trust your gut of, dog, this game doesn't control me. I'm not gonna fucking make you roll here. Anything to say on that, Conway?
Come on, man. This was so good just a few minutes before.
It was so good until they started playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Yeah.
I see why 5e players like this one.
You have to still beat their perception. I don't think you can automatically hide when you're not in sight. Is that true? Remind me to remember.
Even
Everyone,
the GM is confused with the fucking
everyone
system.
is in slack-jawed amazement of like, if that's true, this is the worst written game of all time.
I think it might be if I
Guys that were in my comments defending Pathfinder 2nd Edition, watch this. Fucking watch this and tell me, oh, that's kind of an exaggeration. This is just theory. It doesn't actually play that way. No, it actually does.
take the hide action.
I think let me double check and see what
If
that's.
when I'm not observed.
No, they have to take a perception check to see you.
No,
against your
there's an
hide.
action called hide, and when you
Yeah.
do, you hide, you huddle behind cover or greater cover, which that would be, or deeper into the concentration, or deeper into concealment to become hidden rather than
It looks like
observed.
it's a
The GM rolls a
secret
stealth check in secret. Okay, so I roll their stealth. I roll your stealth
Oh
check
my
in secret.
God.
You roll his stealth check? I didn't even catch that when I was playing. I think everybody just played it as Pathfinder 1st Edition, as every other game ever made, and you get to make your own rolls. So I guess the idea they're trying to achieve there is that because you don't know what you rolled, you don't know when you have been spotted. I guess I could see maybe where that, but like, there's got to be a better way to achieve that, man.
Guys, okay, I'm gonna cut the bullcrap. This is fucking awful. It's just
It's-
awful.
There was so much good in this session until we got.
Because here's the thing, like, what difference does it make? He's gonna peek out of the corner again to throw another Molotov the
We're
next turn.
probably gonna be. We got 5 other people going from here. Hopefully, these centipedes are dead by then. I also
man.
I didn't even notice this about the VTT until now. There are so many other issues. I wouldn't put the health of the centipedes as visible, just in general. It leads to some metagaming. You can just use your descriptive words. They start writhing around, moving erratically. The limbs are falling off.
It makes it feel like a video game, right?
Right. Not that it already doesn't. With you gain the hidden, you go into concealment and then change that concealment to hidden, and then something can take a perception check to change your hidden to observed. And I'm
Here's the
already-
thing, though, right?
Like,
The system is there to help you adjudicate what is happening in universe. I
right.
think that everyone in real life has, like, when you were like a kid and you were playing with other kids, like, you ducked behind a corner so that they couldn't see you.
Mm.
That is like the most common thing that you can think of, just hiding, right?
Calculating,
And this
directing,
system
line of
has-
sight. Line of
Yeah,
sight does not interact with child. Child not found.
Yeah, and this system made it, like you said, like a fucking like equation, right? Like, oh, just the way he was reading it, like, oh, you need to get behind cover or hard cover or concealment. These are all like capitalized terms, I imagine. So, like,
Yes,
oh,
yep.
is the wall hard cover? Like, it adds so many like extra steps. It is like
Yeah,
impossible to use this system, man.
And when we were playtesting this, a lot of us brought up the issues, with the whole 3D thing didn't exist but we were still able to bring up a lot of these issues, and like they fixed balance issues. That was pretty much all they changed, is they were focused on that. But honestly, so many of the issues would involve like a full rewrite of the game that I don't know what, at the point we play tested, they could have done much more other than go back to the drawing board entirely. But like, yeah, it's yeah.
I should say, when I say this is fucking awful, I mean the
It's-
system.
Yes,
You guys are
yes.
just as confused.
You
as
guys are
most
just
people
suffering
are.
through it with us. We're,
Secret. Let me double check that. I want to make sure I get that. Rather, the GM rolls your stealth check in secret and compares the result to the perception DCs of each creature you have observed. It's okay. So I roll your stealth check, and then I see if any of them see you.
right, because Pathfinder Second Edition makes perception not quite like passive in 5e, but perception is no longer a skill; it's a class-based thing, and it just scales with class. So they automate the thing that shouldn't be automated, and they make way more complicated the other things. And yeah,
Okay. You've done those things. Got it. Okay, so
This
I rolled your stealth.
By the way,
thing achieved.
his turn started at 2:05. It's
Oh God, it did.
2:09.
Yeah, it
It
did.
took 5 minutes to do one turn. There's
There's six people
six
here.
players. It's gonna be half an hour if they all
Yeah,
take on.
there's 6 players and 3 centipedes. We're gonna be here for fucking ever. That's another thing I would recommend, especially when things are taking this long. Just have all the centipedes go as one turn. Just have them take their turns together. I don't know if Pathfinder Second Edition has this. Swarm rules, troop rules. Yeah. One of the selling points of Pathfinder, a robust skill system for use in and out of combat, they have gutted. And instead, you have all your characters' combat abilities that are just used in combat, and all your characters' exploration abilities, like skills, that are just used in exploration. And and it's just chopped up. Like you're playing 3 different games. It's nonsense.
Yeah, it's 3 board games in a trench coat.
Yep.
The 3 pillars of role playing
Yep.
games. It's awful.
Yep.
And you do not know yet if they see you or not, but that's what you did. Anything?
Yeah, that's a great point. Is like, how do I describe that something you don't know did or didn't?
Yeah.
It took us 5 minutes to get there, but my description is you're standing behind a wall still.
Oh my god, this is rough. And the thing is, you can usually visualize this in real life. Like, oh, I throw a Molotov cocktail and then I shakily put my back to the wall and crawl behind it, right? You can totally imagine a goblin doing it.
Yep. And I know what that means in Pathfinder First Edition. Standard action attack, move action, move behind the wall. That's it. That's all I need to know, right?
But did you consider if they have the hidden condition to you now?
Oh gosh, I didn't. Well, let's maybe consider if these centipedes are even enemies still alive for that to matter at this point.
Let's spend 5 minutes to figure it out. Why don't we?
And when I'm role playing, I'm immediately considering these centipedes aren't even going to go after this goblin. They're not intelligent creatures. They're going to go after the closest, easiest target all the time. Why would these centipedes go all the way around, go out of their way to look at this goblin that's trying to hide over? Like, when you're role playing, it just doesn't come in. That's just not going to come into play. I wouldn't even think to ask the question.
Okay, hang on. I'm getting a bit spooked here because I just noticed something very disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Graham's character in the VTT or the
I was silently waiting for you to notice that. I noticed that about 5 minutes ago, and I was like, "There's so much else going on. Maybe he'll like pop in because he's in the initiative order." I wonder if he hasn't gone up or down the trap door yet.
Oh, he is in the initiative. Okay, well, it isn't that bad then. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
Anything else you've done? You've done your 3 actions.
I think a bomb that splashes. If an attack with a splash weapon fails, succeeds, or critically succeeds. So did I crit fail on that miss?
You did not. You just failed.
That's just bad writing because if it succeeds, fails, or critically succeeds. So why not just only name the one case in which it doesn't do this on a crit fail?
It's also so confusing
Fail.
because the official term is fail. It failed, but it still does something when it fails. Like that's
Yeah.
not what failing means.
Yeah. And in Pathfinder First Edition, I know he was going with this. Splash weapon on a miss, they deal damage to everything in the spaces around them. Isn't that an easier way to word that?
Yeah. Isn't it an AC 5 to hit the ground with a
Yeah,
with a splash
yeah, to
weapon?
hit
Something
it.
like that, right?
Yeah, to hit an
It, much easier.
Okay,
If you
I should
roll above a
technically-
5, you hit the ground.
Yeah.
Deal 5 points of splash damage.
1 point of splash damage, right?
1 point, sorry. 1 point splash damage. It is the splash.
So it's the exact same as how an Alchemist Fire would work in Pathfinder First Edition, but written terribly. They just rewrote the rule,
Yeah.
but in an
Written in a
asinine way.
confusing manner.
Yeah.
If you fail, you half succeed. It's so confusing.
Yeah.
Splash range is 5, so 1 point of splash damage to
To
that
this
guy.
one and to this one.
And I
right?
think this guy, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Does
even though I
it, say
didn't hit him
does it say
directly-
just the hammer to everybody?
It says splash range of 5 feet.
Yep. Okay, perfect.
All creatures within 5 feet, including the
Good.
target.
And you threw what kind of what kind of was it? Was it fire? You said
Fire damage.
perfect.
We're having to remember
All right.
what happened.
That brings us to
Maybe
sorry,
if you
that
described
was,
your bomb catching
Chadwick.
fire, he would have known.
Yeah, right.
Chadwick, what are you gonna do?
Chadwick.
The first
Oh, boy.
combat I knew would be a little.
Oh my god, the
only
stare of
because I
death, not knowing what to
didn't
do.
remember how to do stuff.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Yep. All right. Well, I think
And it's not the first combat because of this group, Alan. It's we're playing with 2 brand new Pathfinder First Edition players. Not a simple game. Look at our combats. They go by pretty smoothly. Like in this 5 minutes that one player's turn took, we got through pretty much the whole of combat, more or less. Yeah, as Alfetter said, how long do y'all's combats take? 5 minutes. Not that they should, having a 10-minute long combat or longer is not necessarily a bad thing as long as it's moving, as long as it's flowing. This is not flowing. This is not, this does not feel like combat. This feels like bookkeeping, which it is.
Yeah.
And, you can see Chadwick for the first time or Nate rather is he's looking down. He's like, I don't know, man. What do I do? What?
And he's been a very creative, clever player so far, right?
Yeah.
That now he's like analysis paralysis because he, has like 10 different things he can do.
Yeah, he's got to figure. He's like, fuck, man. And if he's like me, he just saw what it took to figure out what hidden was, and he looks at that little black bar of like, this entangles a creature, and he's like, oh no, I'm not gonna do that because we're gonna have to. So I better find something else to do because I'm not going through that mess again.
I see everybody fighting, and I'm gonna. He sort of yells out, dang it, Abadar! Let's these guys. Watch out, guys! And he starts to call, like, "Watch out for you see him over there, and watch out for that centipede over there. He's gonna get at you." And basically, he's sort of cursing under his breath.
Okay.
And what happens is he is basically doing a 2 action cast of the spell Bless,
Nice.
All right.
which is a 15-foot emanation.
Describe
I'll
the
do
character
something
really
like,
quick.
I don't know,
Yeah.
green maybe
How
for
about pink?
that guy.
We'll just do pink for bless. How
Pink
about
for
that?
Bless sounds good. And you see the note there about what it does.
Yep. It gives you a +1
He's using the
to
VTT?
a few things.
There we go.
Yeah. And so that should give you guys some assistance.
But you can tell he's stumbling through this description because he's having to read through first bit of this, pretty much Pathfinder First Edition description. He needs to figure out how many actions it takes, though, because we can't just say, oh, it's a spell, it takes a standard action almost 99% of the time. Pathfinder Second Edition, because it's all actions. Cantrips take 1 action, most spells take 2, some spells take 3. Now it has a capital S. You can sustain the spell once per round on subsequent turns to increase the emanation's radiance by 10 feet. Okay, what's sustain again? What is capital S sustain? Like,
You want to know the worst part? They're talking about doing a pink aura, when the range is 15 feet, everyone is within the 15 feet
It
range.
catches
There's not a
everybody
single
anyways.
person that isn't. Yeah.
So
Oh, please
I
don't.
don't even think like he can move to the very corner of this room and get out of the aura. That's it.
As he's sort of calling out and telling you to attack and
He
whatnot.
described how his character did the
just
action.
attack
That's pretty
rolls.
Yeah.
And that is a 2 action. And anything else you're going to do for your 3rd action?
Yeah, I am trying to remember all the actions. It's been
Hey, you can see the mental bandwidth that this game takes. He's trying to role play on one hand, and he's trying to remember like, okay, so that's 2 actions. So I've got 1 left over. Pass. Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. This is
a
rough.
little bit since we did this. But basically, he wants to do a dodge right now because I'm not within a direct.
There is no
range to
dodge.
hit anything.
There is no dodge.
We've thought of everything. We've got 8 million things. We've got hidden. We've got observed. Is there anything we forgot to
Tom.
include in this tabletop RPG? No, I think it's fine. Ship it. Ship it to the printers.
In Pathfinder, you can do a total defense, right? Yeah, man.
Like,
It's because of balance. You can't increase your AC out of
yeah,
place,
what
you
the
know.
hell? You can't dodge because the rogue or the swashbuckler gets dodged. So like it's unfair if anybody can do this.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And
I
if
did
you've
not
been a
ex-
human for 20 years dodging things in real life, you're just wrong.
Right. Dodging bugs, something every human being has done at some point. Past the age of maybe 2. Yeah. So
This is something that is so unnatural in every D20 game. Every time I run to new players, like, oh, I want to dodge that. Like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
your dodge is your dex that goes into your AC. No, don't
Yeah.
talk out of turn. No, like, have the system represent reality, you know?
You know what's really weird to me, Spit? That is something that I noticed a sort of change in the past 10 years or so. When 4th edition came out, everyone pointed out how it was this gross, weird, way too MMO-like, way too gamified, like video gamey. Not even a board game, it was video gaming. And it failed, and that led to the rise of Pathfinder 1st edition. Pathfinder 2nd edition is making all of the same mistakes that 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons made. The reception has not been nearly as critical, though. I think we've to lead some credence to the OSR guys. Don't let your head get too big. We have taken some steps backwards for sure in the RPG space in the past 10 years. Not just as far as play, patterns of play, but as far as game design. The game design is like not good right now. It's
It's like the shifting of the Overton window, but for RPGs.
Yeah.
I think that there's like the spirit of the time, the zeitgeist, and it does change as time goes on. And it's a shame because, and you can even see this with Draw Steel, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Draw Steel. Like suddenly now, like with Lancer, Draw Steel, like being like 4th edition D&D is becoming a positive in the eyes of many people. We got to push away from that because, like I said, it's not even a board game; it's a damn video game. And you're playing a video game by hand, with paper.
Yeah, and it's insane. It's a video game where everything's pre-programmed that crashes. You think your brain working, in time is not going to crash? Like that's what we're seeing here.
I think that we visualize the crashed desktop, like blue screen with all the players. Like, oh my god!
Yeah,
after that cut,
This is great. This is a great. I didn't expect to do this, but this is a great showing of. Like maybe the most clear how a system's mechanics really do matter and how they kill roleplay when it happens in the wild. So this is super cool to me. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion or watching like a disaster documentary. Cool, but still cool nonetheless.
The combat started 8 minutes ago. You think that they're gonna get the combat done in the last 30 minutes that they have?
Yeah, oh,
you can raise a shield, or if you have a shield spell.
It's a cantrip. Can I still do that? 2 things in one round as long as they fit in the 3 actions?
As long as you fit in your 3 actions, you can do any combination.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So I'll do the shield again.
So you're gonna raise your shield. Perfect. Boom. Your shield is up.
So
it is. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's
the
a
only thing that
divine
happens
cantrip.
is if you block with the shield, then it's popped. Right?
If you do this, then that
Right.
the
You do
GM
this
is
for 10
just driving
minutes.
the turn, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
All right.
confused when I'm watching it. I'm trying to see what Eric's reacting to. Shadwick's going like, I don't know, what else can I wait? So I can do 2 spells in a turn if I've got the actions. That's the selling point. That's the selling point of the 3 action system. Wow, we can mix and match. Uh-oh. Now we're casting 2 spells in 1 turn in Pathfinder. Do we really want to? We're really playing with fire here. We're yeah.
Right, Chadwick, there's an area effect which he's going to put on the screen for us to see. Did you do that?
Oh no!
You said it. What
Please
color was
no.
it?
Just use pink.
Pink?
It's fine.
Pink
All right.
It is. Bless. Incoming.
All right. Bless Centipede
Oh, he
number
moved. Oh,
3,
nice.
which is right.
Oh God, that's
I'm gonna
What
move him a little
difference
bit
did
to
it
make
make,
sure I got the
man?
right
that's putting
one.
me in the mood for
Yeah, Centipede
fantasy.
number
but
3. Ooh, Brannick is right in
Pepto-Bismol
front of him.
area, you know?
Ooh, you look so yummy. Yeah,
Because that
you're
fire snap.
like charbroiled. You're like on a stick. It's great.
Piece
It's
of
going to,
brisket.
yeah, it's going to go ahead and go after you. All right, let's see. He's going to use his mandible strike. He goes.
Oh,
you see his little
God.
mandibles go.
He is.
He's going to reach out and strike you. He's going to roll.
God forbid a bug bite you. You know,
He's
the bug is going to use
He's gonna
mandible
roll a
strike.
16 plus 6.
Holy
1
shit!
to 2. What is your armor class?
Plus 6
18.
from a centipede.
He
Like
hit you.
CR
He did a
one
hit
half
you.
creature.
That mandibles come down and hit you. Now they're not very strong. The mandibles aren't very strong. You think they're used to eat carrion and things like that, stuff like that, or
that
creatures
came
like
out of
that.
nowhere. That's the. Is that an attempt to inject roleplay back into the situation? It gets some flavor back in here.
I think that's the jolt of the defibrillator trying to revive the role play.
Yeah, it's we're trying but yeah, man, like really, mandibles are the monster stat blocks that bad? I don't have the any of the bestiaries for Pathfinder 2nd edition, just the core rulebook. I did not realize.
Right at that moment, I couldn't see a like a centipede. I was thinking of something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, oh, I use mandible strike.
You're
Like, crap
right.
down and uses it. You know, it's so awful.
My wife really likes. I think the video games are only 1st edition so far. My wife really liked Wrath of the Righteous. I have Kingmaker, but I haven't played any of it. So
I like both. They're very similar to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. They're
Mhm.
like the spiritual successors to BG 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I like them.
But it's going to do 2 points of piercing damage. However,
Oh,
I
there's also a
need
secret
you to
thing.
give me a basic fortitude save.
Got a poison.
22.
All right. Nothing happens to you.
Yet.
Pretty good fortitude.
Monks, man.
The monks get crazy saving throws.
Yeah, that
We're
is
having
nice.
Armchair quarterback conversation.
All right. Now,
Guys, just play the game.
that is
man.
his
Just roll
first.
for it. Come on.
All he actually did was that one thing. Is there anything else he can do? They are
No,
pretty creatures,
come
so
on.
they don't have a whole lot to do. So I think he's gonna just bite you a couple more times because
Yeah,
that's
yeah. So he's got 3 actions. In our genius decision, we've given everything 3 actions, which means the centipede, which doesn't have much it can do, it's walked up to you, is gonna take all 3 actions and just bite you over and over again. Wouldn't it be
As
great?
we all know,
Every
yeah.
enemy was a monk and just takes forever to go.
and the thing is, like, it doesn't have like a -5 per extra attack or something like that.
Yes. So these are totally fake attacks, right? You're taking a -5 on your second one and a -10 on your third one. So this third one is like, what is this even here for? You've ended it up where it being like the first attack basically always hits, the second attack's basically a coin flip, and the last attack basically always misses. So
I'm cracking up here thinking of this centipede like biting 3 times and like flailing, like missing most of his attacks. Like he can't hit anything straight. Everything in this universe is half blind. They always miss. Because you might as well roll. You might, there's a chance you roll a 20, right?
I'm imagining in video games where you have like long, unskippable animations that you have to watch over and over again of a thing attacking, like sectopods in XCOM moving, where the thing moves and it's got so many action points. It fires like a laser over here, and then the camera moves back and it fires the laser over here, and then the camera moves back and it fires a laser, and you're like, dude, can we just? How many times am I gonna have to watch this happen? Can we just like? Can I play the game again? No, we're just
Oh man, this is awful.
yeah.
You're totally
Yeah.
right.
But like, oh man,
What they do. They
And you
just-
can see the gym is struggling with this as well.
right. I mean,
Struggling
even
to make
says,
sense
like,
of the
there's not
universe.
much they can do. So like, I guess
I
they'll just-
rolled a 22, but I -5 this time, so he rolled a 17 to hit.
There you go.
Just missed. I deflect him this time.
Nice.
Level 1 characters, their AC is like 18 plus. That's kind of nuts. Like this is
Dude, he just role played that. He just said he deflected attack. That's cool.
Yeah. It's really
plays
it's
it.
really cool. But like, man, the numbers and the scaling in this game are like they're nuts to me. Like these centipedes they don't play like giant bugs. They play like fucking monstrous, like level 10 demonic bugs at level 1. Like it's
Yeah. And it's funny to imagine that they attack 3 times and they miss 2 of them, like always, basically.
Yeah. It's perfectly balanced, which also means it's perfectly predictable. Yeah. And please don't say nothing happens. Yeah. Nothing happens on the. Yeah. Nothing happens on the poison. That's a tough one because you know what's happening. There's so I would just say like there's a like a green poison or venom dripping from its mandibles.
Yeah. You can just say, oh, where the fangs hit you,
Yep.
your skin numbs slightly,
Yeah.
but you
Yeah.
shrug it off.
Yeah.
You know?
Leave it up. Maybe just leave it up to interpretation. Like, maybe that's where you could maybe have a heal check later, have somebody look at it and be like, oh no, actually you're fine, later on. But could be like a moment of panic of like, I don't know if it's a poison that sets in like 24 hours. I don't know if it's like, because there are some that are like that. So yeah, that's a tough one to role play though. So especially when you're trying to deal with all this mess.
Kind of like hiding behind the wall, right? Like, oh, you go behind the wall, you roll stealth.
Yeah.
You're behind the wall. Like nothing
Yeah,
happens.
success. You've successfully moved behind the wall, and that's a lot of times where it's like, why did we call for a roll here? Like,
It's like
Just dodges.
and doesn't come close on the last one. They're just like
Like
all right,
everyone
that is
expected.
them, and now I kind of get the rhythm of what they are. That brings us to centipede number 2 right here.
Oh, this one has a
Who's
number
next
2
one?
at the top of his head. Very cool.
Brannick.
Very convenient.
He's just gonna keep the first one. Oh my god! I rolled a 19 plus
Natural one.
19 plus 6 to give him a 25 armor class. He's just gonna hit you.
so lots of this again could be solved. Like, we don't use pretty much any technology. We're all Luddites. Use all this technology. Have the AC up here. That'll help you streamline this as much as you can, at least.
Is it really
Great.
necessary to say, oh my god, because you rolled 19? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Wasn't even the meme of the natural 20, like chimp
I
event,
think
you
we're
know?
trying to inject some excitement here because the combat just isn't. The mechanics aren't exciting, so we have to be excited.
You're right.
Can't be excited by the mechanics because we're all saying the quiet parts here, right? These mechanics are dumb. They don't make any sense. They make the creatures silly. So we have to. Well, at least the number hit that's only a 10% chance for that to happen. Wow.
Yeah. You rolled a natural 19. Awesome.
Oh wait, except I'm rolling 3 times a turn for all of these, so we're way. Yeah, that's
It's bound to happen.
yeah. So
Not a crit. Ooh, these are pretty basic creatures. He's gonna do 1 point.
Despite that.
81d4 minus 1. 1 point of piercing damage, and you need to give me a fortitude savings throw.
We all saw how this works, man. Oh, come
19.
on.
19. Once again, nothing happens to it. That's good. All right,
Once again,
that
nothing
is-
happens. Nothing ever happens.
nothing. I'm gonna skip ahead. 1 minute. Let's see what's happening. Oh no, the centipedes are all still at full health after a minute.
Abel,
So
I'm
this
gonna move here.
started- At 2:04. The combat started at 2:04, by the way.
It's
12 minutes.
12 minutes.
The only damage that they took was from that fire. From
A
that.
firebomb
Molotov.
missed, and they bit some guys.
And I think I'm able to hit all 3 of these with electric arc because an electric arc leaps from one target to another. Each target takes 2d4 electricity damage with a basic reflex save. So I don't know if it's like if the first one saves, it doesn't go across, but I think
I see why he's. I
Who
was like,
knows, man?
I was like, why is he describing the spell here when we have it all in the VTT? It's a poorly written spell. That's a good point. It's unclear. Does it stop if the first one resists it? Does it not arc to anything else? Does it? And that's again where we have to have the high trust. We have to trust that our GM will adjudicate properly and will, just make the right call on that one, and then we can talk about it afterwards because our combat's already slow enough. Let's just do your thing. Say you need to reflex save, roll your 2d4 damage. Let's get on with it, But I get why he's asking the question. That's fair. Like,
I think I'm able to hit all of them because they're all within 5 feet from each other.
But look at the range on the spell.
No, it doesn't help.
Sometimes it doesn't help.
Post the spell on the VTT, man. Come on.
What does the range say?
Blame it on the range.
Does it
Blame
say?
it on range.
Oh no, this is bad. They've gone halfway down. in this
Range is
build.
30 feet.
And
Targets 1 to 2 creatures, to
There
be
you go.
fair. So
there you
I
go.
guess I'll target both of the 2 creatures in front of me. So this one and this one
You
in
got it.
front of Brannick.
go ahead and make.
So I need a basic reflex save,
Alright.
DC 17.
DC 17. All right. So let's see. The first one I roll. Oh, I rolled a. I think do I have a +6? I have a +6, so I'm gonna fail because I have a. I think it's a reflex save is +6. Roll a 16. So I'm gonna fail for that one. And the
These
second
level-
one,
Half CR
I'm gonna
enemies like
pass because I rolled an 18
plus 6 reflex. Jesus.
Yeah, low, right? This is a level 1 encounter, right? Like level 1 encounter, they have +6 reflex. Like the numbers, they start insane and then they don't really scale that much. And then you'll hit like level 6 or 7, and then there's a huge jump again, and then they stay sort of the same for a while. Because
It's like
things
5e
are
with like levels of play with like where your proficiency modifier increases.
things are gated because your proficiency modifier can't go past like expert until your 6th level. And so you'll have to spread things out. So but you'll be an expert in a bunch of different fields. And then you hit level 8 and it's like, oh, now you can be or what, you can go from apprentice to expert now, and then expert to
level of
master,
proficiency,
and then
yeah.
master to
That's awful.
Yeah. I don't like level gating. Zonalar, welcome in, sir. We have found a really interesting video. It was one I have not watched before this, and I just randomly clicked on it. Very insightful.
Believe it or not, we're complimenting these guys heavily.
Yeah. And right now we're mostly just shitting on the system. This is because it's really clear when the system started butting in, all of the problems started showing up. Now, I'm not saying that you couldn't like make an effort to try and make this work, but I think the mental bandwidth it would take is just ridiculous. And is that juice worth the squeeze? God, no, I don't think so at all.
Yeah. It's kind of like the myth of consent, Oh, the GM wants to run a cool adventure. Oh, I want to be a cool elf. But does the system consent?
Yeah, did you ask the range 30, 1 to 2 targets, 2d4 damage, reflex save, +6 to do that?
Okay.
So the first one I failed.
Terrible
3?
damage.
3 points
Terrible
of electrical
damage.
3 points of electrical damage.
3 points of electric damage to the one that
Rest in
failed, the
peace,
one
the
the one that failed to
2d4.
3, the one
Not a
that
good
passed
collection of
takes
numbers.
1.
I wonder why you're showing. Are you guys seeing the
More technical difficulties. Yeah, when you're writing mechanics, you really need to consider why certain polyhedral dice are being used. D4s kind of suck for giving you that range of things because, I mean, there's a really solid chance that it just does like, it's so wimpy. It's like this guy's conjuring lightning from his hands and it does like the equivalent of like a sword graze. It's kind of like, really? He spent a whole resource to do that? Meanwhile, the guy with the sword can just do this like 3 times a turn. Like, right? It's
And then, like you roll a fireball and you get like 5 ones and like
Yeah, yeah.
3. Like, oh, okay, I guess I deal no damage.
yeah. But with the D6, you're way less likely to do that than with the D4.
Yeah, man.
You know, like there's
Yeah, like burning hand just feels weird. Like it's the same thing, right?
yeah.
Low level spell, roll a few d4s, it sucks.
And sometimes it's just so it'd be interesting if there was some like diegetic like reason for the randomness. Like I could maybe see that with lightning. I don't know how lightning affects bugs.
Yeah, you could describe how like most of
Yeah.
it arcs upwards.
Yeah, arcs
And
to
make
some
these-
metal things in the
yeah.
room and like
That'd be cool, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I want to do a cool backflip over the enemy's attack and T-pose. Okay, make an acrobatics check with a -8, and the enemy gets an attack of opportunity at +70. Also, your mom has cancer, and like it's like, what? I just wanted to do my cool thing, and it's like, sorry, the game designers decided it was going to be balanced, so this is what has to happen.
Damage?
Yeah.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why it's showing you. It shouldn't because I have the C turned off.
Oh, they're not supposed to be seeing this. That's technical
Oh,
difficulty. Okay, forgive my earlier criticism. Then you took it into account. My criticism will continue to stand on. This ain't worth it.
Sounds like a VKC sucks.
Okay, so
there
Vanille,
we go.
you did your actions. You
That's fair.
did your 2
Perfect. All our
section
problems are
arc
solved.
on these 2, and one of them
Yeah.
took damage. And you moved 5 feet. All right, that brings us to a giant.
I moved
centipede.
5.
I'm sorry. I know that's just the mechanical talk of the 5-foot step, but and you moved. We've spent 20 minutes and you moved 5 feet.
Yeah, can't we fucking move along, man?
Says it all, doesn't it?
Feet, yeah.
That brings
15
us to
minutes
centipede
for
number
this round
1.
so far, by the way. Not even done.
Let's see here. You
Oh,
know what
God,
looks
not
really
another
good right
centipede.
now? Like really, really, really good.
Shadwick.
He looks yummy. He runs forward, and he's gonna make his one attack on you. Ooh, and I did really well.
Alrighty.
I rolled I think I was +6. I rolled a 16.
Wow.
What's your armor class?
Wow. Okay.
That would miss. I got a 17.
He did. He missed you. He runs forward. And he tries to. He goes, and you have your shield up.
16 plus. Oh,
And he's gonna try to nab at you
Well, that
again.
would have been
Okay,
a
that
raised
was
shield then to reduce damage. So I'm still the shield
Yep.
is still an option. He
Yep,
straight up
so
missed
he,
me. I pulled my leg out of the way.
He bit at you twice, but nothing.
This
Zabara,
guy is
what are you
awesome.
gonna do?
He
You're at the
didn't let
top
the GM
of the
describe it.
ladder.
Yeah.
I hear the commotion downstairs and I go, well, he's gotten in trouble again. I guess I better go help.
Sabari.
20 minutes later, he's
I will
coming.
come down.
He's
All right, hold on.
our
Now-
savior.
When you're climbing down, you cannot have anything in your hands unless you have feet.
No,
otherwise.
my
So
no,
right now,
he was role playing. He was doing it. He was role playing being out of the character. He was listening. He was muttering to himself. It was great. It was phenomenal. Oh, and then
We're
Pathfinder.
right there, man. Come on.
Oh no. Oh no. We tripped at the finish line, man. Yeah, right. Zola, the numbers on like level 1 Pathfinder 2nd edition, the scaling is just nuts. It makes no sense. It's ridiculous. Like the flavor and tone it's tonal whiplash. You can get absolutely shredded by just some level 1 goblins that are like in loincloths and with like daggers, and then go to the next room and stand toe to toe with a dragon, and because it's CR1, it's balanced. There's no problem. It feels like things are just kind of reskinned. Like
That's because it is.
the
know.
player note that the player characters are never allowed to feel powerful because it's balanced. That's a real problem in a fantasy game, in my opinion.
Yeah, like you're a cool cave elf wizard.
Yeah.
Then you roll your damage. Oh, guess I do the 3 damage. Guess it's just a few sparks that come out. I'm not
Yeah.
really a wizard.
Yeah.
I'm just dealing the average DPS that my,
But
my
these centipedes that are just basic creatures, fodder, they are taking chunks out of people. They are surviving blasts from electrical spells and fire bombs and
Yeah, but it's okay, Tyler. It's all balanced. Everyone's dealing the correct damage per round with their abilities. God forbid we have any excitement in our role-playing game.
God forbid, indeed. Zolar, welcome to the channel.
Oh, welcome.
Nightmare. Do you have anything to say about this so far?
Well, I woke up 3 minutes ago, so I'm not gonna critique how they are role playing or what they are doing. But I want to say, Cavern Elf is super cool. I prefer that like over Dark Elf or Drow. If you can like give it a bit more flavor to what your character is. It's like, oh, Cavern
It's
Elf.
okay, man.
What
They're no
an
longer role-playing. They're playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Well, Graham tried. He tried. It was a valiant effort. God bless him. I want to hear about this fucking dumb ladder rule. I don't, but
These players are cool. We were like seeing they're not 3D, but they actually like are trying their best to like do things in character. I mean, you could see how the GM attacked with the centipede, and he was about to describe how he missed. Then the player playing Shadwick stepped in, and he just said, "Oh no, I moved my leg out of the way." It's perfect.
Very nice.
But yeah, let's see if they can get through this combat in the
let's hear
very
about
little
this
time that is
ladder.
left.
Let's hear about this ladder.
When you're climbing down, you cannot have anything in your hands unless you have feet otherwise. So right now,
What? Okay, guys. Pathfinder 1st Edition. We had whole third-party supplements trying to get rid of the feats that let you go to the bathroom. I don't know if you knew this, but guess what? OSHA certifications, you need 3 points of contact to climb a ladder, all right? That is to be really safe. That is to... Guess what? You have a 4th point of contact here, which is a hand. How do people get tools from the bottom of a ladder to the top of the ladder if they can't carry anything in their hands with that? Are you telling me every carpenter in Galarian has a special feat that allows them to carry a hammer while they climb up a ladder? What are we talking about, dude?
They
need a-
install little
you need a-
cranes everywhere, you know.
There's always a pulley system for the toolbox right next to the ladder.
And that's, oh god, it's killing me. Paizo, my last words.
You have to buy the tool belt that
It's-
lets
And that's
you
literally
carry
what
stuff.
this feels like. It feels like there's a guy in an OSHA high-vis vest going, hold on, you can't have that ladder within 20 feet of an entrance here, man. You got to step that back. And it's like, what?
And
I'm
he
like-
is a wizard too that like pulls open this tome of OSHA laws that needs to be
Look.
regulated.
Under his name, it literally says skilled human fighter. He's a skilled human fighter. What do you mean?
My one weakness, a ladder.
How many turns does it take to sheath your sword and strap on the shield so it doesn't stop you from climbing the ladder anymore?
I think Alan's about to
God
tell
only
us.
knows. God only knows. You've got 3 actions, so it's probably like 1, 2, and then I climb the ladder. I imagine that's how the developers.
They might need to pause. They might need to pause and read it. This honestly, I'm not even joking, because they did that for like hiding behind a corner.
You're right, and there's maybe something compelling about some of the idea here of like, hey, what's an advantage of not wielding a 2-handed weapon? Because we often see that, oh, I'll just always use a greatsword because it does 2d6 damage. Why wouldn't I? Well, because sometimes it's nice to be able to have a weapon that you can climb a ladder or open a door with and not have to put it away. I can't have anything in my hands? What do you mean, dude?
It's one of the
Up at this Chad comment.
Draw steel solves these
I
problems.
does.
I bet the draw steel has climb down ladder with sword and shield action that you can use.
Climb down ladder with only shield in hand.
But can I use it if I have a spear in my hand, GM?
Yeah. What if the shield is on my person but not in my hand? Does that?
You can buy a slide down ladder feat that allows you to move down a ladder at 3 times the speed, but only down, not up. And if you wear a metal helmet, it does the Dark Souls noise. Ding, 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 ding,
yeah.
ding.
Oh yeah, right. The cool thing in Siege is like going up with a shield in your hand. Oh my god, you can't do that in
Yes.
Pathfinder.
But I am almost certain one of the few like designers that's still there from the Pathfinder First Edition days was the guy that nerfed weapon cords because he tied his mouse around his wrist and tried to catch it in his hand and was like, "Oh, this is hard. I can't do this." And so determined that no fantasy characters in a fantasy world should be able to do this.
Nerds, man.
Yeah.
This is unrealistic.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
tried it with a mouse.
Climbing a ladder with only one hand. This is far too difficult. Poor Graham was probably thinking back to the 80s when he played BX or something. I hope he sticks with it. I hope we get this ladder. We defeat this vile ladder.
Now,
That's the real high
you have your
score one.
shield. I'm assuming your
He
shield
has
is
2
on your
feet.
back right now.
Mhm.
All right. So
I'm
you
assuming-
you can come climbing down the. You right now can move 10 feet down the ladder. It's a 20-foot tall. So you're climbing down the ladder. You move down 10 feet.
Where's the ladder?
It's right here, but I don't have an icon for it. I forgot to put one out there.
Again, BTT, Theater of the Mind solves this. Also, we don't have to climb down now. Why can't we just like slide down it? We don't. Why are we having to do the climbing halves your speed and the yeah.
It's been 18 minutes that they've not gone over one round. It's gonna take 3 rounds to go
We
down
haven't
that
even
ladder.
killed a centipede.
It's gonna take 1 hour in real life time to go down that
Or it's
fucking
just,
ladder,
and
man.
By the way-
I'll drop something on here right now. How about that?
And this is a very tiny detail, but yeah, VTTs are 2-dimensional.
Yep.
You only see things top down. So any situation when you have a roof involved, as a 3-story building, a ladder that leads from the surface into the cave. I don't even know where they are right now because I was asleep before.
They're in that same room where you guys fought the centipedes. So
Right.
that room with
Gotcha.
the steel door and the Iron Maiden set in the center.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to use the virtual tabletop, but it's still like multiple dimensions, it's weird. I almost wish you just have like a 3D version that looks from a perspective of
Yeah, that
what you
might
could see.
almost work. Yeah,
just as a frame of reference.
we don't know.
So-
Father. The ladder's gone, dude. The ladder's gone.
I think he drew in an H.
Yes, that's
For
the
ladder.
ladder. Yeah.
There's a wrong.
Right now.
And then so like this is this happens like pretty much every time I see in my own experience where you end up using the virtual tabletop to add some some immersion,
The tokens are fantastic. The room
yeah.
looks nice.
and then we've got a pink aura and an MS Paint H.
Yes. Immersion ruined. Like,
Ah,
what are you gonna do? Look up ladder token?
right, that's gonna take you way too long. Everything's it's taken forever already.
The aura is so
No.
pink it hurts my eyes
It's
too. That-
magenta, right? I mentioned that
Oh,
before you
yes.
you showed up. I was like, yes, that screams. That goes so well with the papyrus background. This screams fantasy. This
One of the drawbacks
give it-
of Roll20, like Tabletop Foundry and stuff. I think they have like special effects nowadays for auras. I'll have to look up what they do nowadays for Foundry and Fantasy Grounds.
Mm.
Give it a.
I just drew a little H. Does that help?
All right. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, player did.
Okay. So
The players
that H for help. So when the
Active
helicopter comes flying
player.
over, they know where to stop
H
to
for
land.
help me.
He's
Help,
the help.
find the role play.
Right,
So they
so
find
the-
their corpses.
So Zabari, you can move once down the ladder, twice down the ladder, which gets you at the bottom, and you have one action left. So put yourself in that square.
Fantastic.
Okay.
He's using 3 actions, 2 for ladder and 1 for something else.
And one
There
for
I am in
question
that
mark.
square.
All right.
So I can.
Right on the edge.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And I will pull my weapon as my action, I guess.
All
Or
right.
does that
Yeah.
count as
So
an
right now,
Oh God, yeah. So he's
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
got 20
He's
minutes.
not attacking with that action.
No, it's gone 20 minutes around, and because he can't have anything while he's climbing down the ladder, he moves at half speed while climbing. So he takes 2 actions, get to the bottom. He doesn't have anything in his hand, so he's like, I guess I draw my sword.
How much
What an
cooler would it be if he imagined, like if the descriptions were a bit better? He climbs down the ladder at the first action, then he jumps down on top of the other centipede for like a
Yeah.
curb stomp.
You just stomp it. Yeah, we did that in the
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or with the shield, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, you just have a shield on, you climb with one hand, and then you see your friends fighting the centipedes, and one of them is within 5 foot. Like, I jump to curb stomp him.
yeah.
It's like, well, technically you can't do that because it's on the opposite of the ladder. So
Right. and you don't have the curb stomp feet, which
yeah.
you have your rundown, and then you draw your weapon. You don't have your shield in your hand right now. You just draw your weapon.
I know, GM.
Mhm.
Don't remind me of my short.
All right, that brings us to Slick.
I'm
Willy.
skilled
Slick, what are you
fighter.
gonna do?
yeah.
Express
We got to
every
put
turn.
an un here. We got to put a moderately. You know.
And it's not even his fault. It's just a game master having to point it out every time.
Yeah. Right. But he has to point it out every time because there's so many things to memorize here. Like, and these are
Yeah.
this is the first episode. It's the first one, so it's just like, and you have to memorize. It's easy to memorize things, memorize mechanics when they make logical sense. Like stun. Oh, you get punched in the gut or in the jaw. You drop
You miss
whatever
a
you're
turn.
holding, and you lose your turn. Makes sense
Yep.
to me. Hidden. You have this quality until you become observed. And it's like, wait, why are we? You don't need to word it in ways like this. This is goofy. Where just play it out organically. Like, let's see what Mike does here. I've liked some of his dialogue.
Yes. He goes to the top of the ladder or the thing, and it's like,
Guys, I went back to our video when we fought the centipedes.
Yeah.
It went from 2:4:20, 2 hours 4 minutes 20 seconds, to 2 hours 10 minutes and 40 seconds.
So yeah, a little over
spent-
5 minutes. Yep.
We spent 6 minutes in this encounter.
Yeah.
They've not gone through the first round.
Yeah.
In 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, this is grim.
Yeah. And it's the role-playing style. It is the system, because those centipedes don't have like freaking 13 hit points and +6 reflex save and there is no, you've got maybe a 50-50, and they get 1 attack on their turn. They don't, when you have 3 attacks times that, you've got 9 attacks every turn, 9 chances to apply poison, so 9 times people are having to make fortitude saves. Think of how often you're rolling here, man, just for the enemies, right? There's a lot that is the system's fault here.
And they felt like centipedes because we attacked them, we killed them. Like I can drive them a rapier through one of them and they die, right?
Yeah.
It's not like here, like splashing lightning and they're dodging everything.
Yeah. Freaking centipedes
Think
doing
about it.
backflips and
Think about it logically. They got burned by a napalm cocktail. They got zapped by a wizard. They got flashed at by a sword. They're still alive. These are not centipedes. They're fucking like zombies, like crawling.
like I said, these are like demons. These are like level 10, like demonic centipedes.
Like this is a sentient monster, like the dire centipede, when they
Yeah.
have like malevolence behind them.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you're playing like a game and you find like the wolf, and then you go to the next zone. It's like a blue wolf that's like 5 times as strong.
Yeah.
It's like
It's the health bar is just like this big for
The
some
same
reason.
textures, like same assets, different
Yeah.
color.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But you're running into it backwards. You're running into it in the very first encounter. It's like even worse than that. Yeah.
you need to get away from the thing so I can come down. And he'll stand.
Oh my God, the room's full. So this guy's losing his turn because he can't fit in the room because he's at the top of the ladder right now. Oh my god. Oh no.
I thought
He is a
Pathfinder.
cavern elf swashbuckler. Surely he can like jump down from the cave. He is in a cave right now. Come on.
Oh god.
No, it's not possible. He doesn't have enough deck. He doesn't have the right feet that lets him move past allies.
There isn't a
American,
jump down like ladder action. Yeah.
the
I swear,
American,
like
the American Psycho. Why isn't it possible? It's just not.
he's even coming down from above so he can see it all happen. I mean, how tall is the cave? Oh, we don't know. The game master is
Well,
not telling
20
you.
foot. It's 20-foot ladder. So
A 20-foot ladder.
yeah.
I mean, it should be enough to like you climb down and you realize, oh, it's getting stuffy in here.
You should, like
You jump past,
swing and
like
up into
between
the space. No.
exactly, jump down there. Like you maybe you need to do some roll in acrobatics. Okay, you fail, you land prone with all of the people getting in your way. Even
And-
that would be
Yeah.
better than being stuck on the ladder.
This is kind of a rule that I don't expect everybody to remember, but in Pathfinder First Edition, they remind you, these are 5-foot squares. 2 people can be in the same square at the same time. It just makes fighting really awkward. It's a thing you can do.
Yes.
It's just it's just not not conducive to swinging a sword around when a guy's right next to you instead of 5 giving you some space.
The most common way to kill a bug is to stomp it. Why don't you just like fall down on top of one of the centipedes? Wouldn't that be cool? Like in character
Yeah.
thing.
I do like his characters of so far. It's a funny character when it's coming
Yeah,
out.
I like Slick. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the moment where he's no one's grabbing the silver. I guess I do it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
that's
I'll
pretty
pick
cool.
that up. Yeah.
Nice.
There.
You can climb.
Yoink.
You can stand on the ladder like 5 feet above him if you want. It's up to you, or you can
Well,
because right now he's at the bottom of the ladder.
That's a
and
lot
there's
of movement.
15 feet of
Otherwise.
ladder. You can climb 10 feet at
well,
a time.
come down and then can I flip up?
Okay, wait, hold
Uh-huh.
on. I'm sure you guys pointed this out before, but I have to point it out too now. Now that I'm here, everything's new again. The game master telling me what I can or cannot do, I absolutely despise it. Even if he just is trying to enforce the rules, letting me know what the rules are about, I'd rather be that I do the actions. And if he says like this is impossible, I want him to ignore that it's impossible and give me
Right.
an impossible roll instead to achieve.
Yeah.
Like let me roll my DC 30 roll. I don't
Mhm.
care.
Yeah, did I stutter? Right?
Yeah. This is what I'm trying to do, and that's how you lead to the well, can I do this? I don't know if the system's going to allow me to do
Exactly.
this. And this
Now
is one
I
of
have
the
to ask every
role-playing
time because he
game.
said he's telling me no. Like every time I do something,
This
he's
is one of
telling
the
me no, you
problems
can't
with
do that.
playing with rules as written is there is a desire to play to the spirit of the game, to like, well, the designers must have designed it this way for a reason, right? They get paid to do this. They're professionals at it. Here's
Yes.
proof that it's sheer luck and nepotism that's the case. It is like,
It's a role-playing game. Imagination is supposed to be the limit, guys. Come on.
right. You gotta
And it's-
you gotta use session 0 as your chainsaw to that rule book. Like you gotta
And it doesn't become more of a game if you stop every turn the players are taking to tell
Right.
them what they can or cannot do.
right.
Just makes it more annoying.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. You want to jump off? Yeah, you can jump off. Yeah, that's for sure.
5 foot.
Yeah, and I
That
think
last-
Do I have
yeah,
permission to
I
jump?
think if you can just, I
jump?
think let me look at the jump rules just to make sure I
No.
get them. And again, we're just gonna check these out real quick here.
Yeah.
I think that should be fine.
Look up the
I'll-
jump
and I'll-
rules
I'll,
for next
investigate
session.
that because I thought I knew the jump
Because
rules
they
a little better.
happen.
But yeah, you can jump 5 feet out and land away from him, and that is just an action. So you can move.
Why
those
do you
ti-
need
times
rules
and
to know
jump
how to
into
jump?
it.
It's free, guys. You can just do it.
He's not even jumping. He's falling down the ladder.
Yeah. Like he doesn't need to be super acrobatic. What he needs to do is make sure he doesn't get caught by the fucking two-handed broadsword of
Guys.
his friend and land on his feet.
Guys, the swashbuckler, he can fall off of a ladder successfully.
Maybe.
Real fantasy gaming, guys.
Let's read a book to see if you're right.
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
in the name,
absolutely.
swashbuckler. Like that's the guy that's supposed to be like dancing on tight ropes against
Yeah.
another enemy on the tightrope, fucking in a duel. with his rapier, you know,
Yeah,
slashing
He's
the
a
shit out of him.
cavern elf. He's a cavern elf as well. He's supposed
Yeah.
to be like good
Yeah.
at fighting in dark caves.
Supernaturally
Like, that's-
agile.
Those are the guys that can fight in 3-dimensional space because there is a fucking ceiling. They know
Yeah.
exactly where to be, what to do.
Not in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And this
I'm
is
gonna
a
go to the
problem.
bathroom real quick.
Yeah,
Good.
this is a problem that
I got you covered, Conway.
the mechanics of the game have made the world of Galarian make no sense. Because presumably your characters, you know, Talash and Shair and Philippe, are the very same level 1 characters living in Galarian as all of these level 1 characters, fighting the same centipedes, presumably. But the mechanics have just ruined that. They have changed. They have irreparably changed what's going on here. You know, Talash should be sitting over here like trying to curb stomp this centipede like for 4 turns in a row, even going fast in our style. You'd still be sitting here like, dude, why can't I hit this bug? Why can't I hit
Okay,
this big
Master,
bug?
I drew Talash as the Chad and your centipede as the
The
Soychak.
centipede.
Therefore, I win. I win the fight.
That's my role playing, my new role playing game mechanic where we resolve things via drawing instead of a
Yeah.
roll.
If you can draw your character beating the shit out of my character, you win.
Yep. Let's see. I don't think Conway will miss too much if I keep playing here.
Yeah, keep going.
Square.
I move at 35.
What's that? Yeah, you can, but it
So he
it's-
has extra
when you're
movement.
climbing. It's only
Yeah.
you only climb at
Half?
At half
Wall,
speed.
you only climb at half speed. You can't move 2.5 feet because a square isn't 2.5 feet, and we're using the grid base. So you have to
Right.
remember whether or not you round up or round down. In Pathfinder,
Is it
First
15 or 20?
Yeah,
I
in
guess.
Pathfinder First Edition, you always round down unless it specifies otherwise. This is a big problem with not doing Theater of the Mind and using the grid maps. Because if
Yeah.
you're using Theater of the Mind, you can imagine a guy moving 17 and a half feet. That's totally
Also-
a possible thing for you to do. Like,
Did he start on top of the ladder or next
Oh,
to the ladder or
right.
slightly off?
does he have to move to get onto
Yeah.
the ladder?
Like 10
Does-
feet just to get to the ladder. So he has 25 feet of movement for
Yeah.
climbing down, which is 12.5. Like, who likes to make these maps? Is my
Right,
question. Like, who
right.
enjoys this level of, what's the right word of like pedantic detailing?
Entry, yeah. It's,
Yeah, it's not helping. Like, it's not helping the player. It's not helping the game master. It's not helping the role play. At the most, this is. I would only deploy this in when the players are like getting chased down by a super dangerous monster. They try to escape, trying to figure out if they have enough movement to get out of dodge. You know.
Yeah, effectively. So yeah, I just don't think it adds much. I think you should save your crunch for where it really matters.
no, it's like 5 feet. Let me see what climb
Could he
says.
do an acrobatics check? And
Hold on.
The other players are like,
Yep.
can we move things along?
dude.
Can something happen?
he's a swashbuckler after all.
Climb.
Yes,
Attempt
he
an
said
athletics
it.
check to move a maximum distance of 5 feet up.
Editor, good job. I think so.
Is he editing his own footage?
I believe
or-
so.
Good work.
Assuming
I
that
like
this
this.
is in the first person. Yeah.
Zolar, we had a hilarious moment when there was a
Yeah.
cut after he asked for initiative, and we didn't know how long it took for initiative.
You can
Oh,
see
no.
the expression of all of the
Yeah.
players where it
But
looks like a war
the players like
has
this.
happened. Like
Oh
like-
god.
they've gone from like
1,000-yard stare.
And the game master realized, oh, this is not good for video.
I'll have to go
Like,
back.
people are
Yeah,
gonna think I'm like we are incompetent, you know.
like trying to be like genuine to the system has meant you had to make edits like this. You know, I think that's
Yeah.
a really genuine.
Imagine the door slaps open, the guy steps in with his belt unbuckled. He says, "Roll for the initiative!" No, Dad.
I'm half expecting everybody to be sitting here like cigarette in hand, like fuck.
Oh god.
It's been
Yeah,
The
it
shirt
was a-
unbuttons, the tie's gone. You know,
Yes.
it's like the tie's over the forehead now. It's
Yes.
like,
It's been 15 years. So
It was the 2 hour 2 minutes, by the way, which is how we know that's been
Yes.
20 minutes of it being
Yeah.
in like one
God,
round.
I'll play it back for you, Zolar.
it's the original
across.
Jumanji. Like, what year is it?
yeah.
or an incline. And if you're not making it because it's a ladder, you're off guard while climbing unless you have a climb speed. The GM determines the DC based on the incline, which is going to be nothing. You might get
Just
an
reading stuff. Oh
automatic
my God.
success. So if your land speed is 40 feet or higher, increase this the distance by 5 feet.
Can we stop real quick?
Yeah.
Who of these players wants to know the climb rules right now during combat, fighting centipedes? After several people already climbed down the ladder beforehand. I just look at those faces.
I don't want to climb. I want to swing. I want to jump.
Can we go back to the
Look at those
fighting?
faces.
It's like
They're
Eric-
despotic, right? Like what's
Eric's in another dimension right now. So is Nate.
Yeah.
Both of them are like on their phones or something, which they haven't been the whole session, but now they're like, I don't know, maybe I'll try to look up the rule too. Let's see. And again, this is another rule where it's like, could we have had just it's halved, usually round down unless it says otherwise. That's a rule that's unified. It covers pretty much everything. Or we can have this is the case. Well, unless you have a climb speed, or if you have a land speed that's greater than 40 feet, or if the incline of the
biggest lesson here of like seeing this all play out and watching these players' frames is the game master is uncertain. He turns to the rulebook to help him, and the rulebook makes things complicated, boring, and slow.
Yeah.
So don't be confident in your ruling on the spot.
Exactly.
Make the ruling. You can look them up later and talk with the players maybe after the session or maybe during a break if it like happens between breaks.
Yeah.
And maybe even after the session you can bring it up. But if it's after the session, like everybody's like, well, I got an excuse to go home. Like I'm missing my bus otherwise, and I don't want to sleep at the train station.
Right.
Like it's not
The
not worth
book-
it.
Yeah.
Your player is a cavern elf swashbuckler,
Yeah.
and he's about to jump down and squash a bug. That's awesome. The book can't help you there. It can only hamper
Right.
you.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
let cool things happen.
Yeah.
It's not
And
even
they-
because they're cool. It's because they make sense in universe.
Yeah.
Everyone has stomped down on a bug. Everyone has like fallen down something.
Right.
Everyone knows that you can kind of like jump towards something when you're falling down. It just
Yeah.
makes sense. And he isn't even like anyone. He is a cavern elf swashbuckler.
Right.
That's what he is. Come on.
Yeah. You gotta remember,
And
these
that's-
are fantastical characters, and the game is not doing a very good job of allowing them to be fantastical. I would trust your own judgment and instinct
Yeah.
on this, Alan. And this is not just for Alan, this is for everybody that's GMing out there. Is like, put the trust in yourself to adjudicate this over some faceless game designers that cobbled together a book, and because they don't know your group first
Yeah.
thing. Second thing, they don't know anything about game design, evidently. Like they not tabletop game design, maybe video game design, but these guys are in, not Seattle, but they're about an hour south of Seattle, not in Everett, that's north, but I can't remember, not Redmond. I think Paizo might be in Redmond. I can't remember.
I mean, that's a big problem. You assume authority because somebody wrote and published a book. Therefore, they probably
These
they're
guys are
expert,
professionals,
right?
yeah.
Now, all it means is they got paid for the job and you
Right.
didn't.
Right.
So nothing about that tells you competence. All it
Exactly.
tells like they're competent enough to push a product over the finish line
Yep.
and make people buy it.
Yep.
And even then, their climbing rules general. The rule for your cavern elf swashbuckler to fall on top of a bug
Right.
is
Yeah.
specialized.
Yeah, you should be thinking about that, the context there. And I'm glad he put in after the fact where it's like, yeah, I should have allowed that to happen.
Yeah, props to him. Yeah.
That's
You
cool.
can visualize
Cool,
a
man.
mistake.
Yeah, that's a cool reason to edit here. I love the editing. This is great.
And I guess to be the most good faith possible, people see this and they think, so what? See, are you like, what's the word? Are you saying that they should use the rule of cool? Are you a rule of cool guy? And I say, no, it's not about the rule of cool, guys.
All right.
We are still behaving within the framework of
Right.
this magical universe of a cavern elf swashbuckler climbing down ladder, seeing, shit's going down, need to help. It's really full directly underneath him. Let me jump off and, do a roll off the
Yeah.
ground, get on my feet.
It just happens to be that the
it's cool.
world in this case is cool, right? It's
Yeah.
not. It's not
It's
like
not
cool
real
dumb
cool.
stuff happen, right?
Yeah,
It's
rule of
rule
cool would
cool.
like break the immersion, would break stuff of
Yeah.
let me be extra, let me be like Bad Boys 2,
Yeah.
walking away from explosions.
Here's the thing: he might roll low and just like fall down and like roll off the centipede. That'd be cool as well. That'd be in character.
Yeah.
Makes sense in the universe, right?
Yeah.
It's not a rule of cool. It's a rule of logic. It's what applies to this specific moment in the universe. Because you can tell that every single one of your players, it's almost a mutiny out here. Every single one of your players is telling you, "Come on, man, let go of the rule book. It's not gonna help you."
Right.
Like they're all saying, get on with it, get on with it. And the whole
Yeah.
town, get on with it.
Yeah.
This
Let's see.
is why you have acrobatic skill in your system. So you can roll it to see,
Well,
to adjudicate, is he
right.
successful?
But here's the thing, Zonalar. If you didn't know this about Pathfinder 2nd Edition,
Oh, I don't.
we've split things. There are
Oh,
certain
really?
actions you can only take in the combat portion of the game, and certain actions you can only take in the exploration portion of the game. And
Wow.
everything has been piecemealed out so that the idea, I guess, was, you only have to focus on combat when we're doing combat. You only have to focus on skills when we're doing exploration.
So I have to be even more schizophrenic now
Yes,
when,
but
to
all
be
this
in the world.
all this meant is that you have to learn 3 different games. There's nothing unifying all of them together. Earlier, the first action Eric, as this Dr. Mixie goblin tries to take, is he tries to hide around the corner. And the GM goes, I don't think you can do that, even though you're
Took 6
behind the
minutes to
solid
figure that one
wall.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 5 minutes where they're going, well, wait a minute. Yeah, rules is written. You can't just make a stealth check. You have to take the hide action. Then the GM rolls the stealth check for you, hidden, then looks and sees if any enemies spot you, now giving you the observed property. We have the skills. Why don't we just use the skills? What was wrong with it in Pathfinder First Edition?
Yeah, it's awful, man. Let me tell you.
It sounds to me that Pathfinder devs looked at previous games and thought, you know what the biggest problem is? Players knowing if they're hidden or not and using their meta knowledge because they rolled a dice on the table to change their behavior. So we will solve it with rules so that the players are no longer going to be munchkins about it.
Maybe because the obsession with balance. I could see that. They're
You
like,
can just-
fine, you're gonna meta knowledge. I'll show you. You can't meta knowledge. I know it all.
Yeah. But we
it's-
called them munchkins for a reason because it's looked down upon. It's frowned
Yeah.
upon.
So just don't play with those people.
So this is an out of rule problem. How can you fix it with the rule?
Right.
I mean, can you just write? You can't metagame as one of the rules. Like, is
Right.
that going to help you not metagame? No, it's not. It's
Right.
not going to fucking do anything.
Just suggest that you find good tables. That's like
Try
that's
not to
about
meta
as-
game.
Yeah.
It's a role play issue. You need to get your players to role play. That's the issue.
Yeah.
If the rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was the rule?
If you roll yourself, you try to be stealthy to the best of your abilities, and sometimes you fall short.
Yeah.
Or
The funniest thing is that it's not even a matter because the goblin's going to peek out of cover to chuck a bomb next turn.
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly. And then the centipede's hiding, and then they're trying to figure out how it's working there, and then the centipede immediately
right.
runs out to attack them. So it didn't matter then either. So it's it's my thing. Is it in a sane game? These centipedes should have been dead 10 minutes ago. So at minimum 10 minutes ago. So yeah. It's it's a little bit of dramatic irony. It's like you rolled a 1, but you're like, well, great. Well, my character
I can't move forward anymore
Yeah.
because he knows I'm there. It's
Yeah.
There you go. So not quite, almost there yet. So That's
you
why
had
we
us
checked
going
the,
10.
That's
So
why we checked the
Well,
rules.
if I would have had
Why? Why do you check
Um,
the fucking rules, man? Oh my god.
Right? No, he's just trying to justify to everybody that it was
Yeah.
Right, where
and,
it's like he's
like
just
trying
saying
to
like,
convince himself that
Right.
this wasn't
He
a
is.
colossal waste. But
yeah,
he realized it
convince
after the fact, like when he was
Mhm.
editing, like,
yeah,
oh, they were all right. I was now that
Yeah.
he's out of the situation, he was no
Yeah.
longer fighting with centipedes.
yeah,
He realizes that was stupid. What did I do? And I agree, like good on him. Because it shows he self-reflects too. Like he's not an automaton.
I don't mind a Spit says somewhat related question. How do you guys feel about detailed skill descriptions? Like the swim skill means Lorem Ipsum, etc. I don't mind that as examples. Like if you're giving if you want to give a detailed example, I don't
Yes.
like you know, I know you're just giving an example, but a swim skill where it's like a swim skill can be used in waters of this height, and it does not apply to this like anything explicit like that, because then
You can also swim in oil and
Yeah.
other liquids.
because then you're
Technically.
creating these exception situations like this where
Like a Rube Goldberg machine, right?
yeah, where if you
Yeah.
just tell me the swim skill is about swimming, here's an example of using the swim skill.
Yeah.
Then I can figure that it's like somebody is trying to tie a knot underwater. And I'm like, I don't know what I'll have them roll a swim skill for that. Sure. I don't know what else would fit there.
Swim skill determines if you've learned how to skill and then how skilled you are at swimming. Yes.
Yeah.
A good,
Yes, I
a
got
good
that.
example. A good example for the swim skill is like, oh, to swim in open ocean, it's like a
Yes.
DC 10. To swim
Yeah,
against
yeah.
against
like
the flowing
examples
river, it's
like
like
that,
15
yeah.
and so on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a
Against
good
the
example is something that
currents
you did
in
in
a
our own game.
whirlpool.
Yeah. A good example of this is what you did in your own game, Tyler, where you rolled perception for the NPCs while we
Mhm.
were like talking amongst one another, like
Mhm.
in hushed tone, so that you knew if they were like listening to us or not. I think it's a good
Yeah,
example of
I hope you weren't rolling for all 10 NPCs in the
Oh
tavern. That's
God,
what-
no. Most of them didn't care, but
Yeah, it's like,
most
okay.
of them could not give less of a shit. But
Who cares? Probably the barkeeper or like the
Right.
informant type of character
Yeah.
that's like nosy or
Yeah,
wants to start the revolution. That guy, he might be trying to listen in.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly how I was thinking. I was like, most of these people are listening to like live music. They're well distracted. They're not.
And also, there's this level of, well, it would be rude to listen in to the strangers. that
Yeah,
want to
it's,
talk
I don't
amongst
know these
themselves.
people. It's not my conversation. You have to be a certain kind of person to want to do that. Yeah.
The nosy kind of person that wants to get into trouble
Yeah.
if we notice they're speaking on our
Yeah.
conversation.
Right. And that's another way roleplay can help you cut down on the rolls. There you go.
So okay, I moved.
But
down
you can
and then-
move twice and jump.
Yep.
Right there you go, and you can land in either of these squares, and that's totally fine.
Let go of the control. Just ask the player what he wants to do on his turn.
And that's one
Or what he
action.
does. All right.
Two actions to climb down and a third action to jump.
All right.
So you'll be done, and you'll be just be within
The
5 feet
centipede
of
gets
this.
an attack of opportunity. No!
All right, that brings us
Well,
to Brannick.
in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, only
Yeah.
certain enemies can take attacks of opportunity. It's like a class locked thing. Pretty much only fighters can take attacks of opportunity, and only a few kinds of monsters. So the rest of you sit there dumbfounded as a guy goes and casts
runs
a spell
around you
right in
and-
front of you. Yeah. Nobody else can do that. Everybody else is a frozen
Checkmate,
JPEG frame.
chuds.
Yeah. It's oh god, dude.
Virgin
Brannick
Wizard
was getting-
against the Chad fighter.
Bit on. Just
Ugh.
you're at
Okay,
13 of
Brannick
18.
will-
What do you want to do, Brannick?
Brannick will take his tiger stance and then do a
Cameron's still
flurry.
alive. He waited 21
I had a
minutes for
tiger
his turn.
stance.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
he's
guys,
a
well,
monk.
Absolutely.
A monk that knows the fighter
Gotta do
sense.
some,
Okay.
Down the streets.
just do some.
Just take your time.
City
Take your
stairs.
chances.
Okay, I will talk if you let me.
I will let you.
It's a tiny thing that bothers me of, oh, let me pick the scorpion stance. But wait, I never met the scorpion in my life. Why do I know the scorpion stance? Why does the goblin know the tiger stance? And I understand, yeah, it's because fucking Eastern monks, they all have cool names. They have the crane style, the snake style, the snake fist, I don't know, the tiger claw strike, fucking 5-finger death punch. So many cool descriptions derived from animals, and maybe he learned the tiger stance from his master, who learned from his master, who actually fought tigers at some point.
Well, he's a goblin. How do you feel about him actually like changing the name? Like, oh, this is my dog punching stance, because he's like at the height of a dog.
Yeah,
it'd be cooler.
Yeah. I also think for me, as a martial arts instructor, I will use technique names from a lot of different martial arts that are really similar, where it's a
that's
different
right
thing.
with my Mordhau.
Yeah, but like for example, there is a technique that shows up in a lot of the European treatises, which is it's a shoulder lock in response to a dagger attack. And this is udegarami in judo or jiu-jitsu, literally like tangled limbs. But in the European treatises, they don't name it. They just say this is a way to stop a dagger attack. And that does not roll off of the tongue nearly as much as udegarami. Yes. So I can see just like the name of the stance of like tiger stance, that this character doesn't call it that. He just does the movement. But maybe we could just describe that like he gets into his stance and you know.
So, and if you're in a judo class, you ask, and like your older student is telling you like, oh yeah, those fights that those two judo guys did, they did these 8 techniques before the guy was finally on the floor.
Yeah.
And you as a younger student, you're like trying to follow up. You watch how they fight, and you see like, oh, that's this stand, that's this stand, that's this stand. And now you can see it and you can call it out by name.
Yeah.
But in a role-playing game, nobody knows what a tiger stance is, what it does, how it looks.
What does that look like, man? Because this is the first time he's done it.
Yes.
And he just says very matter-of-factly, I enter the stance. I was like, okay.
It's okay though, because I think the centipedes are also monks, because they use
their mandible
they use
attack.
Attack domain mandible strike. They don't bite. It's called mandible strike. The GM called it that. And the worst thing is they do it 3 times a round. So just bite.
Yeah.
Domain ability. Mandible strike.
It feels like a JRPG. You're not wrong. It does.
Yeah, I click tiger, and I'm not besmirching Cameron for saying
no,
what the actor
not
does.
Yeah.
Because I'm advocating to I answer the tiger stance, describe in a sentence how your goblin behaves differently.
Yeah.
To fight in this stance. I assume it's a modifier to whatever he does in a particular way. It's
I don't
Pathfinder.
remember. I remember looking at all the stances of monks, and they're all like, it's like a feat tree where you go to, you get tiger stance, and then you get the next feat in the line, and now you're like, when you're in tiger stance, now you can do this thing, and then and so on.
It's literally World of Warcraft stance switching.
Yep.
Defensive, aggressive, berserker stance. All that stuff.
Literally have a bright pink aura as well. So
yeah. It's grim.
Thinking like a World of Warcraft nerd that gets the right 2nd edition.
Yeah. Well, that's why I mentioned it being, West Coast Seattleite, gamer brained, video game brained people that are designing these now. It's because the old guard is no longer at Paizo. It's most of those people are gone.
Retired or dead, too much cocaine, or left the company.
Yep.
All right, first swing on this guy here is a 13.
Oh, that's a little light. It's just as it goes.
Did you add the +1 for bless?
That's not +1 with bless.
I'm happy that Alan is trying to describe the scene.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward, but I'm down. That's the kind of nerd I'm down for.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That 14 will still be short.
Okay. And then
So we've got the VTT with the big glowing pink aura. We still had to be reminded to add the +1. If the rule brought you to this, of what use was the rule? Right? Yes, I probably shouldn't be either, but it's Saturday. I got nothing to do.
Good night, Elf.
Yeah.
Good night, Elf Hunter.
See ya, Elf Hunter.
You know it's late when I wake up
second
in the
swing
morning.
Right.
also
You see the
will-
little creature. This creature is,
Oh, Brannick, come on, man.
and you roll a 6 to follow up one. Oh,
Yeah.
no, a little light. That's two. That's
Ooh.
that's your two flurries. That's one action, but 2 attacks.
Yep. So then he's going to use his last action to step here.
You're just gonna
to
step.
flank
Okay.
This guy.
Remember now that not that I'm giving it away, but most creatures do not have attacks of opportunity in Pathfinder. Just so you're aware.
Hey, he said the
Reminder.
thing.
You are giving it
But
away.
these maybe have. You never know. Flee and we'll find out.
That's
You
not
know
funny,
you have
man.
to customize your character.
Every DM character has a attack of opportunity.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
customize
Zach
my
knows.
character, so
Zach's watched Matt Colville's games. The DM's character has whatever they need at the given time.
Right.
Entirely out of character. He's just like
Yeah.
a little.
True. You're right.
Yeah.
But I would also make this like I'm 2 hours into with these people. The game master
Yeah.
makes an attack of opportunity counted.
Yeah.
I'm like,
it's
motherfucker, I know it's not a named NPC, okay?
yeah, it's like you don't need it. They're just some. It's like they're just centipedes, man. Like,
Yeah.
I hope they don't have attack of opportunity. When me as a human being, I don't have an attack of opportunity, but this freaking centipede does. Like, I would be pissed. I would be.
Also, I'm
This
just
needs-
thinking, who is this Pathfinder 2nd edition for? It's for veteran nerds who've been role-playing these kinds of war games for years
Yeah.
to pick up the 2nd edition or to trick people to buy the new thing in the store, in the
people-
gaming store.
The people who seem to have the most fun with Pathfinder 2nd edition are the people who squeezed every drop out of 5th edition's optimization and are like, well, that's it. It's done. I have nothing more to do with this game. Oh, there's this game though, and I can figure out how to munchkin all of the things.
I can
in it.
break the system.
I can break
in
a new
different
system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty much it. And the attraction is like, well, you see, it's really balanced, so it's like really fun to try and crack the code of like how do I break the balance in a game where they've tried to make it super balanced, and it's like that's
Some people like that.
yeah. But I'm getting the feeling that like nobody here is in love with Pathfinder 2nd edition as a game here.
Yeah.
Like that's
We'll see their
Actually-
faces after initiative was called.
yeah.
You'll see.
Yeah. I mean, even Mike right now, and then Nate is like, he's not even on screen
I-
right now.
Look at Eric, dude.
Eric, knowing that we're over here and we've got to wait all the way. Oh no!
They thought
teleport.
it would be cool to play 2
They teleport.
goblins in this group to go on adventures with.
Yeah, man.
I'm an alchemist and you're a monk. That can be very evocative.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's so Pathfinder because finally it's a world where we can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They have
Little did they know.
2d12 damage attacks.
But if they swallow you whole and then
They have all
teleport, do they leave you behind?
Like they're
They
basically
keep taking the piss, man.
yeah, they're basically mentioning the like how fucking ridiculous that like these it's like the CR 1/2 centipedes where it's like they're gonna start teleporting, they're gonna shred our entrails.
And the Pete teleports
It's
behind
like-
me and says nothing personal, kid.
yeah, it's like these guys are funny. I like them. They're saying the quiet parts out loud. I like that.
Yeah, I like these guys.
They have all the little
And wait,
legs,
hold on.
right?
Like
They-
it's even better because the game master, his players tell him it's ridiculous. Other players will stay silent and stew in it, and you will never know what went wrong.
Right.
And you'll be like, it's gonna fucking fuel your insecurity. These guys are like
Right.
laughing it off and telling you
Yeah.
how it is. So be blessed.
right. And what grace to include in the edits.
They have all the little legs. Every one of them casts a spell.
Oh,
It's
you know
the
what? You're
Maryland
right.
of insects.
He can do the commentary for us. We can
It
just leave.
only
Yeah, I
makes
was
sense.
like, I've got
Okay,
it.
I apologize, Cameron. So you attacked with flurry and you stepped, and you still have one more action.
Stancing
It
was
does?
in the, was
Oh,
right.
I
Okay,
apologize,
I was
you're right.
like, "There's no shot." These two guys get to climb
Yes.
down the ladder. You get to like what?
He is dance dancing. That's a verb that's only ever used in the context of classic World of Warcraft. I don't even know if modern World of Warcraft does it.
He's doing
When
like
you switch
in-
switch stances to take the benefits of the different stances to
Yeah.
get your combo meters, your rage up at a certain level, beat the shit out of your enemies.
He's doing haha step in Tekken 5 with Lei Wulong where you go into his back turn step because it's faster than his back dash.
Yes, exactly.
Dude, I played
You
a
squeeze
warrior,
out
I
2
can't
more
dance
frames.
Yeah. Dude, we finally have the end of the first round. The clock is in. 22 minutes. Actually, no, 24 actually.
Now, let's see if the next round, the dreaded ladder has been defeated. We know what the centipedes can do. We know how the hide mechanic works. Maybe this round will go by like that. Maybe. Let's find out.
Right. Thank you. That brings us to Dr. Mixie. What do you got, Dr. Mixie?
Okay, hold on. Wait. Can I just say if because I know everybody does this, so I'm not saying this is Alan's fault specifically, but since you're doing it, Alan, if you have a turn order, don't tell the players whose turn it is. Click the turn order and say Dr. Mixie. That's all you gotta say because you have the turn order. It's right there.
Right.
Don't belabor the point when you use the tool in the VTT to do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the area that it says how much you rolled to attack. It even says attack in 6, and the GM is still asking every single fucking time.
Yes.
What the AC is, what the number is. Right. Yep.
This is why you use those tools
Right.
to stop having to say it every single time to clarify.
And if you're not going to use those tools, you can just have a little AC shield in the corner like we do.
Yeah.
Or even more than that, you can just not use the VTT at all and
Even better.
get rid of a million of the other issues that come along with it. Because this
When
yeah.
When the
can have a
combat
shield.
started, the GM said, "Guys, can you please turn off the torch aura because I can't see anything."
Because we
He had-
can't see anything. Yeah.
The VTT
is
is like
ridiculous.
hampering the
It's so
game.
funny.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Gosh, let's see.
We're tongue in cheek at this point. We
my,
know.
You're not taking the game seriously anymore. No one can.
Usual
after what
patient is in trouble again. What's the rules for a projectile through occupied spaces?
No.
It's going to be light cover unless they are specifically trying to avoid cover, like if somebody takes an action to avoid cover, and that's going to be armor classes 2 generally.
Okay.
Or of course, if they're behind a heavy wall or a arrow slit or something.
There are no arrow slits here, so we don't need to know.
Yeah. A theoretical world.
You'll be hidden until you come into view of them.
So
Yep,
hidden didn't fucking matter at all.
You're not a teacher. You're running the game. Like this is. We are not in what's it called? You're not in movie class explaining how movies work. You are filming the scene. You called for action. You rolled initiative. You survived the initiative roll, guys. Now the camera is rolling, so you just roll.
Pathfinder First Edition had line of effect, which is just to prevent people from going, this is top down. I can see this centipede. I'm going to try to whip this this firebomb around the corner.
Past all of my friends to the centipede that's smaller than the friends.
Pathfinder Second Edition seems to have taken this to the extreme. Like the Occam's razor, the easy explanation of just, no, you can't draw a line between these two. So you can't do that. Has now become, well, there's heavy cover, then we're talking, what kind of a wall are we talking here? Are we talking like
Don't give the GM any ideas. He might roll to see if the centipedes have the hidden condition to Eric, you know.
Oh god.
Yeah, I could technically use very sneaky to continue sneaking as long as I'm hidden at the end of that.
No. And that's not your fault, Eric. That's not your fault. Do it. Presented without comment.
But there's no need here. What the heck? We'll just.
Well, here's the thing: if you use very sneaky,
No. He said there's no need here. He said there's no need. Oh no, Eric,
click
you shouldn't have brought it up. Alan, you should. Oh no. Talking about the game is making the game appear.
then make an attack, you are unnoticed at that attack.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right, and they'll be flat-footed to you.
Yeah, I'll keep it simple here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Step out from cover.
Thank God.
Thank you, sir.
Brannock,
You're
and
more
I'd
worried
like
about
to
keeping it simple than playing the fucking game.
Use Quick Bomber to throw a versatile vial. These are my resource for my quick alchemy, but I can also just chuck them 20 feet. Normally it's an acid vial, but as the healing alchemist, I can make it do healing if it hits a enemy.
Just describe it.
4 if except because then statements in one action. That's nuts.
He's not even sure about it as well.
I know, he's like, I think
How do you roleplay?
Yeah,
that can't.
This would usually kill you, but I'm a healing alchemist, therefore acid will heal.
I'm
God forbid you have a healing concoction and exploding concoction that you can do instead of like going through 4 ifs.
Another point for video game designer running with the fucking tabletop role-playing game.
Good lord, dude. That's like
they already tried to computerize the role-playing games with 4th edition, and a splinter sect said this is cool, and we never heard from them again. We were happy.
Mike's glasses are falling off. Cameron's looking. He's on Reddit right now trying to find where this game went wrong. Graham's falling asleep over here. Like the game master's not even looking at it. Like we're all in different universes at this point. Like
fucking Nate turned on bisexual lighting in his cave, in the background. So funny. It's blue and orange. I love it.
And Eric's like reading his own character, like, God, did I really make this? This is what I did.
Okay, I'm gonna keep this simple. Proceeds to explain the most nonsensical set of rules known to man.
So we heard Pathfinder 1st edition didn't have enough convoluted rules. We're here to fix that. God damn, dude.
Imagine describing chucking this unknown concoction from your belt and throwing it at, like, who was he throwing at? At his friend to heal him, right?
At like this centipede right here, trying to like thread it between these two guys.
Oh, but why does he mention that it can heal if he wants to throw it at the enemy?
Because it's got a splash radius, so it'll like hit the centipede, damage the centipede, and then the goop around it will splash. I don't know.
And describe those details too. Those are still right.
Yeah.
Like everybody is so confused that he's like, okay, let me keep it simple. Oh wait, I can't. The rules are stupid.
I don't know how to keep this
let
simple.
me explain. I don't know how to make this diegetic. Let me just tell you guys, please.
Let me just tell you what the numbers say on my sheet.
Yeah.
Let's find out what the fuck exactly that meant.
Because okay, if he role played it, Alan would be like, wait, how does that even work? Like everybody would be confused at the table.
Oh God, I hope we don't look up another rule.
No,
Alan's laughing.
I'm distracted because for whatever reason, there's a little bar up here will not go away no matter what I choose.
Oh,
you're running a role-playing game. You're running a game. Focus.
It's a disaster though. But he's saying he's got something stuck on the VTT that's like not going away. That's like,
yeah.
This VTT, you gotta throw it away. You gotta get it out of here.
It's a big problem with VTTs. Like they change, they patch.
Yeah.
Like even if somebody competent made it in the first place, somebody incompetent got his
We had this huge description for 1 damage.
And it says damage 1, acid, or healing. What the fuck does it do?
How does the acid decide who's an enemy and who's an ally?
Oh my god,
Man,
I didn't even
son.
consider that. You're so right.
don't understand.
The acid hurts the centipede, who also does acid damage, as far as I know.
Are you guys
But
familiar
it
with
heals
the
the humans and the goblins.
Are you guys familiar with the heat-seeking missile copy pasta? The
No.
missile knows where it is.
missile knows
because
where
the
it
missile
is,
knows
yeah.
where it isn't. The missile knows where it isn't
Oh,
because
right.
the missile knows where
That's
it
where it is.
wasn't. That's
What?
what this feels like.
It's not even a copy pasta. It was like an actual like advertisement
actual,
for the
like,
missile.
Yeah. the
Yeah.
If you
fucking
look at the
video,
text,
yeah.
it
I
makes
remember.
sense, but it's so nonsensical.
The missile knows how to traverse time and space because it knows exactly where it is not.
This feels like
What?
something a goblin would make. I guess it's fucking with my brain.
I mean, yeah, this is absolutely Pathfinder 2E brain rot has reached like terminal stage, right?
This is
It
awesome.
doesn't make
love-
any sense, even if you tried. Determine
love
what
that
is
the-
friendly. Determine what is the enemy. What do you have? Like add a drop of blood of all of your friends into the potion, so that the
it's like
intelligent
heat within.
chemicals
Yeah.
of this acid will neutralize on contact with the blood of your friends, but it's still gonna what? Eat away their skin and flesh? Like, think, game designer, think.
Dude, I love that the macro makes it more confusing.
Yeah.
17 attack, acid or healing.
It's
Damage 1, acid or healing. Splash damage 1 splash if acid. What the fuck does all of this mean?
One splash if as it's like the bad auto translate features where it's like if you win the win when you
Also, what
if-
is
if
different between splash or coagulant and manipulate?
coagulant-
What is
Okay.
All of these have capital letters. These are like mechanical
Yes.
terms.
These are
Yeah.
all lookups and as
tag
don't worry, I
tag
don't-
words to look up with your tag system? Like, let me put in search function coagulant because it's not a book anymore. It's
Yeah.
a game.
No, and if
Which
you
has a
try
search
to
function.
read the book in my review as I showed, if you try to look
Oh, yeah.
up how do you grapple? Oh, 151. Grappling is with the athletic skill, and it gives you the entangled condition.
Look up
Where's the-
entangled.
Where's the entangled condition? It's on page 400 something, and you're like, what the?
It's on page fuck you. We are game designers.
It's like I don't know. We did this all in Word. It's all Control F. You just like what? You're reading a physical book. What are you? What are you? 90 years old? It's like, wait, you
Meanwhile,
sold me the book.
meanwhile, your 5 players are each going through their own stage of grief.
Yeah.
So Mike's over here laughing at how absurd the situation.
Graham has accepted it. Eric is in denial.
Eric is still like, I made this character and I'm gonna fucking use him, okay?
He's looking at this macro right now, like, wow, yeah, I guess that is what this book typed up on paper really has come up to. Imagine
I just
saying-
want to see Zach happy again. He just
I
looks so
know
sad.
he was doing role playing so well earlier.
He's
but
getting
we're-
into his cavern elf persona.
yeah,
real
the joy
deep.
is gone.
Yeah.
Same thing with Nate. Oh man.
Like I can choose stuff on here, but it will literally
Zach looks
not go
so
away
sad,
no matter what I
man.
do. Let me. That is so annoying. Okay, hold
You
on.
can throw the vial at a willing creature as an interact action. With,
And interact. All actions are interacting. What? Does that
It is an interaction to interact.
Act
Words have
is-
lost all meaning
Act
because they are
is the
mechanics
root
now.
of the word interact. I feel like I'm taking.
Yeah.
I swear I've only been smoking tobacco today. What the fuck?
The GM is trying to deal with the VTT. Another player is just reading random stuff now that doesn't even apply. Oh my god.
It's
Spaghetti
it's
code at that. It's bad coding.
It's fucking vibe coding too. It makes no sense.
Wow. The interact action. I missed that one.
within 20 feet as an interact
Okay.
to heal that creature. Since that's an interact on a willing creature, does that require an attack throw?
I think because you can miss, right? You can critically miss them.
I suppose.
What is the action that you're trying to do? Show me what's the name of it.
Basically, the field.
The GM doesn't even know what he's trying to do. We've got it's like, what's happening?
It's an interact action, so you do the thing,
Yeah,
even
so-
if you chuck the potion, as it says there.
Vials here are something I can use my versatile vial for.
Okay.
And for the chirurgeon, it's you can throw it at a willing creature within 20 feet as an interact to heal them for the initial damage of the vial, which one on the man.
Man, I know that feel.
What? He's like, really?
I did this
used
for 1 point.
I used this paragraph of text to have the number 1 up
Wait.
here?
Listen to how fucking confusing this is, right? Because like you chuck the potion and then it says a vial used this way loses the acid and splash traits and gains the coagulant and healing traits plus the elixir trait if the creature drinks it. All of this is just to say you can use this to heal instead of doing acid damage. That's all it needs to say. But it's talking about 4 different traits and a fucking elixir trait if a creature drinks it. It's so confusing.
Problem in Pathfinder First Edition did this solve?
It made new problems.
Have
They
you guys ever
invented
seen
a way to make it worse.
There's a Skyrim changelog that it says bug introduced.
It's a mod you can download that makes it's like instead of the unofficial patch, it's like no, this adds more bugs.
Yeah, download the bug introduction patch. We made 2,000 new bugs for you to enjoy Skyrim with.
So we're like, alchemists already had their mutagens, and they had their bombs, and they had their elixirs. It was pretty complicated to play an alchemist in Pathfinder First Edition. We thought we could make it worse.
I never even tried to play an alchemist, even in First Edition.
The worst part for me is at no point did the game designer, the things like video game terms, imagine what this would look like when you try to roleplay. Because there is no diegetics here. Like nothing makes sense in your universe. And it doesn't matter which universe. Like you could roleplay Pathfinder outside of Golarion, I assume.
Yeah.
And like they say, just make up your own stuff. Yeah. But then you look at this alchemist, you throw an acid, but it can heal your friends?
Yeah.
Why? What is a friend?
Yeah. Like nanobots that like detect it. Like this is like sci-fi stuff.
Are you using magic? Like is it magically infused as an alchemist? But the alchemist is the guy that tries not to use magic. It's using logic and reason.
It says that it loses the splash trait though. I'm so confused. I'm just as confused as they are now.
How does it so you throw
Yeah, if you throw it at your friend, it doesn't splash. It's only
somehow
splashes your friend.
All the goop just...
You know what's funny? If you show this to someone that plays Pathfinder and like defends Pathfinder, it's gonna say, "Oh, you just don't know the rule." No, you're missing the point. The point isn't that we don't know the rule. The point is that
the rule right now.
Yeah, and it's not fucking helping.
Yeah,
the rule does not make sense. If you try to draw this, if you try to record this on film, if you try to test this in the real world in any way, shape, or form, you throw a potion with a liquid full of acid, it will splash. Yeah. And fucking acid doesn't give a shit if it's the enemy or the friend. It will fucking splash and burn their faces off.
I think the issue is that you're assuming that you're throwing a potion in real life when it says here as an interact action.
Yeah, it's an interact. He's not throwing.
If you interact action the potion, it will splash still.
I'm just interacting with the potion, man. It's normal.
But you're interacting the throw vial action at willing creature. It will still splash, even if it says it don't. It do.
No, but if it splashed, he could have healed 1, 2, 3 people. That would just be. Can you imagine how broken that would be?
You have to go
1
into
to 3 people.
You have to go into caveman talk about if splash, no splash, coagulants. Oh yes, 1 heal. Oh sad,
no,
upset.
1 smaller than 3. Fucking hell!
let's see how
Wow,
this
that
goes,
was
man.
great. Every minute that passes, my joy is increasing, and I feel so bad because it's
We're
total
approaching 5
contrary, though.
hours of Pathfinder insanity, guys.
It's so, I didn't
The
expect it.
first 2 hours were great, though. They
Yeah,
were role playing. I swear to God, they were role playing.
there was a lot of salvageable content for the first 2 hours, and then the start of the ruination, the whiskey starts being poured, and all right, guys, we're gonna get to the bottom of this one.
Everything
Paizo
changed
comes to
when
collect their
initiative
due.
attacked.
Oh boy. I started this criticizing just initiative in general in the classic D&D systems. I pray for standard initiative, roll initiative, this bar popping up. Oh my god.
One. What do you mean? Oh,
I
you're
only got one on the healing.
all right. So what I'll do is I'll let it happen, and we'll look it up, the rules on it next time, and we'll just allow you to hit this time. That may change for next time, but we'll just look it up. Okay.
That's probably the most sane thing
Do
you've said
that
so
for
far.
everything.
Yeah, just keep say that to yourself for everything from now on. We'll look that up later, and then when you look it up, don't tell any of your players you're looking up Pathfinder First Edition rules, and just go, "No, yeah, we're playing it. This, yeah."
This is pretty much like my retort to all the people, and I think like the basic expert is a big fan of know the rules, play by the rules. You fucking bought the rules, you
Yeah.
better use them.
Yeah.
So you understand them. Like if you want to change them, at least fucking understand them. My retort is, but many role-playing games, the rules make no fucking sense. They make no fucking sense. If I try to be in this universe, role-playing my fucking Cavern Elf Swashbuckler, my Iron God Goblin Alchemist, the rules don't make any fucking sense, man. Don't you get it? They're stupid, they're shit, they're trash. They're trash because I played them, I know them, I've seen it happen too many times. I built a fucking immune system to overcome it and say, oh, it doesn't matter.
Right. And
But-
they're probably written by some nerd that like has not walked more than a mile in a day and
Yes.
is like trying to make rules on like jumping from ladders and is like, you can't climb a ladder with your hands full. How is this possible?
I couldn't twist the mouse and grab it from a little cord, so your elf fighter level 17 can't do it either. Okay.
I know the rules. They suck. They're dumb. So we can pare them down,
But what else can you take away from this experience other than building a tolerance to role-playing games? Like, you need to build your tolerance, right?
Yeah.
Like, you need to take a little bit of cobra poison every day.
This is why normal people say, oh, right, this is the thing for nerds.
This is the nerd shit. Yeah.
When I joined, only the nerds were left over, fucking
Yeah.
pushing up the glasses, looking up rules, and describing
I remember
the
I
fucking
rolled some dice
blast
occasionally.
potion action, interact action to somebody else. They were like, all right, this is not for me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, come back. You can role play in a role playing game. I swear, please let me help you.
Zach looks like he's about to jab me, and Mike looks like he's about to break down and cry, man.
He's look like he's in this Japanese forest where people go to kill themselves. Like just put that as the background image.
It's the Paizo forest, yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck, dude.
it's where role players go to die.
Where their own
Did you guys see
game
that
would
Jordan
die.
Peterson image where he's like, that's chaos? Like, he looks exactly like it.
Oh my god. I'm sorry about it, but yes.
Shit, dude. Wow. Oh,
I'm
power
not
through.
100% sure on the answer to that. So go ahead and heal that damage.
When we're given the politician answers where it's like I'm not 100% sure on that. I'd like to get back
Yes,
to you
and-
that on another
I'll get back to you
yeah.
once I've read up
Okay, you
on
get-
all the drama.
Yeah.
At 1 HP from the and if you were bleeding, you would be no longer bleeding.
All of
It
that
means
for 1
the
HP.
Is that what
He's not
coagulant
bleeding.
is? It's if you were bleeding, you were no longer bleeding.
Oh.
That's so much easier than Pathfinder First Edition. If you get healed, your
You stop
bleeding
bleeding.
stops. Wow!
Me-
Thank God we have the coagulant rule to make that universal rule so much simpler, right, guys?
So this acid
All of
flask,
that was for 1 HP, guys. I
the
can't
acid
take it.
flask of healing coagulates blood because this is what alchemy does. I'm like looking
Maybe-
at the camera and be like, which universe are we talking
What
about?
are we? Yeah. What happened in Galarian? I know there's like from first edition to second edition, there's like a 10-year time skip. What happened in those 10 years, man? Because this ain't the same world. This is this is a bizarre world.
It's
we're
like
living
the
here.
old school of alchemy. They had like all these rules and rituals and set up, like even the witch's cauldron, like they talked back and forth of
Yeah.
the witches' covens and the alchemists, and then this fucking new school goblin alchemists show up and be like, I'm just like vibe cooking over here, like it works, brah, like shakala, you know.
No, really,
surfboarding.
this is role playing in a way because Eric is the goblin throwing this, going, I
It
don't
worked.
know why it heals you.
But it do.
I just mix the potion.
Yes.
Don't ask any questions.
I just let
So
the
what we learned is
universe
that the
flow
rules were
through
written by
me to
goblins.
make this mix.
The rules
That's
were
how
written
you
by
should roll.
goblins.
Yeah.
Sorry, Conway, for talking over you, but this is how you should roleplay the alchemist. You're literally fucking surfer, bro.
The thing is, it would be cool if it were that. Like, oh, I'm gonna chuck this. I don't know if it's gonna heal you or hurt the centipede.
Yeah,
You'll find out. It's like, why did we invite this goblin to the party? Oh, wait, it feels nice. Like,
No.
but it's melting the centipede next to me. Holy shit.
Are you drinking this?
He's already like down half the bottle. What are you saying? Like,
See
What
how
if he
roleplay
tried-
can make things fun, not
Yeah.
this.
what be fucking hilarious.
It's a potion which is simultaneously a flask of hydrochloric acid, drinkable, and a topical analgesic. This is a
Yeah.
miracle chemical. This is. Anyways,
Healing trait, but
Oh, that's
hero,
cool.
right?
I'm all right for that.
That's cool. We healed 1 hit point. That's
All
really
right,
cool.
you are. in
Everyone's
the-
quiet on that.
what
yeah,
else?
everyone. Somebody's trying to play lip service to like, oh, that's cool. You know, yeah, your character did. a
Thank
thing.
you, Eric. Your action
meanwhile-
was not in vain.
Meanwhile, Cameron's sitting here trying to figure out what of the 58 stances he can enter because he knows his turn's going to take 9 times
Uh,
as long.
Also, would you
Please
like to
He's
tell
at
do
the
me-
bottom of
move?
initiative.
You
It's
did
gonna be
that.
another
Is that
20 minutes.
it's only one action, or is that 2 actions? Because it's not a bomb, right?
No,
That
there's
was,
more.
I believe Quick Bomber works for that, but let me
Oh,
check.
does it? Because Quick Bomber, that sounds to me like that works on the throw, bomb, or attack action, not the interact.
Not the interact action.
Doesn't
Yeah.
sound very interacty to me. I don't know.
I believe it's.
I don't
just
know if
bomb,
you
though,
can
right? You're not-
interact
you're not
with
throwing a bomb.
bombs. You know, it's different.
I don't think they're gonna finish
When
this
you
a combat
interact to
encounter.
draw a bomb, draw a versatile vial, and then strike with the bomb. Technically, I'm using it as one, even though it's healing.
No, I would think that in Pathfinder world, I don't think that would be considered.
Versatile.
In Pathfinder world.
Right? Yeah, we have to determine this is not real because
Guys,
this is
it's a
stupid.
Pathfinder's world. You're just living in it,
We're
you know?
just living in it.
You just live in a Pathfinder's world, baby.
Uh,
Look, I just want to say I'm so happy that none of the players are enjoying themselves in this game.
Mike's
Because
glasses are falling.
It validates
off
all of
his
my
head.
opinions.
My man out here has fucking transmogrified into Jordan Peterson. It's over.
Vial has bomb as a trait.
Yeah, it has
Was
bomb
it?
on the sheet.
All right, well, if it has bomb as a trait, then I think that's fine.
I get
The fucking
uh,
the Mike's
I get
whiplash
traits
over there.
bomb
Did you
later
see
on.
that?
Uh,
He nodded
later
to
on, I will
somebody
be
off camera. No,
Right.
I'm okay. I will survive. You don't.
Uh,
I don't need
just-
your help.
It's
Just go
the
back 5
fucking
seconds and
alchemist,
watch
man.
him.
It's just the fuck,
Fucking-
which, I don't know what rules are harder: this mystery potion or the goddamn ladder. They're both just as complicated.
We have to invite Crispy right now. Like, wake up, Crispy. Watch
We
these
have
5
to-
minutes.
He has to watch this. It's insane.
Oh.
I'm losing it, man.
The insanity.
I'm getting a bit
God.
lightheaded from laughing.
I haven't had
This is
drugs
this is
today.
why you don't agree to like join a campaign with people to try a new system, because you come in bright-eyed, bushy tail. You got the character. You have 2 pages of backstory. You know exactly why you're a cavern elf swashbuckler. And then you join the table, you realize, oh wait, this was the first session. We fought 1 encounter,
Fuck
and the
these-
dread sets in. And you're like, I'm locked in. I'm
No,
trapped.
you missed earlier when the game master said, "Yeah, it'll probably be session 9 by the time this character gets introduced." It's like, oh fuck, dude, they know.
Believe
They know.
you can learn guitar in that time. You could like practice making a handstand in that time. Get fit enough, make a handstand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
And-
spit like something pot of greed. I draw 2 more actions from my deck.
yeah. Second action, children. Draw third action. Draw 15. Scoop. In response, I quit. I go to the next game. No. I want to play it out. I need to show you how my combo works. No, please, it's okay.
You have
Okay,
to either quit campaign or draw 15 more cards. You just see the
Yeah.
guy with the whole deck in his hands.
You can do this Giga combo where you fucking kill everything, but you can't go down a fucking ladder. That's beyond you.
Oh my god, dude! It's
But can you throw the potion while you are climbing the ladder? Because you can do it in one hand, right? Like no, both hands needs to be connected to ladder when climbing. But what if I stop climbing midway through? No, it's still in the climb action. That's not possible.
I think you need the fast ladder bomber feat for that one.
yeah. Clean. Fuck me! I can't even make a joke. I'm
I
just
use my elbow hook action to attach myself firmly to a ladder. And-
fucking hell. I use my
Can
I use my hand is slightly wider action to grab the sword and the ladder at the same time. It came for free with my 40,000 years of evolution.
Oh my god. Okay, come on, guys. We can get through this, right?
We can do it.
I just woke up. You're trapped in here with me
I
now.
know. It's fucked up.
At level 1.
I love.
Nice.
If I had a
Alright.
second thing to say, like about
So I will
Pathfinder,
No, you don't have a
No,
second
you don't
thing to
have a
say.
s-
We
no.
have nothing to say. We gotta move on.
3 actions. You already used your 3rd action. Come on.
system because it answers a lot of questions without.
It answers
It
no
doesn't answer anything.
We're no the smarter here, Alan. Don't lie to yourself, man. We're not. It's answered nothing.
He did not just say
Abandon
that.
We've
Tell
answered
your players,
questions.
can we just play this with D&D 5e instead, but the old one?
Pathfinder
Because-
First Edition.
Yeah, can we use Pathfinder First Edition?
3.5 even?
No, can we play this, but we use ECD6, guys? Is that okay?
Yeah, we
I
tried
can-
it. We gave
yeah.
it the old college try. Hey,
Yeah.
the module's already written for Pathfinder First Edition. Let's just do that one, okay?
True.
It can't be harder.
What if you just make it up, roll a 1d20, and if it's like a medium, it's a 10. If it's hard, it's a 15.
Yeah,
If it's
yeah.
easy, it's a 5.
Right.
And ignore modifiers.
General ballpark. I want to get a rereading on this, Alan, because you.
I
I
throw
have a
my
second thing
healing
to
potion
say.
at my friends. He heals 1d6.
Yeah.
Done.
Like about
So I will
Pathfinder
scoot
trait
out the way.
system because it answers a lot of questions without
No.
arguing.
That's
All
a
right.
good point. Yeah. It is.
It's not.
No, it's not a good point.
That's
You're-
the gaslighting.
No,
You have the gaslighting. It's like all in your brain, making you feel like, oh yeah,
Maybe-
it's not that bad.
maybe
They-
in the
they
moment it
explained
was like, yeah, coagulate so they don't bleed anymore. I get it. But then we're sitting here pausing, going, this was already the case without talking about fucking coagulant traits. This is
Zach has not moved for like 30 minutes now. I'm starting to get worried.
he's in
In
a
the same
trance.
place.
He's trying to meditate, but he's not playing the monk. But
Like he's
Yeah.
changing Cavern Elf Wizard to Cavern Elf Monk as he's gaining Zen status life.
Is aura farming?
Yes.
The pink aura.
All right, so you ran over, you did that one action shot because you have that feat, and then you ran back. Okay, cool. That brings us to Shadwick.
Oh,
Shadwick, what do you want to do?
That was one turn, by the way.
Probably observed now.
Yes.
Is observing him. All right. Well, he's right in
Confounds
front of me.
these rules. They drive me to drink chucks. His acid potion life on stream.
Nate has already mentioned he's like, yeah, he's been observed. The observe action has happened, and he like brushes like, what the fuck are we even talking about here?
They're joking about it now, yeah.
I'm gonna hit him with my club. Sounds like a good idea.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Are you
There we
gonna
go.
or are you hitting? Are
They
you
seem
doing
to be
it?
just the.
He doesn't know.
They're
All right.
mindless insects. They're just like hungry,
He's gonna ask for like how much he hit when it's
hungry,
right there.
eat.
Oh, that's a good
Look at
rule.
the bonus for
But you
flanking.
missed. Oh, that's what's
Yeah,
happening
so
when you
which
see
one are you
those
attacking?
rules.
This one here?
Yeah.
You don't get a bonus.
It's the only one that is in range,
only
by the
one
way.
that could
The one
attack,
he's
yeah.
asking.
They're
Oh my
off
god,
guard.
I
Their
didn't
armor
even
class
think
is
of that, Colby.
Yeah.
Who are you
12.
attacking? The one
All right,
next
so
to me?
miss.
The one next to me.
He has a really long L-shaped club. You
It's kind of
get-
like bugbears. Have you seen those guys that play bugbears have like a billion range?
Yeah. No, I don't. But that's hilarious.
That's the thing. Yeah.
So
Oh my
you
God.
don't add anything for being flanking. Their armor class is decreased.
Oh,
So their armor class goes
Oh,
down by
man.
2, and you still miss. Because
Yeah! Thank God.
I knew it. Hey,
Right.
I rolled a 6 on my d6 and it still misses. Oh.
Here's how the flanking rule works. They lose 2 to AC. Anyways,
way-
I need your whole credit card information because you're losing all the money you got. But it's like, why would you lead me on this way? Why?
Even the macro is trash. Like somebody who did a roll 20 macros before, don't have critical damage show up unless you hit
Unless
the
it was an
critical.
actual crit, yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's even possible to do the Pathfinder thing of, okay, but the critical is anything from range 17 to 20, whatever the fuck, so
Mhm.
that it gives you the range instead of
Well,
having to
Here's
roll the
problem,
20.
Zonwar. In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, you only crit if you would succeed by 10 or more over the AC or DC.
Oh my god, you cannot even macro this.
So you have to
can't.
know what the AC is.
Every attack, you have to ask the game master what's the AC so I can slam it into my macro.
Yep.
It changes all the time.
Yep. But the AC has changed because you're flanking, which you can do on the fly if you don't have
Yeah.
so many interactions, but we do, so we actually need to know.
You think someone's gonna bring up the bless that gives him a +1?
Would a 15 hit?
Is it the
Because
aura
it's-
farming? The +1 aura?
What's that?
yeah, technically I'd be at a 13.
You get a 13.
Yes.
All right. If you got a 13,
It's his own aura. He forgot
Right?
about it.
13,
then
you
you
still
will
missed.
hit.
Oh, that's the
Oh,
difference.
okay.
Hell yeah.
Oh, it made a difference. Yeah. We
Yes.
have the like lighting aura here.
That one time.
Look at that pose, man. It's fucking
Like,
majestic.
finally, we're
Praise
making
the sun.
progress. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Every
plus
plus
one.
one.
He faced out of existence.
Badar.
He's ascended to modifier heaven, dude.
This game
I
is
love it.
awesome, dude.
I love you, Nate. Thank you. This is
This
so
is
perfect.
matters.
Every
Clip
plus
this.
one
Clip
grunt.
this, guys. Elfhunter, wake up. Clip this.
It's fucking. I don't even know what I'm subscribed for that. That's awesome.
Crunch. All right. Well, that was a regular
Nice.
attack, but I did roll a max damage on that, so it's 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, could have been
It
one.
is. Describe what that looks like.
Boom.
Describe the centipede.
Is that thing
Describe
still
it.
spitting at me?
All right. That's awesome. All right. That brings us.
Hold on.
That's it.
That was just my first.
Oh my
action.
god.
Is it
Yeah,
still?
yeah.
It's still. Sounds like it's still up.
Nice.
Dude,
He's still up.
spitting.
Yeah. Yeah. I
All
thought-
Nothing
Well,
fucking.
I'm gonna try to do it
happened, man.
again because you know that felt really good. So
Attack number
I'll do
two?
my second attack. Yeah, number 2.
Why I'll attempt it again.
Why Club. not? Ooh, that's
Ooh,
gonna,
that's going to be
miss. I'm gonna
short.
get a
Even
nine.
with a plus
Man,
one
man.
at 9, it's going to be too light.
All right. Well, I'll raise my shield up again for. Oh
Remember,
wait,
thing
hold
balance
on.
gameplay.
It doesn't. It's just a single action to sustain, correct?
Yeah, for your, you do
Yes.
not have, if you want to make it bigger, you can. But right now it's 15 feet.
You don't have
and
to
you don't do
sustain
anything.
it. Right, it'll just stick around because
Yeah,
it is a
So you can
concentrate,
use the
but-
sustain action to make the aura larger. You don't have to use
Why
the
is it called sustain?
You don't have to use the sustain action to lowercase s sustain the duration of the spell. It's a fire and forget spell. Doesn't this make things easier? Aren't we all nodding? We're all nodding, going, "Yes, Paizo."
Thank
this-
God for using
good.
tags, right?
This works really well, and I understand it now. I don't get it at all.
I stopped listening for the last minute so I can clip Transcending Pathfinder 2E and put it in the channel.
Good.
Because this now we can show this of the 5-hour stream to the other guys.
It's fucking beautiful. There are like so many clippable moments in this last 30 minutes. This is peak. I'm so glad this channel just showed up. These guys
And
are
thank you guys for making this public.
Yes.
Because
truly.
like too many, like for every table that streams what they're doing, you have 99 tables of players sitting in their basement, pulling their hairs out. Like nobody knows what war they had to fight through, how many initiative turns they
And
have
this
been attacked
tale.
from. Like, oh my god, the Vietnamese are coming again with another initiative. Like, pulling out their hairs. Lost in the jungle of Pathfinder 2nd edition.
This is a commentary, and these guys are trying to take the game seriously, which is where it really starts falling apart. Where it's just like when you're trying to take the game seriously, but it's like, man, we have to fall back on jokes because like nothing's happening here, and it's too depressing to not joke around for.
It's a coping mechanism.
Right,
They're
exactly.
coping about the fact that they can't take this seriously. That
Yeah,
it has
yeah.
devolved into something that
The mechanics are
just
so
nuts.
ridiculous. Yeah,
This is
Yeah.
my life now.
yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
make it a comedy.
And everybody's actually within the rounds of it, so I don't need a sustain to. I could sustain the bless to increase its range by or radius by 10 feet. But yeah, everybody's in the range, so I'm not
it
gonna
literally
bother,
makes no
and I'm just
difference.
gonna
The
raise my
room is
shield
not big
again.
enough.
And
to
for
I
matter.
haven't used it yet.
these smaller combats, I'm not tracking spell rounds because it's a 10-round spell, and if you're still fighting these guys in 10 rounds, you're in trouble.
Yeah, keep it
Oh,
rolling.
good God. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're all in
right.
trouble.
I can't wait for the TPK.
Yeah,
This will be
that's it.
fucking midnight.
Yes, Zach
these things do
yearns
not mess
for
around.
death because
All right,
it
this
is
guy
the
here
release
is
of the
going
plane.
to he's gonna move to here, and he's gonna attack good old Brad. Yummy.
Bring it on.
He did one action to
Zach right now.
Do not explain that he did what. Just do the thing. Like you're all the NPCs. You can go through the motions without explaining the rules because the players don't need to know how NPCs work, unless Pathfinder 2nd edition needs you to know for your reactions thingies.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that's not exactly an issue with the system, but who knows at this point?
We haven't looked at the fucking Call of Cthulhu book, lore book, long enough to go insane.
Eric Grady-
Like, is this a problem? You don't know, but
Eric
you have to
Grady is
open the book
attempting
to find out.
Find the forbidden knowledge.
Yeah.
Cameron,
Eric
like-
is mogging people right now. He's mewing.
yeah, Zach's mind over here. He's in on the joke, but unfortunately, he's also in the joke. So
Guys, I painted my nails black to play this cavern elf.
I-
Why are we fighting centipedes for an
he's
hour?
done the modern fantasy thing. No offense, Zach. You did the thing, right? You ticked all the boxes. The game's supposed to run like Matt Mercer shows it, right? Like, but it's just not working.
Matt Mercer's just as bad. Remember that?
Right.
Like, crispy,
This
like,
is-
oh
this
man.
is true.
It's
You know
even
what's
worse
tripping me
because.
up?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You know what's tripping me up? Their
Mhm.
lighting are so good for their backgrounds. Like, look at Eric and then Cameron and Zach. Like, it fits the background so perfectly. This is a
Yeah.
really well set up.
They're like editing and production is fantastic.
Yeah.
And yet, even as tech savvy as their setup is, they still can't make a VTT work. It can't be done. They talk about
Can't
the
be done.
VTTs, but it's impossible.
I liked Alberodo Rodeo when they released. And then they just added everything else that all the other VTTs have, and it's stupid again.
It's like
At the
Sleepy
start.
Joe.
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe is the one working all these VTTs. Great work. You have a great work ethic, and we like it that way.
In my game, these centipedes would have been dead an hour ago. Let me tell you, I know lots about centipedes. Fucking hell. Let's keep
Oh my
on.
I did not have a sexual relationship with this centipede. Like,
We
you're not
devolved
fooling
into
anyone, the
Trump.
Game Master.
We've devolved into making like,
Yep.
oh man.
That's what
go.
it does to you. That's how I can feel the urge to make out of character jokes there because I've
Yes.
got it here and I'm a step removed. Like,
Yeah.
he's like Kentucky Fried Goblin.
Ah.
Oh, I rolled a
No,
13 plus 3 is
the
6.
centipede doesn't
13
speak
plus
the
3
human
is 6
tongue,
is
and
19.
they never
No,
seen a fried
might
goblin
as
in
well
their
start
life.
dancing. I don't know.
It's also acid, doesn't fry. Like none of
I guess-
your joke make any sense. Throw it out. I mean, Resist the
Cookie
urge.
made each
Resist the urge.
individual leg of the centipede being able to cast a spell. That one got me. That was
Yeah. All of us laugh at our sessions every now and then. All of us get jokes in our heads. We tell them. We tell
Jokes
them
are not
after the
allowed,
session.
Conway.
Yeah, we tell
You
them
don't
after
have
the
to
session.
take-
I mean, it's often
True.
better because now it's a retrospective kind of
Yeah.
thing. We're like, oh yeah, that was really funny, and you know,
Exactly.
you get more melatonin, serotonin by like remembering the thing in the past as well.
You guys remember when we were at the Baroness place and she brought out all of the food, and Tyler literally described, yeah, food gets brought out to you, and both Shair, Conway and Nicholas, you're not reacting to the food. You're like talking in character. I'm in here inventing fucking honey glazed chicken
That was
drumsticks,
really
chowing
funny.
into it like, oh, that's delicious. What is this animal? Because from the other continent and the Underdark, what the fuck is a chicken?
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yep.
That
Extra
was
armor
funny.
class flanked, which is 16. So I hit you. You're going to take
He's flanked by the centipedes.
1 point of piercing damage and give me the, I believe it is a saving throw. What'd you get?
Wait, why
Fortitude
are you not
save.
using the
Geez,
macros,
what is
Alan?
what is your fortitude? Plus 38?
Can't you
Right.
click the macro button like
Feel like
everybody
joking
else?
about it. All right. It's going to do a
Again, the it's like, whoa, what cool level 1 characters that are like our attacks 8, our saving throws though 8 million. It's like we
Yeah.
can't kill anything, but we also can't die. So we're gonna
You're
be
trapped. You're
Or-
trapped here forever.
second attack, which is going to be a -5. Ooh, I rolled a 19 plus 1 is 20. Yes. And you're flanked.
Jesus.
Yes. I'm crushing you, and you're taking 2 points. He does 1 to 4 -1, so it's not that good. 2 points.
All of that for 2 points
of
damage.
piercing damage. But you do need to get, you're going to fail that save
And he
sooner or
rolled the
later.
same
19.
I mean, can I look? I don't mean it as a joke, but seriously, you got the VTT, you bought the thing, right? So you got the maps, you have everything set up. Where is your giant centipede stat block for you to click the one button every time you attack? So you click the button, click, and you know what happens, and then you narrate how it happens. Like they swarm around you, they jump into your sides, you block the one attack, but the other goes through, and make your fortitude saves. And it's like, the poison goes. You feel it in your veins, but you're too buff to and resist the effects. Like anything of that. I did that 5 years ago in my D&D 5e tables, because that's the good thing of Roll20s,
Mhm.
of VTTs. You can click the button and then narrate how it looks, so you don't have to interrupt it all the time.
Yep. Pretty much.
It looks like he's rolling real dice though. Like
Yeah,
he's like doing
literally.
this.
And he's having fun rolling the dice. Everybody else is in purgatory clicking button.
Yeah.
He gets to
Yeah.
roll the
Oh
dice.
yeah, hit you a second time. Now it's gonna take like 7 more rounds for me to kill you
He
because you have
saved a second
15 hit
time.
points.
And I do enjoy rolling dice. It is the caveman approach of this is fun in role-playing game. Roll dice. It cool. 20 nice. 1 boo.
Yeah, this is the Kubrick stare. Like I'm like my camera's tilted to depict that I'm getting insane over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. If this
It's
works,
called Dutch angle. Sorry, the Kubrick
Yeah.
stare is like this.
yeah, if this works
Gotcha.
also like poisons do in Pathfinder First Edition, this is really gnarly because doses of poison cumulatively make the DC harder. So the longer
Ooh.
this combat goes on, the more and more likely this is to TPK. If so, Zach might be right. They might die at the literal first encounter here if poisons work the same way. That would be amazing. Let's
I don't need to worry. It's all balanced.
yeah.
Did he steal one of my Juggernaut mutagens?
It's a problem, Conway.
I guess so. All right. This one here.
That was a good
I think
in-character
that's number
joke.
2 is next. So he's done. Number 2 is next. They're pretty base. So basic. So they're gonna go right.
They're pretty based.
They're pretty based.
That was a really funny faux pas.
Based-
centipede.
Based centipedes,
Based-
guys.
Base Centipede versus Virgin level 1 adventurers.
The virgin player character.
I threw my centipede as a chat. Can you comment as a virgin? We are in Insanity Land, guys. Over here. I've rotated my avatar.
Oh, fucking hell, dude. Let's keep going.
Who is this? That is. Ooh, is that?
No, you don't want to
Vermeer?
do that. No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
no.
The
Wizard on
bargaining
a stick. On a stick. Wizard on a stick. Here we go. First attack. Ooh, I rolled a 16. What's your armor
Yeah,
class?
that'll hit.
Yes.
That'll hit.
You're gonna take 1 point of piercing damage, but you have to make a fortitude save. Finally, someone who can fail.
Yeah, don't tell me that. Oh no.
Finally, someone who can
Yes.
fail. Oh, man.
Fortitude.
Jesus,
21.
Excellent.
It is rigged. All right, you guys
Oh
are
my
kicking my ass here
God,
with these
dude.
saving throws. But he only stepped and he moved, so he does get a second attack.
Wow.
So, ooh, I rolled a 16 plus 1 is 17.
Yeah, that's a hit. Yeah.
I'm just fucking killing you guys for 2 more piercing.
Wait,
they're just
how much
oh,
damage
no.
fucking
does
up
he
big
roll?
time.
1d3 every time? What
Yep.
is that?
These things, like, can you imagine
Really?
like a
Holy
creature almost
fuck.
as big as this table, like half the size of this table? This thing just. It reminds me.
He's
Someone
described me, that's
reminds me
cool.
of like King Kong
Oh.
Island. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
I mean,
no,
these
no.
aren't large, but
That's a tweener. 16.
fuck, you made it. All right.
Oh,
Come on.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to pay the ultimate price.
They've
How
been
do you
hit
think
like
about it?
9 times so far.
Yeah.
This number. What is this poison? It's an unfailable number. These are level 1 characters that. Ding, 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 ding. I'm fucking like chipping away at a hardened stone at this point, trying to get like. Come on, player characters. Somebody feel threatened. Somebody feel threatened here. One of you
Yeah,
is
you
going
have
to take
to
some damage.
You have to see that he has to do that to even have to have any emotion in this. Because this is just dry numbers rubbing against one another.
Yeah. Like
I love it, Zolar.
and you can't like feel disturbed by the numbers of like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. It's up. Oh, what? A 16 saves, and I have a plus 92 to. Okay, this number. I don't care about this number. Go away,
The
GM.
numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
Stop asking me to roll this, GM. It's nobody's failing it. They get move on. Cool poison, but we'll find out about it later. We'll
Also, the first time I understand if you prompt,
yeah, right.
and then you just say, oh, I mean, you don't say anything. The player is like, okay, good. Every time I hit you, roll your fort save, by the way. Just keep track of that. And now the player's like, oh, I have a job to do. I actually have to pay attention on
At
this
least
one
I
thing.
can, at least I can do something while this
Yes.
20-minute round is passing.
Exactly.
It's like National Treasure. Someone has to go to prison.
No,
Someone has to. Get
no, it was
All
just
right,
a reference.
With the King Kong, I could pass that because it's like, oh, you're giving a reference to like how the giant centipedes are. Yeah, exactly.
Raiden punching Armstrong.
This is a level 1 wizard, by the way. This is the weakest member of the party getting
Right,
attacked.
and
by
he has been
this
bitten
juggernaut. Yeah.
twice by this giant centipede. He's at over half health still and has made both of his fortitude saves.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's all I did. Dang it. Vermeer. Now you get a
The game master feels weak. The player characters feel weak. Do you feel in charge?
It's like a wet noodle slapping fight.
Yeah, it's like we're playing a LARP fight here where we've got the foam boffers hitting each other back and forth. Except there's
This
no
is-
actual physicality. We're not like, I don't know what else there is to say.
Let's just go, man. I want to get through this.
chance to
Oh
come
my
back.
God.
These guys, you see these big things, they're on their legs. They have all these, they're kind of like, their mandibles are kind of juicy. They got a little
We have to
juicy.
re-describe because it's been a year since.
They're,
Yeah,
they're carapaces, just
I see Slick Willie behind me, and I'm like, "You got it, bud." And I move out.
okay. So you did one move.
Yep. I make a move. No attack of opportunity, right?
No, they don't get attacked.
Okay. And then
Don't
Only
ask.
as a strike
Like
now.
your body will feel
Yeah,
it
reactive
if there's an
strike.
attack of opportunity.
And then I am going to make a strike with ignition. So I need a basic reflex save.
Basic reflex save. Ooh, I might have critically failed. Their reflex bonus is. I rolled an 8.
An 8? Oh, well, that is not a critical fail, but it is a full fail.
Okay,
Uh,
somebody
all
have
right.
full damage.
+6 to reflex.
Yep, you're
by the
going
way.
to take the full damage. So you take. Yep.
How much damage
Yep.
do I take? Is it? I don't even know.
Go
what the
ahead.
spell is.
Tell us.
It's a
Tell the
cantrip?
class how
Uh,
much damage she takes.
Yeah, it's 2d4. So let me just.
So you have the dice ready when it's your turn to roll them or not.
While we're waiting.
We had to pull up this though, Zonalar. So
Okay, but they are using Roll20, so you have your character sheet open, and you can also minimize it and drag it to the bottom of the screen or the top of the screen.
this is true.
So you
This-
can just click it when it's your turn. All right, what can I do? All of my
Look
spells.
at how much
do this one.
information.
This is true.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
that's what I wanted to say in his defense, though. In his defense, we can't even see the part of the spell he's using
Yes.
because the rest we have here, if the target's within your melee range, you can choose to make a melee spell attack with the flame instead of a ranged spell attack, which increases all the spell's damage dice to d6s. Make an attack roll against the target's AC, dealing 2d4 fire damage on a hit, but it's a reflex DC. So, why are there this many moving parts for a cantrip?
Oh yeah, you're so right.
What, like, so he is probably thinking, like, yeah, I just want to, like, shoot a fire thing at it. And now he's like, oh no, the actual rules for shooting a fire thing at it is
I'm gonna keep it simple. The simple in question.
the universe shattering elixir of fucking dupe positionism.
It's Darwin's potion, by the way. You know, either you live or you die.
So you
much-
take. Oh no, that doesn't say the damage. Shoot.
It doesn't say the
Yeah, this is
damage.
basically-
Oh
Make a
right,
spell
no, he
attack
did
roll
the
against
classic.
target's AC.
One button is to
Not a
use the
save.
spell.
Oh, okay.
The second button
But
is
you
to
made a 17. so-
describe
Okay, hold on.
all the
So you're gonna make
description what it does.
so you're going to you're going to attack a 17. That would still hit. How much damage?
Oh, okay. So he does. So he has to make an attack roll. They have to fail their save. Then you get to roll 2d6. Then, if they're in melee range, you can do a different kind of attack, and you do d6s instead. This is a cantrip.
This is
Just
fucking
have a-
tough, man.
Have a toggle in your macro melee range, and you switch back and forth.
I
Or
guess
have the
so.
macro twice and call one melee in the other range.
I guess that's the way you'd have to do it. Yeah.
Damage do you do?
Yeah, I'm trying to. There we go. Okay, so
Just pick up 2d4 and roll those instead. Like who fucking.
That's
2d4.
cool.
There we go.
You do
Almost.
7 damage.
There we
All
go.
right.
Nice.
All right, as you strike into this creature, you see the creature erupts into a column of flame. It wiggles away, and kind of falls back.
Oh, that was bad. That was a bad one.
What's that Brannock again?
I just
These
think
other-
it's so cool. Like Ignition, you have to do you have to actually snap to make it action. It's so cool.
Yeah,
All right,
okay.
cool. Mustang.
Try
Did
that
you
next time.
Did you do
yeah.
that within melee range?
No.
No, clearly
No.
not. It's over here.
And they don't have
So,
opportunity.
okay, wait, hold on. Did this look, I have so much to say, but I'm sorry. You probably already mentioned all of this. Oh, it's so cool that you can like snap your finger and he goes up in flame.
Yeah.
So when it's your turn, I mean, you have to decide what spell are you using, but it's okay. You have 20 minutes between your turns to decide what would make sense. So you're like, oh, I'm a wizard, like their centipede is still alive. I snap my finger and set him on fire with my fire slingshot spell. Make your save. I roll 2d4 damage. If they fail a save, you go up in flames for 7 fire.
I think you need more than 20 minutes though to figure this system out.
For some of these.
Yeah, but this is a cry for help. Wouldn't it be cool if you could just roleplay like snapping your fingers and the centipede take damage?
It would be cool.
The parts that they find cool about the game are the narrative, like descriptive aspects of things. So like, let's lead with that. Let's find a system that is way better at leading with that, at like way better with allowing you to use your own voice and describe these things rather than going, DM, my cantrip is an essay. Help.
Zonalar is becoming Spider-Man now.
Yeah, might as well at this point.
They don't have reactor strikes anyway.
No. I just read the rest of that
You
spell
can
description.
melee with it.
Yeah.
For a little
Yeah, that's what I was reading too, fellows. It's why is it that long? But it's not your spell. Don't read it. It's not that. It's okay.
bit more damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
really
pause right
I
there.
don't.
We did notice this because we were like talking a ton.
Yeah.
But someone out there is complaining, why didn't you do that before you left? Because you would have dealt 2d6 instead of 2d4. Dude, the centipede is already dead. Just
It's
drop it.
dead. It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't. Guys, do you want?
It's not your
combat to last
character.
Longer? Do you guys want combat to last longer?
You could ask him after the game, well, why didn't you? And the answer could be, oh, my character was scared. Or, oh, that's right. I did not think of that. Maybe I will do it next time.
His first action was turning to the guy behind him and going, "You got it. It's all yours, man," and then running away. And then
Actually, true.
Yeah.
So true.
It was role played. So like that was good. It was role played until this fucking ugly ass cantrip showed up.
I don't want to be near them.
Yeah,
that's fair.
exactly. Yeah.
All right, Vamir, I believe you just moved and made a 2-action attack, so you're done for the round, right?
Yep, that is my round.
Centipede number 1.
Because of this weird, obnoxious 3-action round, like you're more likely to lean into the like, so are you done? Is that it? Because I don't know if your spell takes 1, 2, or 3 actions.
Yeah, there are too many rules to keep track of. You cannot make that
I
assumption.
don't know if you're done. Are you done? You're done. Okay, cool. We're gonna go to the 4 billionth centipede,
which is still kicking.
Oh no, wait. There's only
That's
3.
one of those going after me, huh?
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
Did you guys
Yes, he
notice
did.
that they use all of the cool setups and the borders and the characters, and some of them they can afford to, they understand enough tech to set up virtual background without needing a green screen. But then they left the black borders in at the bottom with Zach, and Cameron has a black borders on the side.
Oh yeah, he has 4:3 aspect ratio. Oh.
You can stretch. You can, like, if you're using OBS or anything, you can stretch it, and if it doesn't, edit the fucking background to be the same ratio you need it to be. Even if the image is stretched, it's better than having a black bar.
It won't be noticeable in this little.
Nobody will know.
Yeah. But in general, they have a good setup. Come on. It's like way above average.
Yeah, I'm calling out minor details, but now that I'm sitting here with you guys, it needs to be called out.
Took us 5 hours to notice.
Of course, I dodged real good last round.
Yes, you did.
Now Zavarius here. He'll say
he's not though. He's gonna attack Braddock. Yeah, no. Brad, he wants it. He's got full Braddock. He's got fried Braddock. That's what he's gonna attack. First Braddock attack. Ooh, a roll.
I got the joke the first time, Alan.
And you are flat-footed. Your armor class. You are off guard. So your armor class is 16. He's hitting you. Oh, he's gonna take you down. Oh, 1 point of damage. And give me
that's
your plus 48 fucking fort save.
Alan is really trying to ham it up to make it
let's
enjoyable.
48.
Damn it! Woo!
Jeez.
They're catching
Let's
on
see
to
if my
the same
attacks
fucking
can get rolls like
problems
that
as
next
the
time.
system
Right.
now.
You haven't rolled. You were like 15, 16. That you rolled a 15 there. Yeah, damn it.
You
That's-
didn't even
that
drink
is-
my potion.
That's nice.
Poor Eric. No, his potion doesn't even matter. It's
All right. I didn't realize your fort save was so good. Good. All right. It's gonna make a second attack at you because why not?
you'll have plenty of time.
Does he have like the best saves? in
12
Roster.
plus 1 is
He
13.
might.
No, not enough. All right. And then
Cameron's sitting here unemoting, just going.
you know what? It's gonna say screw it. It's gonna take his third attack at Chadwick. It's kind of like going,
It's a centipede. Doesn't think. It has
ooh, I
instincts.
rolled an 18, but it's also unfortunately a -4 to hit, which is gonna be light.
It's a
All
third
right.
attack.
Yeah. Zabari, what are you gonna do? I believe you probably want to climb back up the ladder.
Let him
The thought had
make
crossed
his
my
own
mind.
path.
Yes.
The giant bugs.
He's
I guarantee
Okay.
if I climbed down and saw
No.
fucking
I
colony
got pause real quick.
size, fucking
Yeah, this
I'd-
one
I'd go
between
back.
Boss?
Yeah, pause real quick. It's 2:41. The combat started 40 minutes ago. He is gonna make his first attack now. This is pain.
That's why I just wasn't saying. I was just letting it go. No, I was just gonna see. Do we make the most of this?
So what you could do after you took your turn is you leave the table. You put you have an image of yourself sitting at the table, and you can do like a 30-second video recording of you sitting there, and sometimes you nod slightly, and you look down like you're looking at your character sheet, and you loop that. You leave the table. You put in the pizza in the oven. You make yourself some coffee, and you can do like 30 crunches, I think. And when the pizza is ready, you sit down at the table and you eat the pizza. When somebody asks you a question, you switch from the video to the camera, and while you're eating the pizza, obviously, and say, "Oh yeah, I'm still waiting for my action," you know.
Oh my god.
Well, let's see. Let's see what he does.
between the goblin and the other guy.
I eat the
Mike,
pizza.
Mike looks
You want to
broken.
attack this
by the
one
way.
here? You're probably gonna miss.
Okay.
What armor class do you hit first?
That's-
He's
plus one,
surprised
plus
that
You
it
did
missed.
miss.
15.
No, plus one.
Fucking goddamn it! You guys are kicking my ass with your magic and your teamwork. Good job.
Yes.
Nice. That's
there you
awesome.
go,
You're
Zavari.
making
Feel
it
the
up, Alan.
power of cursing.
All right, you launch down on the creature.
No, let
and
him describe.
It
No.
just gets. What are you gonna do? I'm assuming you're attacking with your.
Yeah, he's
longsword?
already attacking. He rolled the dice.
Your
The
long
fighter took him out
sword.
with a one hit.
Nice, you crush it. It kind of. You just kind of
Why
cut it in
isn't
half. It
he
looks
waited
back
20
almost
minutes?
surprised,
Why
like
is he not allowed to describe his strike of 8 slashing damage epically?
He's not allowed to describe his action. All of these other characters have this if maybe roll save, fighter goes, he
Oh,
left.
he died.
He couldn't handle it anymore.
He couldn't
That-
handle it.
It's just done. But the fighter goes, "Oh, he's dead. I did it."
Oh, that's so funny. It's like
And-
when you're like, it's like when you're a teenager and like you broke something and your dad shows up and he just like puts it together and it's working again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I
It-
back?
Yes, you are
You are,
back.
yeah.
You were destroyed
Oh
by
my god, I cannot hear anything. Just keep going, guys. I'll figure it out
Our-
eventually.
Our gray shirts are like merging into one entity right now.
yeah. One horrific two-headed role player.
that cut in half. It's like.
Wait,
Yeah,
you
that's the
have
part you
two more
described,
actions.
Alan. You described the part where the centipede's writhing on the ground, cut in half.
And bile leaking out over the floor.
Yeah, good.
Graham doesn't look happy about
You
it.
could
He's
literally
just like,
move
yeah, we got it.
the other one
You know,
and
we
cut
got
him
it
in
over
half too.
with.
Just roll
I'll
good.
try.
You can walk over there. You have your you take a step over there with your sword in your hand. You don't have your shield up, but you have your sword. We want to
We have to remind him because it's been 20 minutes since you put the shield back on your back so because you can't climb the ladder. But you can do something that none of these people can do with magic. With just a piece of steel, you can kill this centipede like instantly.
give that a guy a try.
Oh my
That's
god, he did it.
28.
Was that on?
You rolled a
Actually, no, that's a good.
19.
Was that with one map on
Holy
it?
we have to subtract.
That
five,
wasn't
but
the
he still
map
did.
though.
be.
You have to subtract. You have to. He didn't do a second attack
Subtract
though.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's
23.
still
23.
You only hit
Plus
20.
one,
You only did
24.
23. Jesus. All right.
Well, he
you
was
might
one
have.
off from a critical.
Yeah.
You lightly grazed him. Go ahead.
Yeah.
How
Fuck
do you
no,
know?
it's
points.
one off from critical.
Points of damage.
Okay.
You did 6 points of damage. Oh my gosh.
So
He literally
rolled
just
he rolled a
Killed both
19.
things.
He rolled a 19, which means at level 1, this fighter has a plus. At level 19, this game is so broken. At level 1, this fighter's got a plus 9 to hit. He's doing 6 damage on a hit, and he doesn't use any resources for this. He just walks up and hits the thing. Meanwhile,
This
the
is
wizard
hilarious.
is like using up resources to do like make a save and then you take 3 damage.
Oh my god.
Like I throw my the alchemist is like I throw my thing that does a thing if it hits you and it does a different thing if it hits them, and then you heal 1 point.
Zolar, the fighter just climbed down the ladder and just killed both things with his sword without having to bother with these massive fucking abilities.
Yeah,
That take
he
like
just walked
years
up
to
and
read.
hit. He did the Pathfinder first edition thing of I walk up and hit them with my sword, and then it died.
Wow,
Both.
amazing.
What was the point of this whole combat?
So, what problem do the second edition rules solve? Is my question.
That is an excellent question.
Bugs introduced is the only answer you'll get.
Hard to balance. Now easy balance because the fighter can win.
The alchemist doesn't make sense anymore. I didn't even know what the goblin monk did. He can stance nowadays. He can switch stances.
He went into a stance and then he hit a guy.
The wizard has more options with his cantrips. It like doing damage wasn't good enough. He has different ways to do damage, melee and ranged. Instead of having to pick a cantrip, one for melee, one for ranged, or picking cantrips that are cool, like cleaning off the dust of your clothing, stuff like that. The fucking human fighter, nothing changed. He still attacks and kills shit, gets shit done, because it does need to be changed. And the designers realized
it was changed. He
Oh,
can't
God.
climb down a ladder without both of his hands free.
all right, yeah, he's now unskilled human
Yeah,
fighter
yes.
instead of a skilled human fighter.
This
I don't
is
even
so
know what
weird.
the Oracle did, honestly. Like,
He made a magenta aura and hit a guy
Oh.
with a club.
so
Yeah.
did he roleplay the aura?
He did. He like
Okay.
cast the. He was like saying prayers. He was calling out orders to his team when he called upon
Nice.
this aura. It was pretty
Nice.
That
cool.
was cool.
Yeah, and then after that, it fell apart because it's so long between turns. He keeps having to remind people that he's like, "Oh yeah, the aura it gives you the +1 to attack." Did you guys do that?
Dude, this is like horseshoe theory. Because it's so bad that it's circled back into being kind of cool, where like the indomitable human spirit just like climbing down the stairs
Yeah.
and hitting something with steel, you know? That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
It's cool in contrast to how shit everything else is. So it's the
Yeah.
problem.
Exactly.
right.
Yeah.
Like, there's God. Mike is like hands on head, like where.
That's the substitute teacher when like he has like the last class before the exam and he needs to teach you stuff that you don't know. Like, oh my god, what's gonna happen?
You're so right.
We've got 2 minutes left. I think we can do it, guys.
He ain't looking so good. He ain't looking great.
That's my Zabari.
He's like,
Good job,
Oh, it's
pal.
not dead.
Slick Willie, you
Slick
got
Willie.
it.
My third action, I'll pull. I'm gonna get my shield up.
That was your
you did 3 actions. You
Yeah,
attacked. you
see, I
moved,
did
you-
the. Yeah, there was the
Yep.
move. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to help everybody remember.
No, don't
Nobody
help them.
remembers. Nobody remembers. It's okay.
It's
Alan.
their job. They're sitting at your table. That's the only thing they can do. Interact with the rules because they're not allowed to roleplay.
They're allowed to roleplay, just in really short bursts and not while combat's happening very often.
move to here, and I'm gonna tumble through. So I'm gonna
Ooh.
do acrobatics check.
All right, and it's against the reflex.
26.
Is it against the reflex?
Yeah, it's against the reflex.
Well, let me look it up.
Okay.
Now you made it.
No, no.
Okay, it was a joke. It was a joke. You got us.
Oh,
You motherfucker, you got us there.
oh, Alan. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Let me look it up. Everybody laughs. There's my.
I know that's pretty.
Jeez, a lot of you guys have been rolling like 19s and 18s. And
Look it up, guys.
My rapier, and I will attack with
Get him.
15 with the +1.
15
You remember.
plus 1 will,
I'm in the blessed, right?
will hit.
So I do 5 plus my 2 precision for 7 points of piercing damage.
It had one left.
Yeah.
As the last of these creatures, these centipedes drips down and falls, a sudden stillness falls upon this
Stillness of the
Stillness.
realization of this system being an absolute mess.
area as you look around this dark dungeon.
I'm not looking.
Above you, you can see the stairs lead up to safety, but beyond there is another door, as well as this body and what other mysteries you might find in this.
I don't want to know about any mysteries. It was already hard enough climbing down the ladder. I don't want to open the door. I'm heading back up. I'm going back to the safety. I'm going back to the safety of role playing before I knew about combat in this game.
Gonna stay. This is why you stay in the tavern and drink yourself to death.
Exactly.
He's there. I
gonna be
can
a
take a
farmer.
turn.
This room, but we're gonna find out next week what
Are
happens
we?
when with the mysteries in this room.
I guess
as
we are.
They begin their exploration
how many-
beneath the witch tower.
23.
Dun, dun, dun.
23.
All right, you guys
Oh
have
my
a good
God.
time
Oh
in
my
the first.
God.
No,
first,
hold
uh,
on.
Dungeon.
They stick with this.
I just need to know if session 2 all the players showed up again or somebody just left.
That's a good litmus test. Oh God, it's loud.
Skip. I just need to see the players. They
They're
all
all
there.
showed up again.
Counted for
No fucking way. So, okay.
Dungeon of Despair. That's what I would call
Yes, it is. You're right.
it.
Check like episode 17 or something. Let's see.
Yeah. Good question.
Do you guys enjoy if they're numbered like session or episode? I just give them a name
I just say
nowadays.
part. I say part, but I don't know.
I have it in the thumbnail so
You lost
people can
Cameron.
keep track.
No, they're all there. It's just NPC today, it seems. Okay.
Oh, it's not showing up this time. How? Wait, but that's only this session, right? Like he totally came
So yeah,
come
let's
back
find out.
the session after at least. Like he's there for 18.
I know
right?
Mike just got a haircut, but it does look like he's like gaining like 1,000-yard stare, like he's been through a war.
Oh, we need to go back to episode 1 and do the 2 hours, 2 minutes and just show
Oh
you some like
God,
before
yeah,
and
it's
after
not like
initiative.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Do it.
It's 2 hours, 2 minutes, I think.
I believe so. That or 3.
of a yellowish kind of carapace.
So this
And
is
just do like
start.
5-second steps.
This is the start of the combat.
Okay.
It moves just a little bit, and then a little, and then freezes.
It's
As
moving.
you see that,
It's moving.
you kind of come down and you're like, oh, there is something here, and for you, it's considered hidden. As that happens, suddenly we roll initiative. All right, I'll bring the initiative tracker up.
No!
Look at
I'll
the before
bring
and
the
after.
initiative tracker up.
I'm
and
looking,
we go
I'm looking.
from there. Ooh, first combat of episode 1 here, and right at the tail end of our
There's
night.
gonna
So I'm
be
glad
a
we
cut.
got a little bit of excitement before with the
Yeah,
rolls
they're
before
smiling
we
and stuff.
get started.
Do full screen.
I'll
I
make
need
sure
to
that
see the faces better.
tracker
Yeah, we're smiling.
with
know,
the rolls
like,
before
all
we
right,
get
combat,
started.
cool,
Everybody's
I'll make
there.
sure that the
It's
tracker's
finished
cleared off, and then I'll get it up, and everyone can start putting their stuff in. Okay, so now we're gonna-
Oh. What happened is when you roll initiative, you need to click your token so it realizes, all right, it's initiative for fucking Slick Willy, because somebody will always forget. And if it's the first time, if they never used Roll20 before, it's not intuitive. Click the token, so the token is selected. You open your character sheet, you click the fucking initiative. Otherwise, you rolled initiative, but it's not in the turn order. And now somebody has to track it manually. This is why it takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes to roll initiative, guys.
Yep.
The
God.
GM just cast like a calm emotion spell immediately.
Yeah. it's
Yeah,
just
calm
like-
him. This is so funny. Conway, you're so right.
Oh man. Yeah, fucking hell. That's so funny. Yeah, let's see. So in 18, are we still missing? No, okay, he's back.
Oh, see,
Wow.
yeah.
This is impressive.
These guys are cool, yeah.
Oh, and he's playing a rootlet. He's playing a Leshy. Leshies are cool. That's one of they're like plant seed people that are all from the same original plant. They're like grafts from the same plant seed thing.
Okay.
So they're all clones. They're really weird, interesting. That would be a cool alien thing to. Great RP
Those
session. They should.
those eyes look incredibly comical on the seedling, though.
They do. This art is not how I've seen them before.
Okay.
But yeah.
It's a style thing.
Yeah. It's
I can be like, okay, we all play the anime Pathfinder game, and
Right.
everybody looks like an anime character. It's a style thing. I can buy into it just as well.
Right.
The Dungeon of Despair. Are you ready for another 3 hours, Tyler?
I just had to look at it.
All you have to do is click the play button and lock us
What do you
in.
mean? We're doing the other group now, right?
Oh my good lord. The
other group. There was
That's
another
us.
group.
That's us. There was another group. I was gonna cross compare them. I was gonna do like 30 minutes of this, but their group was like, I was like, wow, there's actually good stuff here. And then Conway said, let's find some combat. Boy, I'm never listening to that again. That is
Can
You
we?
got
So can we just
stunlocked,
play
yeah.
the combat of us fighting the centipede, or
yeah.
was that the goal?
Yeah.
Let's
sure.
just watch that.
What
Should be.
time was it again? Let me see.
I don't have a VTT, so I can't
Oh, it's 2 hours and 4 minutes in our game.
Okay.
Surprisingly close, actually. Theirs are
Oh,
like 2
there you
hours,
go.
2 minutes.
It is true. We do waste a lot of time just patty cake and talking to people without gaining anything. Like we're not gaining experience or gold
Yeah.
or anything of
Bad
value.
role players, yeah.
Although I will say I did gain clothing and stop
Yeah.
walking around in rags that don't fit me.
Yeah.
And you don't actually have to do it because I see it's 5 hours 45 minutes. But you guys are the crazy ones. I'm here for the ride.
Yeah, it's 2 hours and 4 minutes for us in like a few seconds, but whatever.
Oh, right. I just I'm tech inept, and I just realized I'm not sharing all of my tabs. I'm just
No.
sharing one specific tab. Yeah.
Indeed.
As I was playing it, and I was like, "Why are people silent? Like it's not playing right now." Like,
Oh,
there we go.
Hurry up and get ready.
full screen.
Who's that guy on the bottom right?
I know. What? Another centipede begins crawling from behind the Iron Maiden. Roll initiative. Roll initiative, and there's no cuts here because I'm not an editor. I'm no good at this stuff like you. guys.
23.
5.
Still looking up where initiative is on like 4.
Philippe. Boom. No cut required. Took us what? 10, 20 seconds? The centipedes appear to have stopped moving for a moment, mesmerized, blinded by this incredibly bright light source that's suddenly been brought to them. and keep
Like-
Cool
confused
way
by
to
your
do it.
stillness. You have to jump on them.
I take a step towards the Iron Maiden, and I raise one hand, and just how I summoned fire before, I will summon a sudden blast of light as I cast flare.
Blast of light.
Since we
I'm
must
happy with
give
that.
a fortitude save or be dazzled.
The creatures recoil in strange, odd, jittery movements.
It actually
of
wasn't
a
as smooth,
snake,
Cameron. It took
but
quite a bit
the
to see.
behavior is odd. It's a massive insect with some
Dazzled, the
strange,
mechanics talk, but we
almost
understand what
mechanical
dazzled
intellect
means.
that is both mesmerized and flailing around by it. The one on the ground lunges towards you blindly, but totally misses. You see how quick that was?
How smooth! That was so smooth because I didn't even say that my turn ended, but that was it. That was perfect, right?
Yeah.
I described myself stepping back a little bit and like using flare, and then he just went straight on to the next centipede. That was perfect from your part.
Yeah. And when I miss, I'm not making any like, damn, I missed this guy. One, because it's the first attack, and I have no reason to get frustrated at all. I'm like, oh, there's a miss, whatever. When the combat stretches on like that, and it starts getting frustrating at like, dude, the mechanics are not like letting me hit the guy. Like, what is going on here? That's when it's like, just use a new game or something, you know.
Yep. So let's see how it continues.
Yep. Sensory organs are effectively assayed by this blast of light. The one on the ceiling drops onto Talash's head.
Small question: is that too much information to give to the players? Since like they cannot see us because we just do the spells, but what do we perceive of the enemy? Because the
Maybe.
first description I really enjoyed. It was clear, like, okay, the dazzling lights is affecting their behavior, but we do not know how many sensory organs they have. I mean, we know the eyes, right? Or eye stalks, or however insects were.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair.
It wasn't like an introspective part of it, though it could have been described better. Yeah. Instead of describing how the centipede is dazzled, you can instead describe it as like attacking at random intervals, attacking whatever it can attempt in front of it, or just wiggling around, right?
Definitely.
It's confused, but without saying that it's confused. But still, we did pause the game.
You're right.
It was,
You always ask crazy. Good morning.
Good morning, Uriah.
You missed the good.
Oh
memes.
my god, yeah. You have to go back and watch some of this because
Watch
is
the
a
other
treat.
6 hours.
It is
bro.
an absolute treat. It utterly fails at its attempt to grapple you, slipping off, falling off of your shoulder, and is now on the ground, writhing around in front of you. Shaggy.
Managed to survive the fall.
During the whole commotion.
Can I ask? Because there's this 5-second pause. Because obviously you're rolling dice, you're adjudicating. Does it hit? Does it miss? Calculating everything. It's dazzled. It's modifier, probably something like that. And then you describe it. How hard is it to not say the mechanics out loud to the players? Because it would mean there's silence, right? Like this is the big struggle I see with game masters. They don't want silence to reign.
I think what was happening there wasn't. I had to look at what the result was on the grapple check and ponder, do I need to ask you what your CMD is? And I think the number was so low that I was like, no, there's no way that's like even close. So I'm just not going to ask for it.
Got it.
Where it's like, you're a monk. I know you have decent strength. I know you get wisdom to your CMD. I know you have improved grapple, so it's another +2 to CMD.
Right.
And I roll 11. It's a base 10. I know an 11 is like not even in the realm of possibility of landing. I don't need to mention it. Let's move
Yes.
on. You know, take that short pause and just go, no, this thing's wiggling around on the ground.
This is something that Tyler and I talked about earlier. That the GMs need to embrace silence.
Mhm.
Sometimes silence is much better than just like filling it with dead air, you know.
And I do. I fill in the dead air here too much because it's the first session I played with all three of these individuals, and so I'm stumbling around for words a little bit. We're doing two experimental things here. Is two people new to Pathfinder. We're trying to figure out if this works with modules. So I'm feeling a lot of pressure here, and I'm trying to flex my verbal muscles here with these descriptions that are probably not great. And I think you see that it gets a lot better in the last session that we played by the third.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's totally
I took
fine.
quite a lot for my turn as well.
Flex your descriptions, man. Like I'm down for it, but sometimes it can happen, right? When you describe things in a way where none of the players actually know what it means. It's like, this mezzanine in this dungeon, and I just sit there watching Chris B's video, like, what the fuck is the mezzanine? What is this thing? I don't know. I'm out of culture.
The description worked for me because when he described like a centipede like dropping from the ceiling, that's a nightmare, right?
Oh,
like, creepy crawly. Yeah. Wait, let's see.
Giant
How
centipede.
fast we do this.
Yeah.
I just yell as I go for downward cut at the one near Talash.
Stepping into
16.
action.
Hit.
2 damage.
Look how quick that was. Perfect.
The sword bites into its chitin, and a sickly green ooze leeches out. It whips around to turn towards you, writhing in some bizarre form of pain, if these things can feel pain.
All right, the centipede.
You see there, I'm starting to correct myself because I'm like, can this thing feel pain? Wait a minute. I'm just like, it's one of the things of improvisation where you gain skill at it as you go.
And when you watch it back, you also feel like, oof, that was bad.
Yeah. I was like, oh man, I realize I'm stumbling. Part of how I'm stumbling there.
And it's normal. That's fine.
Right.
We might want to take a look at the fight with the Grioth afterwards because it shows you how you can improve the player. Right?
Having barely dodged out of the way from the falling centipede, keeping the lantern safe from spilling any oil, I go into a martial stance and use the width of my body to stomp the centipede with a powerful kick. Checking numbers. I'm trying to figure those out. That's not right. Yes. 12.
The thing attempts to wriggle and writhe its way out of the way, but fails at the last second as your boot finds purchase.
10 damage.
It is thoroughly squashed, as would any other bug be. Large though it may be, a scimitar and the weight of the dwarven might is no match for it, and it flips over dead.
My heel itself crunching through the chitin, stuck inside the centipede as it wriggles around.
Philippe.
I just love saying the last part, by the way. I'm just so happy. Like, as I'm going to describe this.
Helping to paint the image is really cool, yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And it helps give the GM, me in this case, less room to go, it's almost kind of like, because I'm already stumbling over some words here, so I don't need any more opportunity to go, Gee, what else could
you-
it be
yeah.
like? You know,
Do not worry, Game Master. I shall take over the description
you got
of the
people
death
helping
of the
us here.
centipede.
Towards the one by the Iron Maiden. My heart's pumping, and the light flickers for a moment as the lash steps on it, but then the light appears once again, lighting the chitin perfectly. I align my rapier and I charge.
Charge. I know he's got a +2 to hit there, -2 to AC if it matters.
Nice.
Natural language, yeah.
I didn't even realize that, by the way.
18.
The rapier finds purchase easily.
3 damage.
The rapier chunks into its chitin, oozing the same green liquid, and it flails around a bit, trying to free itself.
Just a nod to end my turn.
It lashes back out at you, trying to bite you past the hilt of the rapier, impaling itself further on with some strange ferocity.
Really cool description.
It
14.
showcases it's almost unnatural
I
the way it wants to fight
twist the
to death.
rapier, and as it tries to reach for me, it is batted to the side.
Flops over on the ground and quickly rights itself.
Look at how easily we both work off of one another to describe. That's really cool.
Jumping backwards now. Once again, go for a diagonal cut directed at its head. 13.
Simple description,
The
but you can
scimitar
imagine it.
likewise lands on its head.
3 damage.
Just like the earlier one, and another splurt of green ooze, and it keels over dead.
I'm looking around.
Now we're at the end of combat. Notice I don't say like, and now combat is over and we're in the exploration
Yeah.
phase of the game again. It's just over. It's just over. And
Yeah.
now it just plays out in that way.
We'll continue playing as normal.
Yeah.
Because we're always taking turns.
Yeah.
Always like respecting each other's time.
I loved
And-
my next turn in that one too.
Oh.
what I did
Yeah.
right after.
Mm,
But we don't have to show. I mean, you can, but you know, it's,
but yeah,
it's not like it was my favorite part of the session or anything.
But yeah, there's point being in all that. You can play a crunchy system. You can use the rules of the game. I didn't need to telegraph to Zonalar, okay, so if the centipede grapples you, here's how the grapple flowchart works. You're gonna either be able to take an attack or make an escape artist check or make a CMB check to grapple it back if you want to. And then you'll fight back and forth for position. You can release the grapple. Because if I explained all that, 2 things. One, it wouldn't have actually happened because the centipede never succeeded its check in the first place. So people get so, oh, you have this flow chart for grappling. It's so complicated. You're thinking about you're freaking out about your 401k when you're 22. Like, dude, it's way down in the future. Don't worry about it right now. 2, if you explain the whole thing right off the get-go, they're gonna forget it by the time it actually comes up. So just play it by ear. That's why it's in a flowchart. It's in a thing for you to quickly reference of, okay, he succeeded. He's grappling the guy now, right? He can't move. They're both stuck in place. Okay, the other guy, he can try to free himself. So if the player just uses natural language, I try to rip this thing, throw it off of me. I say, make a CMB check. I can tell them as the GM what they need to roll when it happens. Yeah. And we go one step at a time. We're chunking it out. That way we don't need to do too much predictive. Well, if this, then that, then no, we play it one turn by one turn by one turn.
Yeah.
And never are any of the players confused as to where they are, despite the fact we didn't have a map.
And that was entirely natural as well.
Mm-hmm.
We just like that moment where I described myself like defending myself with the rapier from the centipede. It felt so natural. It was like a back and forth, like a conversation with a friend.
Yeah.
And like when you see that, like you can just role play the whole combat. Nothing
Yeah.
is stopping you.
Yeah.
Perhaps not the whole combat because I did have to see a few mechanical things here and there, but they were like
Yeah. Occasionally.
5%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
But it's
when
day
you're
and
playing a
night
wizard, it's
difference
harder, right? Have to say, oh,
right.
I'm casting flare and like what
Right,
happens
right.
and you need to roll.
And
But you know,
sometimes, I mean, in those combats, I did struggle imagining the room. Where's the Iron Maiden? Where is the? I don't like. We didn't use a ladder, did we? We used the crumbling entrance to get inside.
Yep.
So what is there? How and what is my distance to the other players? I wasn't too sure.
Yeah, and that was a failing of mine in the first session and in the second session a bit, which I tried to work on more.
And I think that's the part of like other players say, oh, this is why you have the battle map, so you know. And you know, maybe you can flash the battle map at the start of the session, like, oh, this is how it looks like, as you describe the room, and you pull up the battle map so you understand whatever the fucking shape is, because they can be like like an H-shaped room with two different wings and angles of how you walk and doors placed at different walls, and trying to describe it just through roleplay can be very hard. But oftentimes it doesn't matter how exactly the room looks.
Yeah.
What matters is, can I hide from the centipede?
Yeah.
Can I take the room as a tactical advantage for choke point? Can I jump out of the window? Those are more important questions than how exactly does the room look like.
Yeah, look at how those guys played. He could have used like an action to increase the range of his bless, but the room was so small that he never would have needed to.
Yeah.
And that was the 15 feet range.
Yeah.
Most characters can move 30. So like what's the point? Like measuring distance.
Yeah. There are parts of the crunch that you want to zoom into at that point where it's like, okay, I don't need those rules. I don't really need the rules for like range and movement and that sort of stuff. Because we're in a tight space right now, what I need to be thinking about are the rules for throwing bombs into a melee, you know, trying to shoot past my friends. And it was a thing that was brought up once and then kind of we just moved past it, right?
It's like you write the rules down,
Yeah.
and some you write down with the font 20 point.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And the other ones about distance and how far you can move and those details, you write down at a 4-point font. Like if you really zoom into combat, you might have to be able to read the rules to be like, oh, right, my dwarf has 25 movement, not 30.
Yeah.
And also, I don't get slowed down if I'm encumbered because I'm a dwarf.
And you can just think naturally, too, that it's like, you know, there's a guy like on a hill 200 feet away. Then it's like, yeah, my dwarf is going to take a little bit to haul his stocky ass over there. But, you know,
I throw my javelin.
Yeah.
Okay, it just lands somewhere in between both of you.
Yeah, you're trying to make a a bow shot at 500 feet away. Is like, whoa, that's a ways of a shot. You're gonna be taking some minuses here just naturally. And then you can look up the rules after to see if actually instead of a -1, you should have taken a -2, and you can kind of laugh about like, well, that shot wouldn't have hit.
Combat it would also be super cool if what if the character actually just tried to take the shot and it just falls short 100 feet. It's like, God damn it.
Yeah.
You know, that would be cool to play out. The other characters can raise their eyebrow. One can chuckle. It's like, oh, you were always an early shot. Shooting too fast again. It's like, that would be funny. It might be funny. In character funny too.
Yeah. Like I would say overall, like you guys had some really good roleplay moments in this. I like that the was it Eric's goblin character is like walking up poking people in the backs of their legs. So, like we can immediately tell his height, his relation to stuff. I like the There's some decent anchoring. I think there's a lot that we could fix here, and you clearly have a dedicated group that's stuck around for what? You guys have organized 7 people for 23 sessions, and they stuck around for all of them. That's crazy. Like that's awesome. That is something you really do not see that often, and yeah, I can just see the life draining from people's eyes when these rules questions get brought up. Because people
It's
don't get to
hilarious,
play the
yeah.
game. Yeah.
I have to assume they picked Pathfinder 2nd Edition for the sole purpose of all of this rule crunch you get to enjoy when you do your fantasy combat stuffs and like leveling up and progression systems and that. Because otherwise they would have left the table. It's like, what else is there? Everything else is shit. Like really, really badly formulated mechanics and make no sense and it's too complicated.
Alan and Mike of them have a 1 hour long video on 10 reasons they prefer Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Maybe it's worth a watch. Maybe it's worth a watch. Their last episode of this actually came out yesterday. So this is a currently running group. So I'm hopeful some of this finds it your way. I'm hopefully you find some of this entertaining and most of all helpful to the method you're role playing. I know it's hard to incorporate a lot of this stuff into a game that's already been going for months, but yeah.
If you did watch 6 hours of us critiquing your game,
you're a real masochist.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I understand you're happy to suffer these Pathfinder sessions, but like I don't. You have to. I just want to see if they enjoy roleplay in a role-playing game or not.
Yeah,
because
you weren't there, but they were role-playing very well.
Yeah,
I have to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll have to go
the
back.
The GM was moving them along, but the players were really like trying.
Yeah, it was happening. So,
and if you have good table manners and the rules make sense, they're like more diegetic. Like if they don't get in the way too much, you get those role-playing moments more often.
The ways and in those role-playing moments, that was when I was seeing the players smile the most. Like that was at least what it appeared to be, that the players enjoyed doing the most. So I would be hunting after those more. Well, thank you guys for watching. If any of you actually did watch this far, good Lord, why? I hope you found this entertaining. To those of you at home, have you played Pathfinder 2nd Edition? Have you seen the nightmare of this as well as we have? If you haven't, and you don't actually think the system is the big problem here, what other advice would you have for these guys? Do you think we were too harsh? Not harsh enough? Let us know in the comments, and I'll catch you guys next time.
See y'all.